I have used, like the way I've told you. You see, people in our environment, they are mosquito net, which people normally use them. And you know mosquito net is like a cloth. It become weared out. And people normally throw them away. I collect them and I treat them. I bring them back to life. This nature, you can find this painting has got that effect of mosquito net. You can see this is old wood. It was a representation of marine, how marine is depleting, how marine is in trouble these days because
we'll be starting in the next 10 minutes, so I hope you
using them.
KEPRO is a PRO committed to accelerating Kenya's realization of a circular economy through implementation of proven EPR models and driving consumer change through awareness creation and capacity building for our waste management operators.
KEPRO is a new type of business. It's a non-profit. It has been created to help ensure that people who are using packaging to introduce their products into the market are taking a responsibility to channel capital through KEPRO to the people who are going to collect, sort and recycle that waste.
The Sustainable Waste Management Act was signed into law last year, and it is important to know that this is now by all producers. As producers, all producers, you bring in a product into the market, you are required to pay for its end of life, the recovery of the waste after consumption, the refilling, the reusing, the recycling, and possibly the end of life of that product or packaging. It is a devolved function, and counties are required to manage the waste within borders. As citizens, we are required to make sure that we are segregating at source. KEPRO's key role in the Sustainable Waste Management Act is to act as what we call the PRO, the Producer Responsibility Organization. As a producer, you are legally obliged to affiliate yourself to a PRO, and by doing that, you transfer your legal obligation from an individual to a collective through a membership organization.
KEPRO's vision for sustainable waste management is embedded in its true north, which is a win for the environment and a win for the economy. So circular economy is what we are really after. And there are steps to get there, but it's very important to understand that everything that we do at KEPRO is essentially a stepping stone towards making Kenya truly a circular economy.
The DI's partnership with KEPRO goes way back before the creation of KEPRO. So back in 2017, the Kenyan government wanted to ban plastic altogether. And at that time, the Kenya Association Manufacturers, that DI also partnered with, approached us to say, what are you doing in Denmark against this? Because we don't think it's the right thing to ban plastic. And so we brought a delegation of Kenyan stakeholders to Denmark to look into what we are doing around sustainable waste management and circular economy. And upon returning to Kenya, the stakeholders, they quite quickly got together, spearheaded by CAM, and then produced an action plan for plastics for Kenya together with NEMA. And that in a way created the inception for creating KEPRO as the first PRO in Kenya.
Our partnership with DI was premised on the concepts of sustainability and green transition as per the recommendations of the International Labour Organization's Recommendation 204. And through our partnership, we are not only keen on driving consumer change and behavior change for that matter, but also empowering and capacity building our waste management operators, not only to help them realize a business case for waste collection and conversion, but also to ensure that we are creating more opportunities for them, even as we move from informal ecosystems of waste management to more formalized ecosystem waste management structures, given the new regulatory frameworks provided for by the Sustainable Waste Management Act.
Sika Green tumeweza kufight na maneno ya waste, tukiangalia tumeweza kutransform area mingi. So unapata kama hii mali tuko hapo palikuwa ni waste, tukaweza kuitransform ikakuwa ni kama green space. Alafu pia ile takataka pia tunatoa kwa mto, tunaweza ku-recycle.
Back in 2022, we met with KEPRO through NMS, and we were trained on the importance of circular economy. And that's when we saw the need and the interest of starting the process and maybe to collaborate with them so that we can get to learn more about waste and the importance of circular economy. Through having them on board, we've been able to be, our members have been capacity built on the importance of waste segregation at the source. And they've also supported us by providing us with the PPEs.
Our primary objective is to make sure that we minimize waste going to the dump site, because we realize that there's a lot that can be recovered from waste that can generate income.
The environmental and economic benefits that have so far happened, I mean, first of all, there's been over 80 million shillings that has been paid into the waste service provider economy from the packaging users. And so there's clear, measurable monetary value that has gone into those entrepreneurs who are engaged in waste collection, sorting and recycling. The second thing is the development of material recovery facilities. These are in itself another type of industry that has an opportunity to be created in every single county. KEPRO has an amazing model which helps counties to start with an MRF in a public-private partnership, create jobs in every single county, and replace landfills and dump sites.
The current situation in Kenya, where waste management and recycling is concerned, has a gap in terms of our members being able to afford compliance.
We partnered with KEPRO last 2-3 years ago, and through some contracts that we signed, we were able to get some subsidy services, some finances that have really helped December Waste to grow a big way. By partnership with the KEPRO, as an institution, we've been able to grow in a big scale. Through the systems that we have set with the KEPRO, we're able to improve on our record work, bookkeeping, and general report that has been of great achievement to us.
The impact we are creating together with KEPRO is to a large degree due to the expert knowledge we bring in from Denmark and the journey we've been through with circular economy for the past 20 years. So we have the luxury of inviting experts, for example, from the Danish Plastics Federation down to come and share what they've been going through and how they've created a PRO in Denmark. So it's very rich, the dialogues we've had. And in a way, it's always nice to learn from other people that have walked the path before.
Our partnership with DI has been quite instrumental over the past 1 year. And more particularly, as far as our consumer awareness campaigns are concerned, we've directly impacted over 1,000 individuals just to be able to encourage them to segregate their waste at source and properly dispose of their waste as per the requirements of the law. In terms of our commitment to ensure green transition, we are working with DI to capacity build our waste management operators, working more specifically with community-based organizations in Nairobi, Kisii and Mombasa, just to empower them to take up more roles within the waste ecosystem. And understandably, the EPR ecosystem is also creating more jobs, and we want to support them on that front.
First and foremost, real education tulihave kutoka kwa KEPRO ya segregation where waste inafaa ikuwe inatoka mara mbili ya dry waste na wet waste, na in that design tumeweza kuona umuhimu wake kwa sababu at least saa hii imepunguza imepunguza uzito wa ile takataka, na pia tumeona takataka mingi ni takataka inakuwa pesa badala ya kutupwa. Na pia katika hiyo harakati watu kwa zile manyumba tukiongelesha pia wameanza kuona umuhimu ya kutofautisha hizi takataka na kuziweka pamoja.
In underserved areas, and for instance, we are working in refugee settlement camps, that is in Turkana, just to also empower these communities to see waste not only as a resource, but also as a potential area for employment. And in other underserved areas, we are working with the residential associations. We recently signed a partnership with the Kenya Alliance of Residents Association, just to be able to also extend our reach to the respective residential areas. We understand that, especially in urban areas, some of these residential entities would not have access to proper infrastructure necessary for waste management.
KEPRO and DRC, Danish Refugee Council, is working together in trying to ensure that the most important sector of sustainable waste management, those being the waste pickers or waste recyclers, is working with them to enhance their capacity to respond or do their work in a better way.
Through KEPRO, we are going to have a very strategic and intensive awareness creation program where we educate the people on what EPR means in the first place, what the law provides for, and the role they have to play to make sure that this actually is taken up.
Finally. If there's an empty chair in front of you, kindly fill it in. Yeah. If there's an empty chair in front of you, move forward. I see you. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Thank you. I see you. Move forward. Yes. Let's fill up. The perks of coming in early is sitting at the front. So take the advantage. You come in early, you sit at the front, you see everyone else. So if there's an empty seat in front of you, yes. The perks of coming in early is to secure a front row seat. Take advantage. Sorry. Thank you so much. Again, for the last time, if there's an empty seat in front of you, kindly fill it in. Thank you so much for gracing this occasion. My name is Mani Anyango. I'm today's MC. So First of all, you guys look amazing, so round of applause for that. Welcome to the annual Circular Conference for KEPRO. If anything, you've made the best decision to be here this morning. It's sad that we've started late. Of course, you know, the rain came in, and it's good that we're all in to start. So I'm gonna request all of us to stand up for the national anthem. Then we proceed from there. Thank you. National anthem, please. Can do it ourselves, right? Oh God of all creation. Thank you so much. Wow. May we all have our seats? If in case you're joining us right now, my name is Mani Anyango, and I'm the MC for today's conference. We'll stick in, and before we start, we all have our badges, right? We might not be able to get access to today's program, but thanks to technology, you know? So at the back of our tags, you can scan it. I believe you all have our phones, yes? You can scan it. There's a program on that website, including the guests, the panelists, and their bios. Again, we can continue with this conversation online. KEPRO is wide and huge online. So on X, formerly Twitter, we are at KEPRO_KE. On Instagram, KEPRO_KE. On Facebook, KEPRO Kenya. And on LinkedIn as well, on KEPRO Kenya. You know, to make this more fun and not a dull sort of conference, you can take a picture, post it on your socials, and use the hashtag KEPRO Conference. Our team will be going through the hashtag, you know, and you never know the perks again of coming in early. So let's do that. And in case you're wondering why you don't have your program, again, for the last time, at the back of our, sorry about that, at the back of our tags, we do have a QR code. You can scan it. There's a program. There's a detailed bio of our panelists and speakers of the day. So don't feel shy around it. Also, the conversation goes on online. Hashtag is KEPRO Conference. So kindly take a pic, tweet it, post it on your Insta story, on your LinkedIn. Let the world know, make noise around this conference. Cool? All right, once again, round of applause for all of us for gracing this conference. We'll start off with our speeches. So I'll invite James Odongo, Chief Administrative Officer of Kenya Extended Producer Responsibility Organization, to come forth and shake us a bit. Gentlemen.
Mike, maybe you can get more mics. So good morning once again. Good morning. I know it's a chilly morning. Understandably, you can see we're expecting around 250, but because of the rains, we are sure we are going to do it the Kenyan style. And interestingly, the person who will come the last is the person who will be having a lot more questions than the people who came in early. But anyway, so once again, good morning. We are going to be graced by Dr. Ayub Masharia of the National Environment Management Authority. He is currently a bit held up at the UNEP. Of course, you understand the INC 3 is ongoing, so he's running a bit late, but he's going to be joining us. So he's given us the blessings to proceed and just at least continue the conversation, understanding that time is of essence. And so I have a small written speech. I might be going off the script once in a while, but the idea is just to appreciate today's conversation and set context for what we await to discuss throughout the day. And so, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, innovators, champions of sustainability, and of course, eco-champs in general, welcome to the KEPRO inaugural annular circular conference, where we are gathering as our collective commitment, and of course, understanding the urgency of the hour as far as climate change is concerned. As we stand at the intersection of innovation and responsibility, our theme for today's conference, Redefining Responsibility Towards Circularity, resonates very loudly. Today, we embark on a journey that transcends the ordinary challenge, ourselves to envision a future where circularity is not just a concept, but a way of life. In a world grappling with environmental challenges, economic uncertainties, as well as social disparities, the need to redefine our responsibilities becomes paramount. The linear models of production and consumption have brought us to a tipping point. Now more than ever, we must reimagine our role as custodians of the planet. Circularity is not a mere environmental agenda. It is a paradigm shift that demands a fundamental reevaluation of our choices. It requires every one of us to rethink how we design, produce, consume, and dispose of our products. It compels businesses to adopt sustainable practices and enact progressive policies, as well as individuals, ensuring that they live consciously. So the cost towards realization of a circular economy in Kenya can be traced back to 2017. Of course, for the Kenyans in the house and of course our East African regional partners and those online, you understand that in 2017, Kenya made a bold move to ban the use of single-use plastic carrier bags. And so beyond this, there was an increasing appetite to ban other products which we felt were of negative impact to the environment. And so to ensure there was a balance between the economic gains as far as production is concerned and ensuring that we also address the resultant environmental effects, the private sector started a conversation. Of course, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, other private sector entities, and with the support of the Confederation of Danish Industries, who are key among our partners today, embarked on a mission to find a formidable solution. Of course, the efforts culminated in the adoption of the Kenya Plastic Action Plan, which was essentially an industry voice agreeing to the embedment of extended producer responsibility as a model to, or rather as a policy approach to address the environmental impacts of production in our country. And of course, through the initiative, KEPRO emerged as the first multi-material PRO, that is in 2019, and we're increasingly becoming a beacon of change, embodying the principles of circularity in Kenya. And of course, our success has been both transformative and inspiring. Through our continuous efforts and strategic collaborations, of course with all of us, but critical for today's conversation, and of course maybe Klaus will be speaking more to it, on where we are trying to also speak to the issues of just transition, more particularly focusing on the waste collectors. So towards the end of today, we'll also be launching the Waste Collectors Toolkit, aimed at guiding the waste collectors on how to handle waste appropriately, and of course, speaking to the changing regulatory landscape as far as EPR is concerned. And so we understand that as a producer responsibility, KEPRO is not only pioneering initiatives that address post-consumer waste, of course through implementation of proven EPR models, but also promoting responsible consumption patterns. If we've also interacted with the Kenyan landscape, regulatory landscape as far as EPR is concerned, we are trying to embody the principles of circularity. So you're not only looking at reducing, but but also encouraging product redesign to ensure circularity and recyclability. So in response to the changing regulatory landscape, the National Environment Management Authority, and I believe Dr. Ayub will speak into that later on, is that in Kenya, we received a public notice on 30th of August this year, where NEMA pronounced itself and indicated that they will now be moving towards the enforcement of the EPR policy provision as envisioned within the Sustainable Waste Management Act of 2022. And so within that space, KEPRO was the first PRO to submit its extended producer responsibility plan, which is of course accessible to all members of the public on our various social media platforms. And the idea is we are speaking a lot more to the faces as guided by NEMA, where you're looking at first creating systems and awareness, of course encouraging data collection, but critical for us will be capacity building of the existing systems. So you are looking at not only speaking to the community-based organizations, but also encouraging, or rather creating awareness amongst majority of the consumers to not only sustainably dispose of their waste, but move to the next level of segregating their waste at source. So of course, we have also emerged as a critical resource in driving awareness and education amongst our communities. So you're looking at, of course, speaking more still to our partnership with DI. We have engaged in recent months schools and various entities, just to also instill a sense of responsibility towards a circular economy. Of course, targeting a lot more the upcoming generation as opposed to the current generation, because the idea is we are so ingrained in a culture of take, use, and then dispose. But we are trying to see if we can bring up a newer generation that appreciates the principles of circularity right from the age. And so our success in this area extends beyond statistics, but we'd also want to manifest the consciousness of individuals that is increasingly growing on understanding their role as far as creating a more sustainable future is concerned. Of course, looking ahead, KEPRO envisions a future where circularity is ingrained within the fabric of our very society. Our way forward involves leveraging technology of smart waste management practices and fostering innovation to not only optimize resource usage, but also minimize unnecessary use of single-use product materials, and more particularly post-consumer packaging. So KEPRO is also committed to being a catalyst for change, continuously evolving to meet the dynamic, challenging times of our current generation. And so for us, we'd want to encourage you that let us not just celebrate our achievements, but also recognize the collective responsibility beyond the corporate boardrooms that we are used to and the policy chambers, but right to every individual community and decision maker beyond this room. It is a responsibility that asks us to consider the life cycle of our products and packaging and calls for collaborative efforts across industries, borders, as well as disciplines. As we delve into the discussion, let us keep in mind that our responsibility is not just to the present, but to the legacy we have for our future generations. Circular thinking is an innovation and an invitation to rethink and reestablish norms and a commitment to sustainability as a journey. So of course, in this room, we have the power to shape the narrative, of course, influence policy and inspire change, and understanding that each idea shared would result to a collective force that can redefine the trajectory of our world. Let us seize this opportunity with a sense of purpose, knowing that the choices we make today will echo far beyond. Together we can refine this responsibility towards circularity. Together we can build a future where the cycles of nature align with the cycles of our economy. Thank you for being part of this transformative journey, and I wish you a fruitful deliberation in today's conference. Thank you.
A round of applause.
Thank you. So maybe just to add, and I think critical for us today, and one of the key learning points for us will be on ESG integration as far as EPR implementation is concerned. So I think so far we'd want to believe that Kenya is bearing the rights, or rather the idea of dragging the rights, being front runners in implementation of EPR. Yesterday the president pronounced himself indicating that EPR is here to stay. So the idea for us is we'd want the other countries to also leverage on the opportunities we are presenting beyond just what we've been able to achieve, but also looking at the challenges and pitfalls you'd want to avoid as you move towards implementation of EPR in your respective countries. Just to also recognize that we have partners from, I think we have partners from Rwanda. A round of applause for the Rwanda guys. I've always assumed all Rwandese are tall, but it's clearly it's relative. We also have Tanzania represented. We also have Uganda. I believe we'll also be joined by a team from South Africa later on during the day. A number of other countries are also represented online, and of course, we also look at we're also looking at it as a platform to not only share the opportunities, but the challenges that we look at, we are looking at as we move towards the future. And of course, critical for us is coming out strongly today and understanding that we have individual roles towards ensuring that EPR is a success within Kenya and within Africa as a continent. Thank you very much, and hope to interact with each one of you later on during the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for him. We can do better. Again. Thank you so much for that, James. Again, just a reminder that this conversation is going on online, and we also have a team of over 30 people who have joined us via Zoom, so you can imagine people are invested in such conversations, right? Again, you can take a picture, post it on our socials, use the hashtag KEPRO conference. We need to make noise about this, right? Even as you're going on, just to, make us more active to kill the crowd. Would you kindly stand up for a moment? Yes, we can do this. While at it, can we clap for ourselves for making it this far? We can do better. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. May you have our seats. As we move on swiftly and educatively, I'm going to bring up Maimo to put up a QR code for us. This is an exercise that we can just sit and listen to speeches, speech after speech, and not feel involved within the conference. So I believe we all have our friends, so you can scan the code. And then kindly answer the question that comes up when you're done scanning. And also, for those of us who don't have access to internet, good news is we have Wi-Fi, and here's the password, all in small letters. So we'll start with Anna. L for maintenance, O for organization, Z for zipline, then first, 23. It's that in order. Yeah. M, O, Z, F, E, S, T, 23. Is that in order? Everyone in? So could we scan that? Anyone experiencing any challenge or challenges? Here to help. Okay. Are we all in? You know, my grandma used to say when you have a child in your house and they're not speaking, there's something happening. So I believe that we are all on it and working on the question. Okay, cool. KE. On Instagram is KEPRO_KE. On Facebook is KEPRO Kenya. On LinkedIn is KEPRO Kenya.
Recording in progress.
And the hashtag to use is KEPRO Conference. So I'd urge all of us, we are many, so imagine if all of us post something about KEPRO Conference. You can imagine what we can make as an individual, not only as an organization, but at the grassroots level. So we also have a bunch of other people who are following this conference via Zoom, and who believe they are also following the conversation and will be picking questions as we go around. Yeah, so I'll invite Priyan to come forth. Just, and the QR code is also back as well. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Let's get the energy in this room up. I feel I know it's a Tuesday. It feels like a Monday, doesn't it? Good. It's awesome to have you all here. And I know the room is half empty, but I've been running out there fielding phone calls. Where is Shamba? Who had a problem getting here today? I know a few of you called me, so I expect a few hands to go up. That's good. Good. Anybody on to Mentimeter so far? Or are you all having tech problems like me? You are having tech problems also? Oh, it's working. Okay. Question. I believe the first question is talking about what do we think are the challenges of implementing EPR? There you go. What are your expectations from the conference today? And what are the concerns you have with respect to sustainable waste management, right? So let's throw up a few concerns and we can start a discussion and a debate. And just a reminder that today's theme is redefining the responsibility towards circularity. And there are 3 sub-themes that we're going to be discussing. The first one is going to be talking about our challenges. The second one, we'll be talking about the change we expect or need. And the third one is a forward view with respect to the circular solutions that are already out there. Okay, so let's this is okay. So we need to learn more about EPR and PROs. We don't know what EPRs will bring. Learn about what the packaging industry is doing. Learn more about circular packaging. Expecting to learn more about different firms and people. A harmonized approach for circularity and EAC. That's a good one. Networking. Lack of appropriate infrastructure. So these are some of the concerns that we have. 24 responses so far. I believe we have more than 24 in the room. So keep typing. So these are a lot of good concerns and questions that we hope to answer today through the panel discussions that we're going to be moderating. Again, today's theme is PowerPoint you to death. We're in a very fun location, a very sustainable location, and we are hoping to have a very interactive discussion with you. These are a lot of questions and concerns you have, and we plan to bring you answers through the panel discussions and certainly your involvement. Okay? So good practices for circularity, understand how EPR is being implemented. Expectation, the conference will define what collective action in circularity will look like. Concerns, what will implementation look like and how do we get there? Very good. Okay, so I think we have a general feel of what's going to happen. Manny, where do we go from here? Guide me. For sure.
We do have a lot of questions, and as Priyan said, a huge team of panelists was going to answer all the questions. So in case they don't answer any, you have the right to raise your hand and say, excuse me, I raised a question, right? So I guess we'll move on to the panelists.
Okay, so before we move on to the panel discussion, Momo, can we bring up the panelists that are going to be coming up? So this is the first conversation we're going to have today. It's going to be moderated by Miriam. Miriam is from KAM. She has been a very big guiding force for us at KEPRO in helping incubate not only us as KEPRO, but many other PROs. So a hands up for, or put your hands together for KAM and Miriam. We also have Richard Kainika, Sonia, Joseph, and Frank. So if you guys could prepare yourselves to come up on stage, welcome up. And as you come up, Momo, let's go to the second question on Mentimeter, because this is going to put context behind what these guys are going to be discussing. And I think this, we want you to provide one word to describe the challenges we face towards implementation of sustainable waste management. So for example, funding, policy, infrastructure, data, any one word you feel which describes the theme of the first conversation, which is challenges, put it up there. And I think we would like the panelists and Miriam to be probing some of these issues. Awareness, money, infrastructure, policy. Infrastructure seems to be the biggest issue. The bigger the word, the more people have voted for it. Funding. Good. So with that, we'll hand it over to the panel discussion, and we look forward to a fruitful.
Thank you so much, Priyan, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. I think we have to recognize and thank the organizers of this forum, KEPRO, from bringing us to this environment. I think all of you have been able to see what kind of environment we envision for this country and what is around us. You know, quite a dream, surreal. I think it sets the pace of what we are discussing today on circularity. So thank you so much, KEPRO team, for the venue. It matches what we really want to discuss here today. Thank you to my panelists today. We have an interesting panel here, very knowledgeable people and experts who we've worked with across different sectors. I request them to introduce themselves and just tell us a few words about the organizations they represent. And you'll get to see that we have a very exciting panel, a panel not only looking at Kenya, but also looking at the EAC level in terms of the integration we need to do. So thank you so much. I will start with Richard, a brief introduction, and just about your organization.
Thank you very much, Madam Miriam. Good morning, everyone. My name is Richard Kainika. I'm the Secretary General of the Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers. Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers is a business membership organization for the Kenya private sector involved in extraction of value from waste. So we register members from the entire value chain of recycling, from people who interact with waste at the point of generation, all the way to the people who convert waste to finished products. So I'm here representing my members, and I have the brief to bring their regards to you and to say that they are very, very happy, and they are keenly following on the online platform. I want to celebrate what is happening currently in Kenya about the EPR, and I'm very, very happy about the transition that is currently happening. We have gotten here because of working together with industry and the government and all other stakeholders. And I'm looking forward to a great interaction and conversation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We can move to Mr. Nyongesa.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joseph Nyongesa from Institute of Packaging Professionals, Kenya. So we are the packaging developers and specifiers. Actually, we sit in the kitchen where packaging is like cooked. And we shall be talking a little bit more about that. So as an institute, we equip, we train, we empower people to understand this thing called packaging so that packaging can be developed to respect not only the tenets of protecting the products as it journeys on its way to the consumer, but also respecting the emerging requirements of circularity and sustainability. I've developed many packages in this country and around the region. So we shall be talking a little bit more about that as we address the responsibility, because we see to where the packaging starts, where the ideas start, before it reaches the market. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nyongesa. We can now move to the other organization. Frank, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Good morning. Okay, my name is Frank Daffa. I am a representative of the East African Business Council. East African Business Council is the apex organization for private sector associations in East Africa. We are based in Arusha, and I think this is a really wonderful opportunity to delve into this matter of circularity in East Africa.
Thank you. As leaving Sonia last because she's from a company in Kenya. The rest of the panelists are from different association, professional body. So I wanted her to introduce herself and the company that she represents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know if that makes me special or the odd one out, but I'm Sonia Oro. I'm the country CEO of Mr. Green Africa. And for those of you that don't know, Mr. Green Africa is the first B Corp certified waste management company in Africa, and also one of the largest plastic recyclers in East Africa. And if I was to encompass what we do in like 5 words, it is our core purpose is to turn waste into value. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes, it makes you special because you have the context of what is happening in Kenya. Thank you so much. So as you've seen, our panelists represent recyclers here in Kenya, represent the professional body of packaging companies. We also have the East African Business Council representing businesses here within the East African level. And of course, we have a company that is implementing recycling initiatives in the country. But just as a background for Kenya, for all the participants, is that this forum comes at a very opportune time. We just hosted the African Climate Summit last month as Kenya. Kenya and the African leaders made a lot of commitments, and one of the commitments has to do with waste management in the country. Luckily for Kenya, we are actually leading the pack in terms of committing ourselves as a country to move to circularity. So we do have a policy now in Kenya that commits us to engage in a circular economy approach in our waste management system. For companies, there's responsibility that has been put on them, what is now known as the Extended Producer Responsibility Initiatives. We are quite excited that one of the first PROs in the country, KEPRO, has now convened us together to come and have a discussion around this. It just shows the successes and the initiatives that Kenya is moving towards to make sure that we are attaining circularity and to make sure that businesses are responsible for the waste management, their waste management, and supporting the country in realization of this. So thank you so much to our host KEPRO and your partners. So I think we'll now move to the discussions and hear the panelists. So Richard has told us that he works with, he represents recyclers, the Association of Recyclers. So Richard would like to know, what are these challenges? And every time I say challenges, what it means is these are opportunities for the country to move forward. So what are the challenges facing the waste management collection in Kenya? And how are we integrating the informal sector so that they are able to rise up to the occasion to support us in the collection initiatives that we have? Thank you.
Thank you, Miriam. Waste collection has a number of challenges. I would like to start with the standard of infrastructure at the moment, that we have issues relating to infrastructure, especially when we consider the role that is played at the informal sector. There is need for infrastructure so that collection can be facilitated. We know that in some areas it is even not easy to access where waste is. Some areas we have issues with bins. Then we also have the issue of rapid urbanization that is currently happening. We know that it is projected that in 2030 we'll be having 40% of our population living in urban areas. So this is also causing a lot of waste generation, especially in the cities, thereby causing the light people who are supposed to deal with waste to fail to cope with the rapid generation. Then there is the issue of poor waste segregation, and we are referring to segregation of waste at source. It's a huge problem because whenever people put waste together, then you find that some of the values that are supposed to be found in that waste is sometimes get contaminated, thereby condemning that waste fraction to be dumped. The other challenge is about illegal dumping, which is causing massive environmental degradation. And then there is the financial constraints. We know that the majority of the people, of the actors in the waste value chain are coming from the informal sector, especially in Kenya, and they come with myriads of financial challenges. On the side of integrating the informal sector, and I have this in mind right now because from the time we got the notice from the authority that the industry needs to align with the APR, there was a huge concern coming, especially to us at the Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers, because from the onset it was easy. It seemed easy from where we sat for the formal sector to align themselves with the requirements of the law. But then there's a huge problem on the downstream, because downstream is fragmented, there is lack of structures, and consequently there will be need for volumes and also proof of work that is happening to align with the APR. So I feel we need to have to develop clear regulations so that these actors may feel recognized and their activities also may be legitimized. And also so that the contribution that they are doing in the waste management sector is also appreciated by the other stakeholders. There is also need to provide resources to enhance efficiency and safety. We know how the state of the workplace, we know how badly sometimes they are exposed to hazardous materials. So there is need to also consider that, so that as we move towards them and to integrate with the activities, then we are also bringing in some incentives to enable them to find resources also that can be able to enhance their efficiency and safety. Something else is that there is limited education in the informal sector, and there is need for them to create educational program. This is towards sensitizing them on the role that they need to take. And I have in mind that once we get EPL underway, there will be need for proper records coming from the downstream, so that the same records then can be appreciated and taken over by the upstream producers. Then there is the issue of land. We understand quite well that most of the waste management activities is happening in areas where there is inadequate land provision. So it's another challenge that we need to consider, even as we integrate the informal sector, so that they are also able to work and to have designated spaces for their activities. So lastly, there is the issue of coordination with other stakeholders. We realize that for EPR to function, we need to capture volumes that are coming from downstream, and therefore then there is need for working together towards putting them in a way that we are able to capture the activities. They are also able to align with the expectations. And all these are the challenges that you'd find coming in matters to do with integrating the informal sector. Some of the issues that we are having again, because as I said, KEWR has been engaging with these actors in order to bring them prepared to the PLOs. The last issue perhaps would be the resistance to change. The resistance to change. You'd find that oftentimes these actors, the informal sector, don't have time to engage. Like times when you want them to do some things, they are not ready and willing to align. So there is need to sensitize and to address the issue of resistance to change, and also to promote cooperation between the downstream and also the upstream. So those are some of the challenges, Madam Miriam and my colleagues. And what I want to say is that these are not things, or these are not issues that can be addressed by one stakeholder, but these are issues that require this kind of forum whereby we can have this discussed, and then a clear a roadmap can be designed and developed so that we are able to address these issues collectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think we are quite honored to hear from the association, because it's their members who are able to tell us what is the journey that we need to take and what we need to do. And you've heard from them in terms of what are these challenges and how do we need to unlock it. And it's quite important because the participants who are here are from a multi-stakeholder background, different people from the EAC, we have partners from different embassies, we have partners who are from different associations globally, we have financiers here, so it's quite critical for us to put these issues out, because if we don't deal with these issues, we won't be able to move the transition that based on what Richard has told us about collection. It would be good to hear your perspectives around this so that we can be able to comprehend the journey that we need to take. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Miriam. I think one of the key things, and maybe if I could share a little bit of math, is that 450 million tons is produced, right? Plastic is produced annually, globally, okay? And the global average for recycling is 9%. So obviously the challenge is very real. Right? And I think one of the key things is that when you look at recycling, I think Richard has touched on a lot on the collection end. There are three key parts when it comes to recycling. There's collection, there's the processing, and then obviously there's the offtake at the end, right? And I would have to say, with starting with the end in mind, is without that guaranteed offtake, the rest becomes moot, okay? So when we start with the terms of offtake, in Kenya and in the African context and the global south, recycled material is still only valued if it's cheaper than virgin. Okay? And that's a very key issue because virgin prices will fluctuate. What we don't take into account is that the recycling process is expensive, and obviously it cannot be tagged to a commodity pricing mechanism. So one of the key things that needs to change on the end, and the challenge I think that is being faced, is that recycling needs to become mandatory. And if that became mandatory, then there would be a lot more opportunity for more recyclers to come into the game. I like to say there is Mr. Green, but there's a lot more room for Mr. Blue and Mrs. Pink to also come in. But first, we have to make sure that they can make money at the end, correct? The second part when it comes to challenges is the processing. This is a very capital expenditure, very expensive, right? It's a very CapEx-intensive business, and that technology is not available cheaply, okay? And if you do go for cheap machinery, that will relate in health and safety issues immediately. So of course you must invest in machinery that will keep the people safe, but also ensure that you have a quality product at the end that can be sold. So one of the biggest challenges from a processing capacity is generally the machinery and the availability of the recycling know-how locally, which obviously is not readily available because recycling is still not one of the busiest industries. Then when we move to the collection, what everybody forgets, I think, generally, is that recycling has a human face to it, okay? And from the collection end is where the humanity really comes in, and as Richard mentioned, it is the informal collectors. The biggest challenge they face is that they do not get a fair wage, traceable situation, or a safe environment to be able to collect the waste. Yet they are responsible for 60% of the plastic on the ground being picked up. So the biggest challenge there is that we are working with the recycling is built on the backbone of waste pickers, right? And yet those same waste pickers are not in a formal way, do not have a formal way to earn a living, okay? They don't have the benefits that come with formal employment. And yet we can go the entrepreneurship way, which would be fantastic, but they also do not have the capital to continue to grow. So if I would look at it across the three areas of recycling, there are so many challenges, obviously, but the key things are really that, one, we must focus on making sure that recycling becomes affordable. We must change the mindset around recycling. I always make a joke that recycling is not sexy. It never has been, plastic has never been, but the whole idea is that it's extremely important, and that's why the INC3 is happening, right? So how do we change people's mindsets, one, to make sure that recyclability stops being, and circularity stops being a buzzword, and actually becomes mandatory and law, and there's an EPR scheme to support the same. And that way, as Miriam had rightly said, challenges are great opportunities for everyone. And I think if I was to leave one word for people is, I could sit here and tell you 50 challenges that keep me in business and keep me employed personally, but the key part is that there's so much opportunity if we could just change the mindset that plastic is not waste, okay? Plastic is a valuable resource that could be able to be reused over and over again. But again, the other challenge is, and I'll point to our chef in the kitchen, is the plastic being designed for circularity? And every recycler will speak up and say, no, there are certain classes of plastic that you cannot recycle, okay, because of the difficulties. But there are some steps being taken by the large brand owners to change the sleeves. Simple things like the branding they have on the plastic bottle goes a long way in ensuring circularity. So I think I'll summarize there and let the others speak as well.
Thank you, Sonia. Sonia has raised quite critical issues with regard to recycling companies. And we are now seeing why we are not having more recycling in the country, or, you know, globally the rates are quite low. It has to do with issues to do with investments. The CapEx, the capital investment, is quite huge, and it requires, of course, a shift and a mindset of everybody to realize that these green businesses are actually working. They're contributing to ensuring our environment remains sustainable. So those are some of the critical areas. I also like what she has brought out in terms of the labor issues regarding informal employment, that it's quite critical that we look at the informal players who are the ones supporting us in terms of the collection of waste in the country, and we need to look at their welfare in terms of what are they getting. But to do this, we must be able to invest in recycling companies. We must support them. We have to see what incentives to give. We must make it mandatory. We must create markets for them. Consumers have to start looking at recycled products as items that not only help in making sure that we're implementing this circular economy, but also supporting these green jobs that we need to make sure are thriving and surviving. So thank you so much for those perspectives. So now talking about, businesses and how, a recycling company, apart from it doing this wonderful role that it's doing, it still needs to be looked at in terms of an entity that is running, a business entity, and which has to be competitive and make sure that they are realizing their support to the country, whether it's growth in terms of jobs, whether it's sustaining the informal waste collectors. So we have here Frank from the East African Business Council, and we'd like him to just highlight, what are these economic challenges that companies face, especially packaging companies in the country.
Thank you.
I think some of the challenges are by my former colleague, and I think the common one is the cost that is related with the entire undertaking when you want to do sustainable packaging. Because as an industry, take an example, one industry in Tanzania where I am from was designing their products to be all clear bottles. So sometimes it requires someone to reconstitute the contents of a product, because sometimes these colored packaging are there to protect the content of the product that is inside. So there is a significant undertaking in terms of research that a company has to do to be able to have a sustainable packaging, but also sometimes you have to change your entire supply chain. You have to buy from new suppliers, and people have to lose businesses while other people gain businesses. So that is a whole new phenomena. But sometimes also the cost of compliance is significant, because like we are seeing in Kenya now, you have to belong to an EPR organization that requires you to pay sometimes membership fees and other. You have to account for other infrastructures to collect your raw materials and the end-use products. So all these have a significant cost to the business. But I think also one important fact is sometimes when you are doing a sustainable packaging, you have to change the branding of your product. Then that has to speak to your customers. You have to go again to inform your market that this is your product and it's not a copy. So sometimes these have a significant impact on an industry or on a business. I would give you an example. Sometimes back in Tanzania, again, I'll give you a lot of examples of Tanzania because I'm from Tanzania. There was a ban on the film. The water bottles used to have a film around them on the top. So the government, in efforts to safeguard the environment, they said they wanted to ban that particular film. So some of the consumers now started to be doubtful of the product. They were saying maybe people can play with the products, and we might have somebody just around the corner packaging the product and distributing it in the market. So sometimes these changes have a significant impact on the market, and consumers need to be made aware of these changes, and this sometimes can lead to losses in the market, but also a significant cost for production. Yeah.
Thank you, Frank. Frank used to work with the Confederation of Tanzania Industries, and we used to work with him at the East Africa Manufacturers Association. That's been quite, the network that's been quite instrumental to aligning all the manufacturers' commitments around sustainability and making sure that all the other countries within the East African country are committing to a circular economy. But what he's talking about is what businesses face, because when you find that a country like Kenya is committing to their companies to start engaging in extended producer responsibility initiatives, it comes with a cost, and of course we know that the cost is to a good cause, which is making sure that they're responsible for their waste management. But when the other countries don't join in to make sure that they are also participating in this, because it has a cost factor, issues to do with competitiveness of those companies come in. And for instance, in Kenya, as an association of manufacturers, we keep on going to government to remind them that as the regulatory burden goes up, companies pay more, they must relook at how competitive companies are. And as you've heard from EABC, because they have a wider lens of what is happening within the East African and the companies, these costs are going to go up, and which we know are going to a good cause. But the East African level and also the companies, the countries at the individual levels must support their companies to become competitive to the global world so that they supply their markets. Designing products is quite a huge cost for them. Cost to do with now compliance. They have to be able to now get experts in circularity, help them with life assessment assessments that they need to do on the impact of their products. So there's a cost that is there, and we hope that the governments can continue supporting companies to be able to move forward with this initiative. So thank you so much for that. Just highlighting to us at the East African level, what are these economic challenges companies are raising. So now moving to Richard. Richard, you've heard Sonia mention about issues to do with markets and the challenges that are there. How can we ensure that, what are these challenges first, the market challenges, from a broader perspective? Mr. Green has told us some of the challenges they are facing, but from your side, what are these market challenges that you're seeing, and how can we address them? Thank you.
Thank you. And market, of course, having said that we are a business membership organization, you know, businesses without market is no business. Like in every other feasibility that you'll ever do about a business, you always start with the market. And I should say the first problem is low demand for our products, which is the materials that we come up with. And I think the core problem is the inconsistency in terms of quality. There is that perception that our market has, that our quality is not consistent, and it is well founded. But I would say that this is a problem that comes with the kind of equipment and infrastructure that is in place where recycling is concerned. The other issue is about, like I said, limited recycling infrastructure. That being an industry that is majority supported by family finance, and these are SMEs, then you find the consistency of the quality of equipment, as Oro had indicated. There is a huge problem, and whenever a product and the equipment is bad or is not adequate, there is inadequate technology, then the cost, the result will obviously be low quality production. Then we also have limited public awareness, and this is amazingly between me and you, that there is very little awareness that recycling really produces the products that we find in the market. And in this regard, I want to bring in all of us as consumers of these products, and also as people who are involved in policy, that we need to have awareness, especially in regards to consumption, whereby when we go to buy products, especially plastic products, then we are made aware of which products are coming from the recycled side and which products are coming from the virgin resins. This is going to help to inform the members to make decisions, sustainable decisions. The challenge that comes along with that is that the market is really has no demarcation between what is coming from virgin and what is coming from recycled materials. And also on side of policy, we have also not had clear-cut demarcation in regards to incentives for recycled materials. So you find that customers and consumers, when they go to the market, they go for the products that are looking good and that are bright, and the dull ones. And when I say dull, that is the market language for products that are coming from recycled materials. So the dull products usually delay. The uptake is much slower, consequently affecting the market for our materials. Then we have the unfavorable market economic factors. As Madam Sonia said earlier, fluctuation of virgin materials affect negatively the uptake of the recycled materials. A case in point, currently, we are having a serious problem where market for PP products is concerned today. I believe that there must be, the market for virgin PP currently must be very friendly. So the uptake for recycled material today is very low. So you'll find that most recyclers now are having to store the PP that they are recovering, and this is negatively affecting the business. Then we have technology constraints, where you find that the technology that is in use today is outdated and inadequate. This is also affecting the consistency of quality that we are providing to the market. And a consistent market makes a buyer to move away to markets that assures consistency in terms of quality. Then we have financial barriers. Like I said earlier, we have lack of access to financial resources, and this is in regards to green funding. We've heard so much about green funding and access to low-cost credit, and also lack of standardization, which is a critical aspect. We would like to have standards introduced, and KEWR is very much ready to provide certification, as we are supported also by the relevant government bodies where standardization is concerned, so that the products that are emanating from our activities, the recycled materials, are branded sufficiently so that consumers are made aware of making sustainable decisions when they are coming to the market. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you for that detailed response around those issues. So I think we now need to just hear from the professionals, the packaging professionals, to let us know what are these challenges that Kenya is facing or we are going to face in our transition to ensure that we have sustainable packaging. Just in about 2 or 3 minutes.
This is why we have problems, Miriam, because you always give packaging 2 minutes. When we are talking about packaging, please give us some airtime.
Next time we
and that is the problem we have in this conversation. Sorry.
We can add 5 minutes to you.
No, give me 10.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm happy that we are here as packaging professionals. We have had a lot of storytelling about this matter, and I would like to salute KEPRO that we are now having story doing. And I'm looking forward to story changing, because we always go through storytelling, story doing, and then the story changes. So first and foremost, we are here to talk about defining responsibility. We have 2 terminologies here, packaging and circularity. I think as packaging professionals, one of the challenges we see is the lack of clarity on the definition of this thing called packaging. Because we have to understand its roots, then we can move it to circularity. Because a lot of times when we hear about packaging, somebody thinks it is either plastic or glass or metal or paper or something. But from the professional perspective, packaging is a system. It is not an item. So when we understand that it's a system, then we increase the probability of moving the system to circularity. Because if we think of it as plastic or glass or metal, then we may not do the thing that we are supposed to arrive at. We have also to understand how we got here. You see, for us, in the kitchen where we develop packs, we train and equip and empower, the packaging kitchen is very noisy and very hot because you have to balance so many interests. You have to address the issue of products. The role of packaging was meant to carry products from the point of production to the point of consumption, up to your table. So when we are trying to develop as professionals packaging, we have to factor in the product requirements. This product must be protected, must be preserved, must be able to be handled efficiently in the supply chain, and it must make its way to the shelf. When you see the shelves as beautiful as they are, a lot of fingers are burned in the kitchen. The pack that arrives in the market means a lot of them have been affected. So we need to understand that packaging is a system that has to balance many interests. The consumer interest, who is you and me, a lot of the packaging we do or develop is made in the name of the consumer. So there is the consumer interest that we have to balance, which comes from marketing. Marketing will come and say, we want this ABCD. Then there is technology involved. The factory, the systems that will make that packaging. We shall discuss with the converters, the resin suppliers, to make sure that that pack will actually is feasible, it is functional, and it will deliver its purpose. So that is another thing. Then there will be the issue of the supply chain. You know, the pack has to move through the supply chain up to the point of consumer effectively and efficiently. Then there are issues of safety. Then, of course, the big boss will come and say, guys, as you burn in the kitchen, I have to make money. I'm not in charity, I have to make business. So there is a lot of trade-offs when you start to arrive at packaging. So when we understand packaging as a system, then we are not talking of moving to circular packaging. We are talking of moving to a circular system, because packaging will have a primary pack, will have a secondary pack, will have a tertiary pack, and it is all very technical and very complex, balancing all these interests. So why are we here? Because we don't take it as a system. That is why there is a big gap between commitments, between legislation and reality. Because a lot of times commitments and declarations and promises are made at a very high level. Then when it comes to the kitchen, it's a different game. That's why, despite all the big declarations that have been made, but you see the implication is small. But if we take packaging as a system, then we increase the probability of speeding up this process and transition to circular economy. But as in the kitchen, when we are developing packs, and Mr. Brian is here, we look at specifications. And we have been, you see, part of this circularity is to reduce materials. And he can agree with me, we have been reducing grammage, I've been pushing him. If I was, because first of all, the circularity has been driven by business, because packaging companies are in business. So we reduce the grammage. Maybe if we are using 25 grams, we shall say let's do 50, as long as that pack will be functional. Because if the pack is not functional, then we shall create more problems than we are trying to solve, because the product will fail and there will be a lot of wastage. When we come to PET, there's been a lot of developments. The grammage has been reducing from 60 grams to now we are talking of 15 or 20 grams. So from the packaging professionals, we are doing something about optimizing specifications without compromising functionality of containing, protecting, and preserving the product up to the final destination. So that is one thing we are doing. Of course, the other things we are doing is trying to see, and they have alluded to, because you need, if you are going to have circularity, these materials must be able to have a market. So what is happening is we are thinking and developing and making standards so that some of the materials that are coming out of circularity can make their way back to packaging itself. Of course, the packaging, like the food packaging, safety is critical. As we talk now, there is no provision for using recycle into food products, but non-food products, they can easily absorb the recycled materials. So there is that, what is required at the professional level is to develop standards, to work with the recyclers, to make sure the recycled material is actually safe. And therefore, we can reuse it back into PET bottles, we can reuse it back into milk or any other food product. So there is that need to make sure that safety is really achieved. And we also, I sit at KEPS, we want to make standards so that recycled material can be incorporated into the standards. If we say in PET, we are going to put 20% recycled material, then PET will get market. If we reach a point, we say 50%, then we get market. If we reach a point where PET can be recycled, as is being done in some countries chemically, so we get a bottle to bottle. So when the material comes back, we can still use the same material. So we get into a situation like where we have glass, where it goes round and round. So these are some of the technological developments. And at the professional level and the packaging level, I think packaging industry has had, and it's very committed to do everything possible to achieve this circularity. And I think the big issue is normally plastic. It's the last born child of packaging, and it's the most stubborn one. So we are aware of that. Okay. Of course, we have had to make glass, metals, and paper, and all these things. So the message I leave with you is, let's redefine packaging as a system and not a material. And we have to move the system to circularity. Because if we take things in isolation, then we shall keep on getting frustrated by setting lofty goals, and on the ground, nothing happens. Sorry, Mr. Brian.
No, I think it's okay. He has ended in a very good note in terms of the issues that he has raised. So as I finish, I had a question on the awareness, but I think Kainek has been able to answer that. So we can just have, in 1 minute, Frank tell us, for us to be able to harmonize sustainability and circularity at the EAC, what are these challenges we need to remove? And you have just 1 minute before I close. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if 1 minute would be enough, but I'll try. I think under EAC we have, when you look at circularity, it's a multifaceted approach, and it needs a lot of factors because, as you know, EAC partner states have different interests, and it is a challenge when it comes to some of these countries regard themselves as least developing, others consider themselves developing countries. So you can find some countries have banned certain products while others are still using them. So this is a challenge which I think under EAC we need to address. But this could be a very good starting point today if we could have a platform under which we as business people could bring these challenges, but also bring up solutions for harmonization. Because under EAC, the biggest drive is to have harmonized and mutually recognized procedures, requirements, and standards. So I think this could be a very good platform where we could start and come out strongly with a recommendation that we need to have these kind of frameworks under EAC. And I think it could be something that the EABC can champion going forward. Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think we needed to end on that note that we can't work as done justice to everyone understanding what are the challenges of collection in the country, what are the opportunities, recycling, packaging, and how we need to move forward as a country towards circularity. So thank you so much. I hand it over back to Priyan. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this panel. As I just make a few remarks, maybe we can have you stand up and we can get a picture as evidence that we talked about this. Sorry? Q&A. The reason we're trying to rush, as you see me policing up here, we have a very important guest who has just joined us, Dr. Ayub Macharia. He's here to give a few words on behalf of NEMA and the DG, and he's got a very short window and he needs to leave. So we are trying to get him on the stage. We do promise, right, that we're going to come back to you as the audience to ask as many questions as you want to not only this panel, but the other panels that are going to come. So write down the questions, note them down. For now, we want to bring up Dr. Macharia and have him give us one of the keynote opening speeches that he was going to give us. And then we're going to move straight into the panel discussion
on policy and change. We've talked about challenges. We're now moving into the change aspect. And, oh, picture. There we go.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Plian.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. All protocols observed. Good morning. As you heard, my name is Ayub Macharia. I work at NEMA as Director in charge of enforcement. Today I'm wearing two hats because I've been sent by my Director General. I understand that the organizers of this meeting invited our Cabinet Secretary to make a keynote address, and our Director General was delegated to do that keynote address. So I have some written speech, and so I want to start by reading it, and then I can, I was also invited to also make comments, and so I'll make my comments after I read the minister's speech. So I'm reading the remarks by the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, Honorable Soipan Tuya, during the KEPRO Annual Circular Packaging Conference on 14 November 2023. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to thank the organizers of this Annual Circular Packaging Conference 2023 under the theme Redefining Responsibility Towards Circularity for inviting me to be the chief guest. As you may be aware, the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry has three key priority areas. The first is national landscape and ecosystem restoration, where we have set for ourselves an ambitious target of growing 15 billion trees by 2032. We went further yesterday to commemorate a one-of-a-kind public holiday, a day set aside for national tree growing. We planted significant number of trees of the 100 million that was the target for yesterday. I would like to thank everyone who turned up in their numbers to make the day a success. If the spirit we saw yesterday is anything to go by, then as a country, we will progressively hit the 15 billion mark. The second priority of the ministry is climate change adaptation and mitigation. And to this extent, we, amongst other things, as a country, hosted the first of a kind in the continent of Africa, an African Climate Summit with the Nairobi Declaration and its roadmap. We have also pioneered in Africa and made a legislative regulatory framework that provides for development of carbon projects to further the aspirations of Paris Agreement. Our third priority as a ministry is that of circular economy. Circular economy is a key priority for the ministry, not just because of its centrality in the fight against climate change by eliminating greenhouse gas emissions through waste management, but also because of its immense potential to transform the socio-economic well-being of our communities through income-generating activities. In Kenya, we generate an average of 8 million tons of waste annually. When broken down, the 8 million tons translate to 22,000 tons daily. Each of the 50 million Kenyans generate half a kilogram of waste daily. Scrutiny of the waste shows that 60% is organic, 30% is recyclable, while the rest accounts for 10%. Unfortunately, most of these wastes end up in our already overburdened landfills and in the streets, choking up our environment instead of being useful raw material for other economic activities that generate income for our communities and revenue for the country. This is one of the reasons it would be important for both the private and public sector to redefine their responsibility towards achieving a circular economy for Kenya. Despite its struggles with waste management, Kenya has an enviable profile for the various bold environmental conservation, ecosystem protection, and waste management policy decisions that the country continues to take. In August 2017, Kenya made international headlines with a ban on use, manufacture, and importation of plastic carrier bags used for commercial and household packaging. We are happy that the world is progressing now towards the conclusion of a plastic treaty, thanks to what I might say, in the most part, was informed by the bold move on the part of Kenya. This week, we host the INC3 conference, which for the first time is going to discuss the text of a legally binding document on plastics to end plastic pollution, including in the marine areas. His Excellency the President opened the high-level segment of INC yesterday and stated Kenya's position that aligns with the African position to transition our plastics to circular economy to enhance reduced use, reusability, and recyclability. We thank the private sector players' contribution for strengthening the Kenyan position. These bold and unprecedented policy decisions set Kenya apart as a country that is determined to become a global reference point and case study in sustainable waste management with an ultimate national goal of zero waste. Further, the ministry has developed a Green Procurement Framework 2021, which intends to incentivize the private sector's transition to green products and services. Much, however, remains to be done to tap the whole potential of the circular economy opportunities on job creation and sustained resource use. As a ministry, we are revising the Environment Management and Coordination Act to provide a clear framework for circularity. We are also developing a circular economy strategy that will guide how we progress towards circularity as a country. We look forward to a robust partnership with the private sector. We would like to have the private sector and the public sector leading from the same page. This would make the country's acceleration to circular economy easy. I wish to thank you for inviting me to this conference, and I wish you the very best in your deliberations. Thank you. So that is from the ministry. Unfortunately, I may not be with you for long because we are already at UNEP for negotiations on the plastic treaty, and I'm one of the negotiators. Right now, what is happening there is countries are reading statements. This morning we were to receive 17 statements from 10 o'clock. And so I'm timing that as I go back. Of course, one of the statements was from Kenya. There is a team that is reading the Kenyan statement. But I am timing that as I leave from here, I will find the groups, getting into contact groups so that we start negotiating the text. So I'm not late from that. But reflecting on why you are here to discuss packaging, I think you are aware that from last year, July, we have some new requirements on packaging. In the past, packaging was considered as waste, just general waste. And general waste was managed within the boundaries of a company. You hire a company to take your waste away. But now there is a requirement that that waste, the way we were throwing it anywhere, now it has an owner. The new law, Sustainable Waste Management Act 2022, extended the responsibility for waste management or for products responsibility to the producer. And so the producer became a waste generator. And so you are responsible You have that extended producer responsibility for products until they reach their grave or they become products again. And so you have to, producers are supposed to take charge of the entire process. And what that means is that the responsibility of waste management was removed from counties who were managing it before. And now counties will only be managing organic waste, biodegradable waste. Anything else, any other product, you are the one who knows what is in the, my brother talks about the kitchen. You are the one who was in the kitchen. You know your ingredients, yeah? And you know their life cycle, okay? So you are supposed to make sure that your product does not degrade the environment. So that means you collect, after you make your profit, make sure you also invest in collecting, transportation, and final disposal, including recycling, incineration, and any other processing. That is the law now. And what we have done is, the law is active. Although we don't have a regulation, the law is active. One of the blessings we have as a country is that we have a law that allows us to innovate. In the absence of regulations, we are able to innovate. Make sure we come up with the systems that can be used to manage our waste seamlessly. And I wish that the producers would take advantage of this benefit, so that before the regulations come, let the regulation find us with those innovations, so that we can legislate them after, when we are sure that they are successful. Some of the private sector people have commented and said that NEMA may not be able to enforce without regulations. That is not true. Because law is about joining dots. And dot number 1 is the Sustainable Waste Management Act, Section 13, that says you are responsible to make sure that your product does not pollute the environment, and including the waste therefrom, okay? And so that makes you a generator. And that, I have indicated earlier that we will lead that now, join with another dot, that is in Waste Management Regulations, Section 4, that says that no person shall dispose waste into the environment, yeah, other than in designated places. So we should not see your waste, your products in the environment, including your packaging. And so what is the message we are sending to all of you in packaging is that please note that you are in charge of your packaging. It's not like before when you never cared, so long as it has gone to the market. Now it is your responsibility. Make sure that you know where that waste goes and how it will come back to be safely disposed. What we are doing now is definitely, I'm happy with the law. My Department of Enforcement is very happy, because now I know who to invite to our offices to explain why things are wrong. I can invite anybody to come, and I read them Section 13 as read with Section 4. And I would wish that you are not one of them. You know, when you visit NEMA, you don't come out empty-handed. If you are not handcuffed, you come out with an improvement notice. And an improvement notice has dates. So you are given 7 days to comply, to clean up a river section. And you know, when you don't comply, then the judge will be, we shall read another, we shall read Section 13, Section 4, as read with the improvement notice. So you see, we are strengthening our case. And so our officers are out. We have started with the rivers. We don't want your products in the rivers, your packaging in the rivers. It is illegal. please make sure that you don't have your packaging in the river. I don't want to start with the ditches. I don't want to start with the roads, because you'll accuse me of being petty. But you know that we have a big challenge with our rivers. They are not flowing. Some of them are, we have had cases of rivers flowing back because of pollution by packaging. And we don't want to lose life because rivers have flown back. So please take care of your packaging. Compel your producer responsibility organizations to use the money that you have given them through PROs to manage your products so that, number one, we don't have your products in the environment. Number two, make sure that you also report on the volumes, that you have managed to remove this number of volumes from the environment. Otherwise, I wish to stop there, but tell you that my officers are out there. Actually, this week you are visiting KEPRO. We are visiting KEPRO, EPROC, and PACPRO this week to audit them, and even KEPRO, those 4 PROs, to audit them so that we put them on a journey towards assisted compliance. Okay? We understand that systems take time to develop, but we must see continuous improvement. Okay? That is, of course, we have worked with the private sector. You know how we work. Not whips all the time. It is continuous improvement, but the whip is up to whip the producers for not joining a PRO. That one there will be no assisted compliance, because you are supposed to look for a PRO and join. It takes just 30 minutes to join a PRO, okay? But then for the PROs, we are with you. We will work together, of course, through improvement notices. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Macharia. Some very strong, loud, and hopefully well-heard words from the man himself. Certainly somebody you don't want to see knocking on your door, okay? And that's why we brought him here. We're going to call him back on stage. We're shifting things around a little bit because he does need to leave to go to the INC for negotiations. I think session 3, which talks about policy and the change, we're going to have that team come up. As I call them up, we have another Mentimeter question. We're going to pull that Mentimeter question up. We're talking about change, a way forward. Alex Kubasu from WWF is the moderator. We have Dr. Macharia, if we can come up again. Matthew from Bowman's, Henry Ochieng from Kara, and James, our very own James Odongo from KEPRO. Come on up, take the hot seat, and hopefully Dr. Macharia doesn't pull out his stick or whip on you. Okay. Question for all of you. Mentimeter, where's Mentimeter? Momo, where's Mentimeter? The question is, we've heard Dr. Macharia talk about connecting the dots and the law and the stick and the rivers and the packaging and all the different messages. I was taking notes, and he's going to come and audit us this week. My question to the audience is very simple. What confidence level do you have on a scale of 1 to 10? On a scale of 1 to 10, what confidence level do you have about the implementation of EPR in Kenya? How confident are we? This is going to be a litmus test for this group. Put them on the hot seat. Are we going to get 10s or are we going to get 1s? We've got 1 to 5 and 5 to 10. This is interesting. I'll be honest, I was not expecting this answer. By the way, 10 means you're confident. Okay? Do we need to reset? We are confident. Dr. Macharia, you've done a very good job. We have less than 25% not confident, and we have 70% confident. And we have how many people have responded? Momo, can we tell how many have responded? 41 people have responded. That's just under half this room. Come on, let's get more people to, it's anonymous. He won't come out with his stick, don't worry. I promise you that, okay? 69%. I think that's fairly representative. So that's Alex, over to you. I think we have a lot of confidence in what we are doing in Kenya, and he will not let us down. So this is a very good lead into the discussion on change and policy. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Priyan, for that, and our esteemed panelists. I will give you a minute each to just introduce yourself and how you situate yourself with this conversation around policy change and way forward. I know we've heard from Dr. Ayub, so we'll start from James and then we come back. James.
Thank you, Alex. I think if you came in a bit early, I'd also introduce myself. But once again, my name is James Odongo. I'm the Chief Administrative Officer at the Kenya Extended Producer Responsibility Organization. KEPRO is a producer responsibility organization primarily focusing on packaging for non-hazardous products and of course predominantly on post-consumer non-hazardous packaging waste. And we pride ourselves in being one of the entities really keen on accelerating Kenya's realization of a circular economy. Of course, not only by implementing proven EPR models, but also encouraging behavior change through continuous awareness programs and capacity building of the various waste value chain actors.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Matthew Arum. I'm a lawyer with Bowman's, Coulson Honey. I think we pride ourselves in trying to advise our clients to avoid Dr. Masharia's officers at all costs. So happy to be here.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Henry Cheng. I'm the CEO of KARA, that's the Kenya Alliance of Resident Association. We are a membership umbrella organization for neighborhood or resident associations that look at how we can organize communities at the neighborhood level to ensure that they are able to effectively engage on issues of service delivery and taking charge of their neighborhood. So in this context, we are basically representing what we could call the end consumers, because ultimately whatever we produce, whatever we talk about in terms of packaging, end in a household somewhere. So at the household level, we look at how can we be able to ensure that people at that level really understand and appreciate the whole issue about sustainable waste management and look at waste as a resource. So I'm happy to be here and looking forward to the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ayub. We've already heard from you, but yeah. Great, so thank you very much, our panelists. And my first question, of course, goes to you, Dr. Ayub. And Kenya is now implementing EPR as per the Section 13 of Sustainable Waste Management Act. And it is one of the most ambitious globally, you would say. And already conversations are there in terms of compliance and getting everybody on board. So how are you going to ensure that there is maximum compliance and that no one is left behind, given that it's more of a universal EPR, but we've only seen traction, for example, on the packaging side? What is the end game for all the others, as from where you sit?
Thank you. Our plan, we have already sent out to those in our network our roadmap. And our roadmap is in 3 phases. I want to concentrate on phase 1, where we want to eliminate joyriders. That is the first thing that we want to do. And in eliminating joyriders, of course, we will need a lot of public awareness. We will continually communicate to the producers who have not yet joined the PROs to join immediately. And we will be quick to make those producers who are not complying to write statement with us. You are aware that I manage a whole police station at my office. So if we call you because of you are not a member of a PRO, definitely you will come out with the documents, and we would like you to record why is it that you don't want to join a PRO. So of course we don't want to go that far. We would rather that people comply without being pushed. We are also working with the CAM. CAM has been a very useful partner to us. And CAM, the good thing with CAM is that they had all these sectors with them. Like I said, we only have 4 PROs right now. We are wondering, where are the vehicles? Because I haven't seen a PRO for vehicles, because they're supposed to be there. Even aeroplanes. Does it mean that we don't have anybody who has imported an aeroplane in Kenya? Now, so we are working with CAM to make sure that we create awareness among the sector groups so that we eliminate the joyriders. And of course, in that phase 1, we have several other points. After dealing with the joyriders, we would also like to make sure that they are complying with the PRO. Everybody must be paid up member. You don't just register and don't pay for EPR fee for management of your waste. Number 3 is make sure you don't have your waste in the environment. Number 4, the issue of data, very important. And of course, for the PRO, we are putting them under negotiated compliance. And negotiated compliance is where we audit you, and then we tell you areas of improvement to make sure that you are operating in every county, including the ones that are far away from Nairobi. So that is our phase 1. And we want to use phase 1 to attract more recyclers in the country so that we have more jobs, more industry in Kenya to manage this waste. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And EPR, even in the ongoing negotiations at INC, especially for developing countries, is really an important lever in terms of getting the resources for underfunded waste management sector. James, how has it been over the past couple of years that you've been leading KEPRO in making sure that you get these resources and clean up? How easy has it been?
Okay, thank you, Alex. I think that's a good question. So we need to understand that between, of course, KEPRO started its operations in 2021, and between that time, and of course, even as the Act came into law, there was some sort of snail speed approach as far as adoption of the same is concerned. So within our strategy, we are working with the coalition of the willing, where it is a case of if you're willing and committed to the cause, is when you make your contribution and make payment for to support the operations of KEPRO. And so that meant that we could only work with a limited budget and within the limits of those who are able to subscribe and commit to the objectives and vision of the PRO. But now with the mandatory ecosystem coming into place, we are seeing an increased appetite and appreciation of the policy approach from a producer point of view. So in terms of fundraising, it's increasingly becoming easy, increasingly seeing more funding coming into place. And just to also give you and help you appreciate how easy or complex it has been, despite the fact that we were in a voluntary ecosystem, is that KEPRO itself, through its members, has to date pumped over 100 million into the waste ecosystem, just in the form of subsidies to waste recyclers, and in addition, supporting the waste ecosystem. So you're looking at community-based organizations, schools, churches, and other social entities, just to also capacity build them, create awareness on the whole conversation around sustainable waste management. So moving forward, and in a nutshell, is that we hope and are positive that with the sustained efforts from NEMA, fundraising for implementation of EPR will be much easier.
Thank you very much. And like Dr. Ayub said, now this is a question to you, Matthew, the learned friend. Some of your clients, private sector, are already saying no regulation, not enforceable. But now Dr. Ayub has clarified and said there is the option of joining the dots, reading the Sustainable Waste Management Act together with MCA and the other regulations. So what is your message to your clients? Maybe there's not free advice, but will they be expecting Dr. Ayub to come knocking at their doors, regardless of the fact that we do not have regulations?
I think what Dr. Ayub has mentioned and what we've seen from NEMA even when advising clients is that NEMA, by adopting this negotiated compliance aspect in relation to implementing this new law and all these legislations and regulations, I think that's been quite helpful. Maybe from the onset, I think it should be noted that when an act comes into play, most times the act will only speak in very general or broad terms. And ideally, you'd wait for the regulations to go into more specifics or particulars. But just as Dr. Ayub mentioned, the law ideally is also very clear on what you need to do and what you should not do. So just because NEMA has not stipulated that you need to join XYZ organizations does not mean that now you'll go ahead and say dump rubbish everywhere or do whatever needs, any other malpractices. So I think it helps having a regulator that's willing to listen, that's willing to hear you out, that's willing to enter into these negotiated compliance mechanisms, which also ensures that the law is being applied in real time. It also ensures that the law is being applied to specific functions, because the law does not operate in isolation. So our advice is always to seek out the regulator. Our advice is always to sit down and not just adopt a perspective of wait and see, but more of a proactive approach in terms of dealing with these matters.
Thank you very much. It's the analogy that my good friend Ebenezer once said, that if you see a bus coming at you, do you try out the driver and say, I hope you're seeing me, you won't crush me, or you duck and put every measure in place? So thank you very much. It's coming, so it's better not to wait and see, but to be proactive. Now there's the linkage between the extended producer responsibility, the responsibility of the producer, but there's also the discussion that is emanating around the responsibility of the consumer. And the consumer is starting at the household. And Kara, Henry, you're already trying to do something around sensitizing households on segregation of waste at source. What is the traction in terms of cascading this producer responsibility, but also extend it to the consumer in terms of managing their waste properly at the household level?
Yeah, thank you very much, Alex, for that. Yeah, it's true that we're already trying to see how to prepare for the whole issue about circular economy approach to waste management. And like I mentioned earlier, we represent the households, which is basically like the end consumers. So what we are looking at now is that for us to be able to successfully transition into this new management of waste, we need to have a change in terms of mindset. Because the truth is that most of us in this room, those who are already adults, we've been brought up knowing how to treat waste in the sense that waste is something to be thrown away. So this new conversation about looking at waste as a resource and being valuable is something that is pretty new to majority of us. And so we'll need to have a very radical mind shift, so that people will start looking at waste in a different way and start putting in place measures to make sure that we are able to manage our waste in a way that is provided for in the law. So in preparation for this and in partnership with some of our partners like the Denmark Embassy and DEPA, we are creating what we are calling a model residential area or a model estate. What this means is that we are working with selected estates or neighborhoods to take them through the process of how they can be able to separate their waste at the household level. Because if we don't start at the household level, in our kitchens, in our houses, then ultimately this will not make a lot of sense. So we are working with selected estates to take them through what the law says, take them through the process, take them through what they need to have in place to make sure that they are effectively separating waste, and of course involving other stakeholders in the chain, like the waste collectors, the transporters, so that as they do that, then we also have the other stakeholders also getting involved and understanding how they're able to handle and treat that waste. What this means is that as we do this as a pilot, we are looking at what are some of the lessons we can draw from this. What are the challenges that are coming up through the process of making people to start separating waste at the household level, and then using that pilot now to strengthen and make it seamless in our neighborhoods in terms of waste separation. So we believe that collectively we must invest heavily in awareness creation and education, and we must invest heavily in making sure that people start appreciating waste as a resource and as a value. And over and above having the model estate in place, we are also going to carry a lot of education and awareness, but also just trying to understand what are the current practices. So we are doing like a research, like a baseline, just to understand what are the current practices at the household level, what are the types of waste being generated, and what are some of the issues that people at that level really need to be addressed in terms of how they're managing their waste. So this will inform decisions moving forward on how we want to handle residential areas or neighborhoods. But we also need to look at how best to make sure that at the end of the day, the people who are involved in recycling of waste or creating some products out of waste have access for those products, for instance. And talk about residential areas, these are much as they're consumers, it's also a market where once you have a final product out of a process, then you can come back and sell to these people for their use. So making that connection between entrepreneurs or business people and the organized communities like resident associations is very key, because now you complete the loop. Once they create products out of that process, then they're able to come back and even sell those kind of products to the residential area. So a number of things that are taking place, but of course, those are some of the snapshots of the conversation that we are having at current level.
Thank you very much. And we are just done with the first round of questions to our panelists. I would invite you, if you have any questions, if the Mentimeter can be brought up so that you can post your questions on menti.com, so that towards the end we can pick maybe the most upvoted questions and have a discussion towards the end. So in our second round of questions to our panelists, coming back to you, Dr. Ayub, I understand EPR, of course, is like the king post of the Sustainable Waste Management Act, but there are so many other good provisions within the Waste Management Act, including MRFs, including county taking leadership and doing a lot of good work. What is the traction on that? Because the light has been shining on EPR, but in the event that the delays continue, what are the other creative and innovative ways to ensure that circularity of materials that get into the economy is done properly with the provisions of under the Sustainable Waste Management Act?
Thank you. What I would say is that we are proceeding with the implementation of the Sustainable Waste Management Act, because it's an act of parliament. You know, when an act comes out, nobody can cancel it other than parliament itself. So the law is active. And what the law says, of course, it talks to all of us. As a citizen, everybody is supposed to segregate their waste at source. And then, for the first time, you are also supposed to pay. You are a polluter, you pay for the waste that you generate. You pay the waste service provider to take your waste away. And then number 3 is, where does the waste go? We were very bold as a country to suggest that we need material recovery facilities instead of dump sites. We know that these facilities were not there, they are new. And you know, new things they come with a cost. And so how are we avoiding that cost? We are in discussions with the counties, because normally all our waste, when we give it to the waste service providers, it goes to the dump sites. So we are advising counties to first of all reorganize that dump site and convert it to a material recovery facility. I know that has been, in the past, we used a buzzword, decommissioning of dump site. And you know, it's a process. but we don't want to get into those costs initially. Decommissioning will come later, but the immediate intervention is let us reorganize our dam sites so that we don't have new dam sites. We don't create new dam sites. So we are not advising counties to start MRFs. Instead, we are telling them where the trucks are used to going, please let them continue going there, but reorganize it so that we have a place for organic and a place for dry waste and a place we call the landfill. Okay? So if they give us the 3 spots, then we also start enforcing on those trucks that come there so that the trucks do not bring mixed waste. So that when you engage in sorting at home, the waste does not get mixed the way it is happening now. So we feel that if we do that, the waste service providers will now go back to their customers and create awareness. So you can see we have recruited another entity to do public awareness to us, customers. And then the PROs, because they're already active, they are supposed to create awareness about what do you do with your bulb? What do you do with a diaper if we have a young mother? So what we are recommending is, although we are supposed to put all our waste in the bin, the 3 bins, we would like that if you could think twice before you put it in the bin, you could make money out of it. And we are asking PROs to declare how much money will they pay for one phone, one piece of phone, or a kilogram of phones. They are the ones to give us the variables, I mean the units of measure for phones, for fridges, for TVs, for radios. If they call them electronics, fine, but they give us that unit of measure. So that as a member of the public, you have an option to either put it in the bin so that it goes as general waste, or take it yourself to the collection center and you'll be paid for collection service using the EPR. Now, regardless of whichever way you follow, even if you put it in the bin, that waste will still be, the PRO has to pay for it. Somebody has to be paid for collection service. So it is still meeting. And that way, we want to collect, we want to recover as much waste as possible. Now, are we doing well with the recovery and recycling? No. Right now, our recycling capacity is very low, perhaps less than 10%. So where will the waste go that we are talking about? Much of our waste will go to the dam site for now. But as I said, in phase 2, we expect that we'll get data, and that data will be used as something to entice the investors to come on board. So in terms of implementation of the Sustainable Waste Management Act, that is the model that we are using. But now for an institution like this, what do we expect? We expect 3 bins. We expect a plan. We expect a plan, a waste management plan for a facility like this. At the same time, there are other circular economy interventions that are recommended in the law. So they are supposed also to make further engagements, like they are supposed to make sure that their production systems are not wasteful. Yeah. There is cleaner production. Yeah. When you say yeah, it means I should stop. Thank you very much.
No, I'm not saying stop, but I want to pick on that thought because we are in a circular packaging conference, and other than the downstream and so much about downstream and waste management, there is so much also about upstream interventions, and I was just speaking on now those other interventions, and I wanted to bring the question to James around the fact that there is eco-modulation. I know we've not developed that much, but are you already having conversations around upstream interventions around circular design for packaging, and what is the traction along those lines with your members or with the producers that represent you?
Yes, I think you would have insisted on we don't have standards so that we continuously push Daktari to gazette the regulations. But in the interim, even as we wait for the regulations to guide on the eco-modulation, I think the conversation for us is encouraging circularity right from the design stage. And we proactively, I think Kenya Plastic Pact is here, we proactively partnered with them also just to also guide the conversation on packaging design standards, even as we wait for the gazettement of the official design standards. But beyond that, we notice that even as we push design for circularity, we've always forgotten the bit on the business case. What is the incentive for the producer to actually design for circularity? So we're also tailoring our conversation just beyond the gazettement and encouraging businesses to design for circularity. What is the impetus for them in terms of investing, say, 10 million Kenya shillings to change their product design or packaging design? So for them, for us, it's trying to encourage them to look beyond the initial cost of changing their design, or rather packaging design, and looking at a business case beyond just the design. So even as we push for gazettement and standardization of design for circularity, we're also including the conversation on, is there a business case for design for circularity? Yes, yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And now, Matthew, they always say the law is very clear, but we've had a lot of laws and regulations around waste management from MCA. Now we have strategies and things like that. So what are these legal barriers that make our environment not so clean, even with the existing laws? And what is the potential that even with EPR, sustainable waste management, you know, we've always had these laws, but we are not yet there in terms of getting the environment very clean. What do we need to redesign to be innovative about simple, easy to follow laws and regulations, or what is the barrier in your view?
So I'd talk about that from a barrier perspective, but also in terms of what positives we've seen being done. I think the major one is just the gaps in the law, and I think it's what keeps repeating itself from every discussion that we have on these topics, even from the questions I'm seeing here coming on the screen. Though many are for Dr. Macharia, they keep going to certain gaps that are in the law, and sometimes this is a result of the laws coming into place and the regulations not following soon after, or the laws coming into place and the regulations never coming into play at all, and sometimes not having an all-inclusive approach in terms of creation of these laws. So you find that a law has been created without proper stakeholder engagement. So a law comes out which does not really speak to the business needs. It's not really practical in terms of what it aims to achieve or what is required, which tends to create bottlenecks even in terms of getting people to comply. So I think NEMA has tried, or rather I think government tries, in terms of just having public participation for these laws and regulations coming into place. Sometimes not all views are adopted, of course, but I think that's something which we should keep building on in a much better way, in terms of just engaging the public as widely as possible for purposes of bringing these laws into place. And that's from all the way from the people who are doing informal recycling practices all the way to the top. In addition to that, I think there's also a tendency to have some sense of over-regulation, if I can put it that way. So sometimes a policy will come into place, then a law will come into place, then the counties will do the exact same thing. And then you have businesses or individuals struggling to wonder, what exactly am I meant to comply with?
So I think there needs to be a lot more synergy in terms of that, just in terms of having both counties and national government work with synergy and in a harmonious manner. I know the sustainable waste management provides for counties to also develop certain legislation for county purposes in terms of its implementation. And so I think it will be very useful to have all this speaking in one tone or in one voice to ensure that compliance does not really become a task, or it does not really become some monstrosity which no one wants to think about, but something very easy to follow, very clear, very, yeah, basically something very clear for people to follow.
Thank you very much. This will be a bit of a reflective question to Kara and to all of us, because we all live somewhere, we all pass through roads, we all see the devastating impacts of having a dirty environment. So whether you're representing industry, you see your product there every day. And whether you're in government, you pass by, you see the road is littered, and the problem is on our faces. So the question to Kara and to the panelists maybe is, what conversations should we be having with businesses, with governments, to try and ensure that this very alive issue, we are trying to get towards the solution and not stick on the treadmill of we don't have regulation, we want this, we want this, we want this. How can we move away from the legalese, the ping pong, and just try to say, okay, it's not clean. We are starting at the residence level. What do we need to do?
Yeah, thank you very much, Alex, for that. I think because, like you said, this is an entirely new conversation, we need to start from the point where we understand the roles and responsibility of each party, because everybody has a role to play. As a household or as consumers, there's a role you're supposed to play. Government has a role to play, and even the business people. So it has to be clear that as we transition into this new way of managing waste, we understand what exactly each party is supposed to do, at what level, and how do these actions connect to each other, because it's a whole loop. And if one part of the loop is broken, then we miss the whole idea of what we're trying to do. So as Kara, we are really keen to do our part in terms of making our members or making resident associations or people in the household understand what exactly is expected of them. What does the law say as far as their role is concerned? And how do they relate with the other people who are part of the chain so that we are able to complete the chain? So that's the first thing, understanding what exactly is each part supposed to do. And then what infrastructure exists for making sure that this is done. We appreciate that when this is fully in place, then even at the household level, we'll have to now look at having different streams of waste separation. Maybe you'll have a bin for organic, for plastic, and other waste. And this has not been the practice. This is something new. So we have to understand what are these things that are required to be in place to enable us to move this conversation forward. But understanding the law is also very key, because now there are a number of laws that have been put in place to support this whole transition. And it's normally said that ignorance of the law is not a defense. So even as we talk about issues about how we need to shift, we have to come very clear on what the law says, what are the expectations, what are the sanctions there, so that even as Ayub here make use of the whip, he only whips those who know the law but are refusing to comply. And we don't have a situation where people don't even understand what the law says in the first place. And then the aspect of partnership, because I envision a situation where we'll even have things like take-back scheme between now the producers or the manufacturers and the people who are using the products. What kind of arrangements do we need to put in place to ensure that we have this kind of seamless partnership that is beneficial to everyone? We have, for instance, the people who are generating this waste at the household level. There's expectations that maybe if somebody is coming to collect the plastic waste from an estate, for instance, there's some kind of compensation that they're supposed to get. So how does this look like? And how do we make sure that if there's a take-back scheme, it is working seamlessly? So that level of understanding and that level of partnership will make sure that it is a win-win kind of arrangement where everybody in the chain is winning and is making good use of the opportunity that we have. So those are some of the things that we need to look at moving forward so that at the end of the day, we are making progress in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we are coming towards the end of our conversation. I know we've posted some of the key questions here, but I would want to invite those who posted from the 3 rows, one person. I know it's good to feel heard. The questions are already posted. But if you've posted a question from row number 1, kindly raise your hand, and row number 2 and row number 3 will have 3 questions, which will come to the panelists, and then we wind up with their parting shot. So from row number 1, if you raised a question, yes, the lady in black. And then row number 2, so many of you, maybe we'll need to choose one person. Row number 3, yes, you only have 1, 2. So I'll take the discretion to select at least 2. If we have the roving mic here with the lady in black, kindly. Who's assisting with the roving mic? Yeah, you can just pick from here. So keep the question short and succinct so that we have those questions and then come back. It's in front here.
Thank you for the effort that is done in NEMA. My concern was, how do you enforce the importation product, the waste that arises from the importation, as you have done for the local companies, to enforce them using PRO? That's my question.
Thank you. Behind there, the gentleman behind. Yes, in this row. Yeah, the one in a half jacket.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah.
I wanted to just know how the PROs and NEMA will price the waste streams, in terms of, will we have the same waste streams, same price for each waste stream, or will we have different for different PROs? And will NEMA help regulate the pricing?
Thank you. Yeah, keep it short.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's on.
Thank you. Thank you. My question again is to Dr. Hayuba. As NEMA pushed for compliance of EPR by all actors, both upstream and downstream. Sorry. As NEMA pushed for compliance of EPR by all actors, both upstream and downstream, what support is it giving to promote social safeguards and just transition through EPR, in particular for informal circular enterprises and entrepreneurs, not forgetting the informal circular service law? Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a gentleman behind there. Behind in a suit. Then we'll have the honor to ask the last one. We'll come back to you. Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Jean Ornam, I'm the CEO of the French EPR organization. And I was that there are still remaining companies not paying, which is unequitable to the others. And it was decided that if you want to run business, you need to have just a registered number to a PRO. So I wanted to know if you're considering this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The lady in blue will be the last one to ask the question.
Thank you very much. Mine is just a simple question. We have the producer of plastic, and then we have plastic packaging, and then we have the user, the one who uses the plastic packaging. So who has the responsibility here? Because it looks like there's double.
Okay. Thank you. I know the experts will answer. There is in double. So I would invite our panelists to respond and also give their parting shot. And I'll start with you, Dr. Ayub. There are a couple of questions directed at you. And then in another minute, you can give your parting shot.
Thank you. Thank you. On importation, the law, Section 2, defines the producer. And an importer is a producer. And so we expect them to join PROs. And right now we are looking for them, the importers, to check whether they are compliant. And what we want to do further to that is we are setting up an enforcement team, a multi-agency enforcement team, comprising of agencies that are at the border control. That means Kenya Airports Authority, Kenya Ports Authority, Kenya Revenue Authority, the Trade, they are our members, plus the private sector, CAM, KEPSA, and Kenya National Chamber, so that what I do, they also hear what I'm planning to do, and they moderate me. I need to be moderated so that I don't go wild, so that we do it together, so that whatever decisions we make are acceptable, and they are also business friendly, but everybody must comply. The other issue is pricing. Pricing is the elephant in the room right now, because the prices that have been proposed by the PROs, they are very low. And so we are inviting them for a meeting, not to present to NEMA. Kenya, there is public participation. Some of the guys who will participate in that meeting are the waste pickers and the Association for Waste Recyclers, so that they explain the criteria they used, because we must justify whatever we do. We must make sure that we don't exploit one another in this whole process. Let's give value. Everything is rightful value. Let's see how they consider the existing market, because there was existing market for paper, for metal, for HDP plastics. So how are they factoring in that in the new dispensation? So that is a meeting that is coming soon, convened by NEMA. But of course the PROs will convince the waste speakers, not us. We hope that at the end of the meeting, we may have uniform pricing, so that we don't have somebody fixing at 5 bob, another one at 2 bob. and that also addresses the issue of just transition. For us, just transition is, we would like everybody to be, we need safe working environments. So they need to see where they are getting their materials, the collection points. Are those guys well dressed? Do they have PPEs? Also, the guy who brought that material, is he well compensated? That goes to pricing. So that is how we are addressing the issue of just transition and social issues. Now, businesses, are they supposed to register with the PRO? Not all businesses. You only register with a PRO if you are releasing something into the market. If you are just a stockist, then you don't need to be a member of a PRO, okay? So a supermarket like Naivas, for example, will only become a PRO if they repackage sugar and brand it Naivas. Otherwise, for stocking all the other things, the other products from Unga, from wherever, that does not qualify them to become PROs. The person who brought that thing there is the one who is supposed to join the PRO. So a kiosk is not a member of a PRO. It's only that it is a market, and therefore justifying why the producer should be a member of a PRO. I agree with you. The issue of double counting, this is very important. The issue of double counting is possible. I think the gentleman from packaging has said, here, there are some people who just make papers or packaging to be used by another person. Now, who is responsible? That other person now blends it and releases it to the market. You see, to us, all the three qualify as producers. Okay? So from the NEMA side, each of them has a shelf somewhere where you are placing your material. Even if your material, you are not the one who is filling up, but you are a producer because somebody came and bought it and went to use it. However, when it comes to payment of the EPR fee, we would like them to justify that they are not responsible. So at the EPR, at the PRO level, that is where the real payment, the real person who is responsible will be known, and that is the only one who will be held accountable. But from the NEMA side, we just know you like a producer, okay? And you know payment in NEMA is zero. You are not paying anything to NEMA as a producer for now, because we don't have a regulation. But of course, registering with the PRO, you pay. Now, my parting shot. My parting shot is that the Sustainable Waste Management Act, the issue of EPR is a very good initiative. Please, Kenyans, let us support it. Don't make me come chasing after you, okay? Let us all support it because it is going to help our country to recover resources so that we don't waste resources, and also make sure that we have a clean and healthy environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Henry, your parting shot? And any question that you want to respond to?
Not really, but just to say that there seems to be a lot of emphasis right now being placed on the producers and the people responsible for the packaging. But like I said, we also need to start giving a very critical role to the end consumers, people at the household level, so that we start having that systematic mind change shift. So what we need to look at as people in this room from different sectors is joining hands, creating partnership to make sure that we have very adequate information and we create enough awareness among the population at that level so that they also play their part. Otherwise, we'll continue doing what you are doing at this level, and then when you come at the level of the household or neighborhood level, then you find that the practice is still the same. Nothing has changed. Yeah. And that really makes nonsense of the whole process. So partnership in that regard, I think, is very key, and we must all join hands to make sure that that happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. It is a short.
Maybe just again to emphasize that waste management and waste generation is an all of us problem. Regardless of whether the law provides for it or not, it's something that we will need to deal with. And so we need to be more proactive. We don't need to sit and wait for the law to catch up with us. Or rather, we don't need to say law, but rather the law can catch up with us later. I think awareness and continuous awareness is required. Engagements such as this, discussions such as this are really helpful, but also just extending it further to the public at large, just to understand why these discussions are important and why we need to manage the waste carefully, because at the end of the day, it's for the better of all of us and future generations. Thanks.
Thank you, James.
Yes, I know you want me to summarize as fast as possible. So mine would be the usual action to all of us. Once we leave here, I think the biggest message we'd want to take out is separate your waste at source. First, sustainably dispose it off as required, then separate your waste. Thank you.
And Priyan, I know you know, on my neck, there was a resounding silence from the Kenya private sector, and I'm informed that Faith Ngigi was supposed to be part of the panel, and the only lady is online, and she has a little contribution, if you can indulge her.
Absolutely.
So Faith, if you are able to hear us, you have the floor, or 2-3 minutes max, so that we can hear from the private sector on their perspective around extended producer responsibility regulation and whether the private sector is happy or sad. Faith.
Thank you, Alex, and good morning, everyone. Sorry for not being able to be there physically. I think I applaud Daktari's flexibility. I think he's moving very fast than me. But thank you very much, everyone, for the opportunity to maybe reflect about private sector and EPR and what it has meant, and the journey we have taken. I could say EPR is a collaborative agreement between the private sector and Kenya, the private sector and the government, knowing very well where we came from the issue, from the standpoint of banning materials, especially the plastic, now that we are in the plastic conference, packaging conference, to a point where we came and agreed that EPR, the extended producer responsibility, was the way to go. So for us in Kenya, we are not sad, we are actually happy that EPR is actually with us. And we have a very ambitious vision as far as the implementation is concerned. One, EPR gives us the opportunity to self-regulate as private sector. We appreciate the work that the government is doing through NEMA in terms of enforcement and always reminding us what we need to do. But I would urge the private sector, ourselves and our members, that the EPR really is our instrument. And therefore, if we took time to understand it very well, and if we took time to actually implement a lot of what is required, we'll be in a better position to lead and guide this discussion just like we have done in the past. We are at a crucial point of implementation, and it's at this point where things we can either make or break. But I want to believe that the fortitude shown by the private sector for the last, since 2018 up to now, the upcoming voluntary producer responsibility organizations that are shaping up, minus a regulation, is a clear demonstration that we have the will and the desire to be able to make this work. I'd like to couple this up with why the regulations are important. Why the regulations came in place, there was an agreement between ourselves and the government in 2019 that we needed a mandatory producer responsibility framework in the country. While we appreciate the voluntary mechanisms, but we know they are not adequate. One, there was unfairness in terms of who was actually feeling obligated. And I like the question that was asked on the floor, who is the producer? There's still many who think or believe that they are not part and parcel of the same. So it was very important that we have a common definition of who is a producer, a common agreement on what is the obligation, and a common agreement on what is the expectation, so that all of us are reading from the same page. And therefore, the Sustainable Waste Management Act Section 13 really provides a framework of what is the expectation, even as the policy mentions that EPR is a principle. And therefore, we have opportunity to be able to make it work in the way that works best for us, knowing that we are trying something that is not very common in the global south. But we as Kenya, we are in a position to lead the process. I want to link this up with the Global Plastic Treaty that is ongoing and why it is important. The question of the Global Plastic Treaty that came last year, it came at a point where we have been unfolding very many insights as we implement EPR. One, we started EPR as a waste management problem, but as it has emerged, it has also become a trade issue. It has also become a business issue. It has also become a data issue. So every other day is like you're unfolding an onion around it. And once it came to trading, we realized that we as Kenya cannot live in isolation from our peers. We cannot live in isolation from the region. And therefore having a framework that helps to kind of align a level playing ground, not just for producers in Kenya, but also within the region, was very, very important. And therefore, when the treaty came in terms of agreement that we need a global treaty, you can be sure we as private sector are very happy, because then it means we'll use this as a tool for aligning global practices around it, and then we don't have to get ourselves into what we call non-tariff barriers. And therefore, this opens up our market, this opens up our expansion, and above all, it helps us to be able to be people who are able to not only pursue profits, but also are very conscious about our planet and also very conscious about our environment. So I allowed EPR for the private sector as an instrument that we can use to self-regulate ourselves and also be able to be very competitive in this particular age when environmental sustainability and green growth is the way to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Faith, and that is a round of applause from the delegates here, and such a positive note to end this discussion. And thank you very much for listening and for your questions. Thank you very much to our panelists, and over to you, Priyan.
Thank you, guys. I think we've had a lot of very good information. we started off the poll with a 70% confidence rate on EPR successful implementation in Kenya. In the interest of time, I'm not going to put the poll up again and ask you again, because I think tea is served and we're all hungry. But we will ask the question a little bit later. We're curious. Go out, discuss. Let's understand if we're more confident when we come back or less. We have a few more panel sessions set up this afternoon. As you're out there, there are a lot of interesting booths out there with a lot of innovation on some of the things we've been talking about around packaging innovation. There are a lot of kitchens out there, Mr. Nyongesa. Please go assess them, the ingredients, and let us know if they're worthy of your standards. Thank you. We will be back, because we're very much behind time, back in about half an hour, please. Okay? Thank you. Sorry? A photo for the panel, please, yes.
KEPRO is a PRO committed to accelerating Kenya's realization of a circular economy through implementation of proven EPR models and driving consumer change through awareness creation and capacity building for our waste management operators.
KEPRO is a new type of business. It's a non-profit. It has been created to help ensure that people who are using packaging to introduce their products into the market are taking a responsibility to channel capital through KEPRO to the people who are going to collect, sort, and recycle that waste.
The Sustainable Waste Management Act was signed into law last year, and it is important to know that this is now a legal requirement by all producers. As producers, all producers, you bring in a product into the market, you are required to pay for its end of life, the recovery of the waste after consumption, the refilling, the reusing, the recycling, and possibly the end of life of that product or packaging. It is a devolved function, and counties are required to manage the waste within borders. As citizens, we are required to make sure that we are segregating at source. KEPRO's key role in the Sustainable Waste Management Act is to act as what we call the PRO, the Producer Responsibility Organization. As a producer, you are legally obliged to affiliate yourself to a PRO, and by doing that, you transfer your legal obligation from an individual to a collective through a membership organization.
KEPRO's vision for sustainable waste management is embedded in its true north, which is a win for the environment and a win for the economy. So circular economy is what we are really after. And there are steps to get there, but it's very important to understand that everything that we do at KEPRO is essentially a stepping stone towards making Kenya truly a circular economy.
The DI's partnership with KEPRO goes way back before the creation of KEPRO. So back in 2017, the Kenyan government wanted to ban plastic altogether. And at that time, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, that DI also partnered with, approached us to say, what are you doing in Denmark against this? Because we don't think it's the right thing to ban plastic. And so we brought a delegation of Kenyan stakeholders to Denmark to look into what we are doing around sustainable waste management and circular economy. And upon returning to Kenya, the stakeholders, they quite quickly got together, spearheaded by CAM, and produced an action plan for plastics for Kenya, together with NEMA. And that, in a way, created the inception for creating KEPRO as the first PRO in Kenya.
Our partnership with DI was premised on the concepts of sustainability and green transition as per the recommendations of the International Labour Organization's Recommendation 204. And through our partnership, we are not only keen on driving consumer change and behavior change for that matter, but also empowering and capacity building our waste management operators, not only to help them realize a business case for waste collection and conversion, but also to ensure that we are creating more opportunities for them, even as we move from informal ecosystems of waste management to more formalized ecosystem waste management structures, given the new regulatory frameworks provided for by the Sustainable Waste Management Act.
Sika Green tumeweza kufight na maneno ya waste, tukiangalia tumeweza kutransform area mingi. So unapata kama hii mali tuko hapo palikuwa ni waste, tukaweza kuitransform ikakuwa ni kama green space. Alafu pia ile takataka pia tunatoa kwa mto, tunaweza ku-recycle.
Back in 2022, we met with KEPRO through NMS, and we were trained on the importance of circular economy. And that's when we saw the need and the interest of starting the process and maybe to collaborate with them so that we can get to learn more about waste and the importance of circular economy. Through having them on board, we've been able to be, our members have been capacity built on the importance of waste segregation at the source. And they've also supported us by providing us with the PPEs.
Our primary objective is to make sure that we minimize waste going to the dump site, because we realize that there's a lot that can be recovered from waste that can generate income.
The environmental and economic benefits that have so far happened, I mean, first of all, there's been over 80 million shillings that has been paid into the waste service provider economy from the packaging users. And so there's clear, measurable monetary value that has gone into those entrepreneurs who are engaged in waste collection, sorting and recycling. The second thing is the development of material recovery facilities. These are in itself another type of industry that has an opportunity to be created in every single county. KEPRO has an amazing model which helps counties to start with an MRF in a public-private partnership, create jobs in every single county, and replace landfills and dump sites.
The current situation in Kenya, where waste management and recycling is concerned, has a gap in terms of our members being able to afford compliance.
We partnered with KEPRO last 2 or 3 years ago, and through some contracts that we signed, we were able to get some subsidy services, some finances that have really helped December Waste to grow a big way. By partnership with the KEPRO, as an institution, we've been able to grow in a big scale. Through the systems that we are set with the KEPRO, we're able to improve on our record work, bookkeeping, and general report that has been of great achievement to us.
The impact we are creating together with KEPRO is to a large degree due to the expert knowledge we bring in from Denmark and the journey we've been through with circular economy for the past 20 years. So we have the luxury of inviting experts, for example, from the Danish Plastics Federation down to come and share what they've been going through and how they've created a PRO in Denmark. So it's very rich, the dialogues we've had. And in a way, it's always nice to learn from other people that have walked the path before.
Our partnership with DI has been quite instrumental over the past 1 year. And more particularly, as far as our consumer awareness campaigns are concerned, we've directly impacted over 1,000 individuals just to be able to encourage them to segregate their waste at source and properly dispose of their waste as per the requirements of the law. In terms of our commitment to ensure green transition, we are working with DI to capacity build our waste management operators, working more specifically with community-based organizations in Nairobi, Kisii, and Mombasa, just to empower them to take up more roles within the waste ecosystem. And understandably, the EPR ecosystem is also creating more jobs, and we want to support them on that front.
First and foremost, real education tulihave kutoka kwa KEPRO ya segregation where waste inafaa ikuwe inatoka mara mbili ya dry waste na wet waste, na in that design tumeweza kuona umuhimu wake kwa sababu at least hii imepunguza uzito wa ile takataka, na pia tumeona takataka mingi ni takataka inakuwa pesa badala ya kutupwa, na pia katika hiyo harakati watu kwa zile manyumba tukiongelesha pia wameweza kuona umuhimu ya kutofautisha hizi takataka na kuziweka pamoja.
In underserved areas, and for instance, we are working in refugee settlement camps, that is in Turkana, just to also empower these communities to see waste not only as a resource, but also as a potential area for employment. And in other underserved areas, we are working with the residential associations. We recently signed a partnership with the Kenya Alliance of Residential Associations, just to be able to also extend our reach to the respective residential areas. We understand that, especially in urban areas, some of these residential entities would not have access to proper infrastructure necessary for waste management.
KEPRO and DRC, Danish Refugee Council, is working together in trying to ensure that the most important sector of waste, sustainable waste management, those being the waste pickers or waste recyclers, is working with them to enhance their capacity to respond or do their work in a better way.
Through KEPRO, we are going to have a very strategic and intensive awareness creation program where we educate the people on what EPR means in the first place, what the law provides for, and the role they have to play to make sure that this actually is taken up at different levels.
The potential of job creation is massive in an economy that transitions from linear to circular. All of these things essentially do not need mass manufacturing. They need small entrepreneurs to create businesses that are able to customize products, that are able to repair products, that are able to bring these products back into reuse or refill. And to me, this is an ideal space for SMEs and marginalized people who can create this entirely new generation of businesses.
It's crucial when we talk waste management that we also start where the problem is and where it can also lead to growth. Because when we put a value on waste, it becomes a commodity for the local community where they can engage with this economy, they can collect the waste, they can get properly paid by an aggregator or a collection center.
Tumeweza pia kumekdo katika hizi takataka, mostly unapata tuko na maplastic na tunapata KEPRO inatusaidia na market, na ambayo pia imekuwa ni sustainable pia kidogo kwa group.
We have a lot of challenges. For instance, material that we recover from waste, you will find that there's no company that can buy them. It become a little bit challenge because when we find them and we don't have a place where we can take them, it will end up in a landfill or a dump site.
Tumekuwa na inadequate resources kuweza kuimplement hii process, na pia financial stability yetu ijakuwa poa. Before ile members of community watu accept, ili tuchukua time sana juu ilikuwa kidogo vita, mnasumbuana hapa na wanakijiji, mara nyingi waizi kushikwa ovyo.
Sasa yenye tunaenda kulipisha hapa shakuja pametupa takataka. Na pia kwa market pia tukipata vitu zetu hatuna direct market. Sasa yenye hata tumepata hizo maplastic manini, lazima pia saa nyingine unapata kupitia kwa mabroker. Na saa nyingine unapata KEPRO at least ndio inajaribu kutusaidia.
We've also, through the support of DI, developed a waste curriculum toolkit targeting informal waste collectors, because the Sustainable Waste Management Act now requires that informal waste collectors will have to join formalized groups to be able to be recognized and incorporated into the ecosystem as far as waste management is concerned.
With KEPRO, we see the first producer responsibility in Kenya, which is quite unique, also the first in Africa. And the long-term impact we're talking about is, one, to deal with waste in a sustainable fashion in Kenya, to put a value on waste so it also becomes a new industry for all stakeholders, and that goes for the waste pickers, in the counties and at village level, all the way to the aggregators, and then to the material resource facilities where the waste ends up in the end, and a new life cycle can start by which the recyclers, they reuse and upcycle the waste material into new products for the industry. KEPRO really is spearheading this process in East Africa, so that KEPRO also becomes a lighthouse of knowledge for similar initiatives for PROs in Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, etc.
In terms of our commitment in the long run, the idea is to invest in material recovery facilities to spur up collection rates and ensure that we are also getting quality and adequate quantities for our recyclers.
In our entire service, KEPRO is the only entity that we have seen that has acted positively in encouraging and subsidizing recyclers. I would encourage EPR that is all on board to consider genuine and active recyclers and empower them.
Working with community, engaging them, is the only way we're going to be able to transform the way we operate as a country.
In collaboration with the KEPRO, we've done again so much. Last year, we met and they sensitized us about conserving the environment and, most importantly, recycling the waste. And what we've done is using those bottles, because you realize the bottles are all over. So we normally use those bottles to plant trees, to plant flowers, to plant kales.
The KEPRO organization, when they came in, they helped the Mazingira students understand the key importance of managing the resources or waste management strategies, and also they helped us understand how to conserve the environment.
We are a membership-based organization, and individuals within those organizations are very welcome to help guide us professionally, and you're very welcome to sit on our board, to sit within the individual committees and the individual councils and voice your concerns and help direct and steer us into the right direction where KEPRO needs to go.
KEWL has been in the board of KEPRO for, this is the second session, and one of the very main sustainable activity that we are doing is supporting recycling, collection of waste.
So members of KEPRO can benefit in multiple ways. Number one is they are contributing as a packaging user a small fraction of the selling price of their product, the end product to the consumer, but that amount of money is going to help make sure that that packaging material is not lying in the environment. That packaging material becomes value as part of the circular economy. It creates jobs, and it also eventually becomes raw material for your packaging in the future to be made out of that. The second benefit is going to come to the manufacturers or the converters of the packaging. They no longer will have to be importing this packaging and having to get the dollars to import all that. They'll be able to start accessing the raw material from local recyclers locally and buy it in Kenyan shillings. I think that's going to be a major benefit for manufacturers because their entire supply chain will be fully optimized. Besides this, members of KEPRO can also start participating in the role of shaping what KEPRO's EPR policy, EPR subsidy, how we are governed, how we operate, how we audit the recyclers, how we build this organization that is going to transfer Kenya into a circular economy for generations to come.
We are also looking forward to establish a buyback center whereby this waste, after being separated at the source, it can be now taken to the buyback center where youths can now turn the waste into cash.
Tukikuwa na kampuni yetu pia hizi area, watu wengi watakuwa wamekuwa employed na watakuwa wamechange future yao.
We are all called by law to join the recycling movement. And regardless of where we are, we usually say that as long as we are alive, we are generating waste.
If you're a consumer, you have a lot of power. If you refuse to buy a product because it's not produced in a sustainable fashion, you can help change industries. So for us, it's really about empowering the residents and the consumers to say no to products that we know are not produced in a sustainable fashion, and where the companies, they don't care about what happens post-consumer. So for us, it's about building a capacity at local level among consumers and residents so they understand what is the value chain they're operating in when they buy a product off the shelf.
My call to action to you is to join KEPRO, to have a voice in this extremely important topic of sustainable waste management and ultimately creating a circular economy for Kenya.
We are looking at leveraging on more partnerships such as what we are having with DI, just to also piggy bank on each other's strengths to entrench the principles of sustainable waste management. We are looking at behavior change, green transition and creation of more formalized jobs and demystifying the narrative we've had about waste management from time immemorial.
As a leader of a business membership organization who is representing entire sectors which are made up of multiple businesses, what are you doing as a sector leader? Is your sector having a sustainable and a circular value chain? Are the actors within your sector connecting and talking to each other to figure out how do we make the sector sustainable?
Sustainable waste management and collaboration is not only important for just protecting the environment, but it's also important for health, it is important for food security, and it's important for social justice.
It's fun, recycling, and it supports jobs, and it's also very sustainable when we support the circular economy. We don't have to generate waste, but we can generate jobs when we do this in the right way.
To have hizo many dialogues ambazo zinaweza kuambia watu about the importance of the environment na importance of reducing waste and recycling the waste.
I would also love to advise the government that they should also recognize the youth that are taking these jobs and also try to build their capacities and connect them with the right partners that will help them undertake the mission. All in all, it's a collective responsibility, so let's make sure that we are handling our waste and managing our waste properly.
I want to thank KEPRO so much for agree and willing to work with us, the people who are on the ground, and again to support us, because whenever we have activity, they normally come in and support, you know.
KEPRO is a PRO committed to accelerating Kenya's realization of a circular economy through implementation of proven EPR models and driving consumer change through awareness creation and capacity building for our waste management operators.
KEPRO is a new type of business. It's a non-profit. It has been created to help ensure that people who are using packaging to introduce their products into the market are taking a responsibility to channel capital through KEPRO to the people who are going to collect, sort, and recycle that waste.
The Sustainable Waste Management Act was signed into law last year, and it is important to know that this is now a legal requirement by all producers. As producers, all producers, you bring in a product into the market, you are required to pay for its end of life, the recovery of the waste after consumption, the refilling, the reusing, the recycling, and possibly the end of life of that product or packaging. It is a devolved function, and counties are required to manage the waste within borders. As citizens, we are required to make sure that we are segregating at source. KEPRO's key role in the Sustainable Waste Management Act is to act as what we call the PRO, the Producer Responsibility Organization. As a producer, you are legally obliged to affiliate yourself to a PRO, and by doing that, you transfer your legal obligation from an individual to a collective through a membership organization.
KEPRO's vision for sustainable waste management is embedded in its true north, which is a win for the environment and a win for the economy. So circular economy is what we are really after. And there are steps to get there, but it's very important to understand that everything that we do at KEPRO is essentially a stepping stone towards making Kenya truly a circular economy.
What are we doing here?
The DI's partnership with KEPRO goes way back before the creation of KEPRO. So back in 2017, the Kenyan government wanted to ban plastic altogether. And at that time, the Kenya Association Manufacturers, that DI also partnered with, approached us to say, what are you doing in Denmark against this? Because we don't think it's the right thing to ban plastic. And so we brought a delegation of Kenyan stakeholders to Denmark to look into what we are doing around sustainable waste management and circular economy. And upon returning to Kenya, the stakeholders, they quite quickly got together, spearheaded by CAN, and then produced an action plan for plastics for Kenya, together with NEMA. And that, in a way, created the inception for creating KEPRO as the first PRO in Kenya.
Thank you so much. So now we are going in for the next session. We'll invite other people to come in the next time.
Our partnership with DI was premised on the concepts of sustainability and green transition as per the recommendations of the International Labour Organization's recommendation 204. And through our partnership, we are not only keen on driving consumer change and behavior change for that matter, but also empowering and capacity building our waste management operators, not only to help them realize a business case for waste collection and conversion, but also to ensure that we are creating more opportunities for them, even as we move from informal ecosystems of waste management to more formalized ecosystem waste management structures, given the new regulatory frameworks provided for by the Sustainable Waste Management Act.
What do we have here?
Circularity green, tumeweza kufight na maneno ya waste, tukiangalia tumeweza kutransform area mingi. So unapata kama hii mali tuko hapo palikuwa ni waste, tukaweza kuitransform kakuwa ni kama green space. Alafu pia ile takataka pia tunatoa kwa mto, tunaweza ku-recycle.
Back in 2022, we met with KEPRO through NMS, and we were trained on the importance of circular economy. And that's when we saw the need and the interest of starting the process and maybe to collaborate with them so that we can get to learn more about waste and the importance of circular economy. Through having them on board, we've been able to be, our members have been capacity build on the importance of waste segregation at the source. And they've also supported us by providing us with the PPEs.
We are going in for the next session. Kindly join us in the room. Gentlemen, lady, we are going in for the next session.
Our primary objective is to make sure that we minimize waste going to the dump site, because we realize that there's a lot that can be recovered from waste that can generate income.
We are going in for the next session.
The environmental and economic benefits that have so far happened. I mean, first of all, there's been over 80 million shillings that has been paid into the waste service provider economy from the packaging users And so there's clear, measurable monetary value that has gone into those entrepreneurs who are engaged in waste collection, sorting, and recycling. The second thing is the development of material recovery facilities. These are in itself another type of industry that has an opportunity to be created in every single county. KEPRO has an amazing model which helps counties to start with an MRF in a public-private partnership, create jobs in every single county, and replace landfills and dump sites.
The current situation in Kenya, where waste management and recycling is concerned, has a gap in terms of our members being able to afford compliance.
We partnered with KEPRO last 2-3 years ago, and through some contracts that we signed, we were able to get some subsidy services, some finances that have really helped December Waste to grow a big way. By partnership with the KEPRO, as an institution, we've been able to grow in a big scale. Through the systems that we have set with the KEPRO, we're able to improve on our record work, bookkeeping, and general report that has been of great achievement to us.
The impact we are creating together with KEPRO is to a large degree due to the expert knowledge we bring in from Denmark and the journey we've been through with circular economy for the past 20 years. So we have the luxury of inviting experts, for example, from the Danish Plastics Federation down to come and share what they've been going through and how they've created a PRO in Denmark. So it's very rich, the dialogues we've had. And in a way, it's always nice to learn from other people that have walked the path before.
Our partnership with DI has been quite instrumental over the past 1 year. And more particularly, as far as our consumer awareness campaigns are concerned, we've directly impacted over 1,000 individuals just to be able to encourage them to segregate their waste at source and properly dispose of their waste as per the requirements of the law. In terms of our commitment to ensure green transition, we are working with DI to capacity build our waste management operators, working more specifically with community-based organizations in Nairobi, Kisii and Mombasa, just to empower them to take up more roles within the waste ecosystem. And understandably, the EPR ecosystem is also creating more jobs, and we want to support them on that front.
First and foremost, real education tulia kutoka kwa KEPRO, segregation where waste inafaa ikuwe inatoka mara mbili ya dry waste na wet waste, na in that design tumeweza kuona umuhimu wake kwa sababu at least
it create a lot of disaster. It can create a lot of disaster, pollution, and also even diseases, because once you discard and you burn them, sometimes because people normally burn e-waste, it produces or it creates carbon emission, which if someone inhale, especially small kids, people normally become asthmatic, and it brings about other chronic diseases.
Thank you so much. Kindly go in. Thank you. Hi, my name is Hi, my name is Mani Anyango. I'm the MC for today. Hope you're enjoying the conference. Let's go in for the next session. Bye. If a seat in front of you is empty, kindly fill it up. If a seat in front of you is empty, kindly fill it up. Hi. Jump over. No, oh, there's someone here. Okay. So, oh, you're here. Hi. Jump over. There are no people here. Hello. Jump over to the next. Hi. Move forward kindly. Fill in a space. Sorry? Oh, you're going in for your show. All right. Hi, hello. fill in. You should know it. There are no people here. Kindly, when you get in, fill in a seat in front of you. Yeah. Okay. Just a reminder that the conversation on Circular Packaging Conference continues online. You can follow KEPRO at KEPRO KE, on X, formerly Twitter. On Instagram is KEPRO_KE. On Facebook is KEPRO Kenya. On LinkedIn is also KEPRO Kenya. And you can take a picture of you and your colleague, post it online, use the hashtag KEPRO Conference. Remember, the discussion is ongoing online. You can also scan the QR code at the back of your tags. You can get more information about the conference there, the program, bios of our panelists, and every other thing you'd want to know about KEPRO's packaging conference. Just a reminder to kindly fill a seat in front of you. If it's empty, the perks of coming in early is you get the front row. So if a seat in front of you is empty, kindly fill it up. We can also continue with this conversation online. Remember, if you post a picture, a quote, or about anything about the conference, use the hashtag KEPRO Conference. You can follow KEPRO on X, formerly Twitter, at KEPRO_KE. On Instagram is KEPRO Kenya. On Facebook is KEPRO Kenya, and LinkedIn as well is KEPRO Kenya. So welcome to the annual Circular Packaging Conference. We are going into the second session. Just a reminder, while coming in, kindly fill a seat in front of you.
Good. I hope everyone has had caffeine. Lots of it. Because we need the energy. I've had 3 cups. Anybody had more than 3? All right, I win. Yeah. Tony's saying I need to use the washroom. Okay, so we have an interesting session lined up now. We have panelists from around the world to talk to us about what is happening at a global level and some of the change that we need to be bringing from the perspective of circular economy. Before we get to that, we have a lot of stalls outside, and we have a couple of people we're going to bring up. We have Susan Magu from Circular Innovation Hub. Are you here, Susan? Come on up, Susan. We have Daniel Mburu from Mr. Green Africa. Come on up, Daniel. We have Joshua Samson from Takatakani, Mali. Joshua, come on up. And then Brian Sagala. Where's Brian? I know Brian. Very good. Come on up, Brian. Very good. So we have 5. These guys are going to do a pitch for what they're doing out there. You have 1 minute. This is speed dating at its best, but we're not going to have dates at the end of this. We're going to have products. Okay? Go and see what they're doing. Who wants to go first? Well, no, it's not. We're not talking about dating. We're talking about giving a pitch, Brian. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Cool. So Brian's going to go first, and he's going to talk to us about what Takataka is doing.
Thank you, Priyan. Good to see you all. Priyan, I just had 3 cups, just like you, of caffeine.
Oh, well done.
So I'll try and be fast. So my name is Brian Sagala. I head communications at Takataka Solutions. At Takataka Solutions, I think we are the ultimate circular company. How? 1, we collect waste. So that's the first part of it. We collect over 90 tons of waste a day from the greater Nairobi. We do collections from residential, commercial, industrial, and we also have what we call buyback centers. So we have buyback centers next to dump sites across Kenya. We're even up to Kakuma now, where we get sorted waste from waste speakers. We deal with over 3,000 waste speakers who we give PPEs, who we actually do medical checkups, and we give them a source of income. Once we collect the waste, we have found that around 60% of the waste is organic. So with organic waste, you're currently composting it. So if you come to our stall, we have our stall there. Today we are giving you out free samples, each one of you. Take the sample of compost. Good to see you again. Take the sample of compost. Go try it out on your potted plants. If you like it, come get it in bulk. And then plastics, we recycle, we make pellets. Paper, we do the whole value chain, and we try to recycle. We currently have a 95% recycling rate. Thank you.
Very good. Next is Daniel. Daniel, are you better than Taka Taka?
They try to emulate us, so.
Okay,
Good morning,
take it
ladies
away.
and gentlemen. We are a plastic recycling company. We have a capacity currently of about 2,000 tons a month that we are trying to get into with PET, H-hard plastics. And we have some samples and brochures about what we do. Currently on our impact, we have about 5,000 waste pickers on our database, 2,000 of whom are very active on a daily basis. We have some plastic that is coming in. We have very many customers who are waiting for our material. In some of our instances, we don't have openings for some of the material that we produce because there is more demand than we can actually supply. So we have a bottleneck on production, but that's something that we are working on. But we're glad to be in that space where we are fulfilling that circular economy by making plastic reusable and giving it value. Plastic is not waste. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Moving on to Susan. Tell us about what you do, Susan.
Okay, I'm sort of an imposter. My name is Catherine Masolia.
Oh, sorry.
I'm the Chief Operations Officer at the Circular Innovation Hub and also at We Center. It's great to see a lot of familiar faces here. So what do? We are an incubation hub for early stage startups. So if you need to find out who is doing a circular business and is a young entrepreneur, you need to come to the Circular Innovation Hub. We have lots of startups. We've done 60 cohorts so far of startups that we've incubated. We provide them with seed funding. We try to get them investor ready and into accelerator programs where their businesses can grow. Another thing we do is create awareness creation on what circularity is, because most people don't know. When they hear recycling, they just think of, when they hear circularity, they think of recycling. So just creating awareness on what circularity means and how it can be applied to businesses and to corporate entities, that's one of the main things that we are doing at the Circular Innovation Hub. We're looking to partner with anybody who would like to continue helping young entrepreneurs with circular business models. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Last but not least, we have Joshua from Taka Taka Nimali.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So my name is Joshua Samson. I'm the technical and administrative lead at Taka Taka Nimali Foundation. I'd like to maybe present 3 questions for you to ponder over, and if you need answers, you can look out for me or visit us at our booth. So imagine a solution that tracks the movement of waste from its generation to the point it is recycled. That is what we do. Number 2, imagine a solution that automatically separates waste into dry waste, wet waste, and inert waste. So we have a solution called TakaBot, and that is what we do. And then finally, imagine a network of different stakeholders in the waste management ecosystem and the environment space. So we have been able to create that big and vast network which you can benefit from. And then finally, I had questions that were asked here, that who is responsible for establishing and running an MRF, and the other question was on which organization can we go to for a solution of designing and implementing circularity. Taka Taka Nimali Foundation is the place to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those pitches, and we'll have a few more later on. And again, you're welcome to see the interesting exhibits that are out there. We're switching things up a little bit. We are going to be bringing up session 4. So our moderator is Josephine from Kenya Plastic, and Anna from Confederation of Tanzania Industries. This session will be talking about circular design, where we need to go into the future. These are the think tanks. So welcome.
It's good afternoon now. So good afternoon, everybody, the participants and the distinguished panelists. Welcome to this very enlightening panel discussion, where we shall try our very best to shed light on the importance of redesigning plastic and other materials in terms of packaging and how we need to rethink how we interact with our packaging for the importance of creating a circular economy for packaging. My name is Josephine Wawira. I shall be your moderator for this session. I would invite us to have a Q&A towards the end of this session. But in the meantime, I hope that we can also utilize the Mentimeter to send in some questions, but also engage on social media. You can tag KEPRO_Kenya, use the hashtag KEPRO Conference and Sustainable Packaging. At this point, allow me to invite the panelists first to introduce themselves, starting with Klaus.
Thank you, Josephine. I am Klaus Lien Christensen, the East Africa Manager for Danish Industry. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Anna Kimaro from Confederation of Tanzania Industry as a Policy Specialist Business Environment. Thank you.
Timothy Zimba is my name. I work with NEMA Uganda in the Department of Green Economy, that is still under the Directorate of Compliance Assistance. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marco ten Bruggekate. I'm responsible for Dow Chemicals Plastics Division in EMEA and also chair the European Industry Association.
Hello, everybody. My name is Kentaro Hotta from Japan International Cooperation Agency.
So I realize there is another microphone there that we can also share. And I would like to come back to you, Klaus, and want us to create a context, first from the international perspective and then come back to the local context in Africa, East Africa, Kenya, and I'm glad that we have also representatives from the East African region, Uganda and Tanzania. So if you could give us the context from a European Union perspective.
Recording in progress.
On what the future of packaging looks like.
Thank you for that, and a very big question. But maybe to say that in Europe, for a while now, we've had a directive around plastics. So EPR guidelines set out for the 27 countries. So we are 27 now after Brexit. We used to be 28 countries. So that's been in effect for a while. But next year, we're looking to create or adopt EPR guidelines for packaging also across the European Union. And I think in terms of product design, we've discussed a lot today. I mean, what is the future of packaging design? We're seeing a big trend towards nature-based design in products and also more monomaterial, which is easier to recycle. So with nature-based, for example, it can be bamboo for food trays, for example. So that's a big trend and something that the EU is pushing because they created now a mission-driven plan, which is all about using nature as inspiration. So those are some of the few trends we're seeing and what's coming on the regulatory side. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that context. And then now we come a little bit closer home to East Africa. And Anna, I would like you to help us create that perspective, but bringing in some of the innovative solutions that you see in East Africa and how they are able to create that transformative journey towards creating a circular economy, particularly looking at circular packaging.
Thank you. As to East Africa, there's a lot of effort, especially there are some packaging that's now they can be recycled. So most of the people now look at the packaging, not at their own selfish point of view, but they look at the environment point of view, also the user point of view. So there are some of the packaging, most of the country, they start looking at using the material like sugarcane to produce packaging that can be recyclable. But others, they start using the reuse packaging. So despite of seeing it as expensive, but they see it as not expensive today, but for the future can be better. So they shift from the one-use product, and now they go for the multi-purpose use product. So, and also, despite of those initiatives on the package, they look at innovation point of view and see if then it can be used at the end of the point, what should be used for the final waste that they produce. So, like, I can give the example in Tanzania. There are the waste from the plastic waste. So, they look at the packaging and see what are the possible solutions or possible opportunities that are existing within the country. And this is the result of the ban. We remember in 2019, 2020, China and other countries, developing countries, they're banning like importing the waste from our countries. So that's raised a lot of initiative for our countries to look at our waste in a different perspective. And now we hear a good news from even Kenya and how they bring up the solution toward seeing the waste that are generated and other things that are generated. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. And I remember for the better part of this morning, we had Dr. Ayub from NEMA Kenya, who's overseeing environmental implementation. And we are also privileged now to have a representative from NEMA Uganda. And it is also very key for us to compare the progress that the different countries in East Africa are making towards these very concerted efforts in terms of attaining environmental sustainability and how designing packaging for recyclability will be able to contribute to that. And so allow me to come to you, Timothy, and if you could also share the journey for the, in Uganda towards implementation, what policies have been put in place, and how are you seeing that implementation takes place, and especially so that the private sector, the producers, also try to comply to the measures that you have put, and how that brings in together these efforts from a country perspective, but how that also contributes to the regional journey.
Well, thank you so much. When you look at the extended producer responsibility, apparently it's still a new concept for us as well. I will say it's not new, but also it's not very old. So I would say apparently new, in that for us back in Uganda, you find that it recently was, it wasn't until recent that it has been incorporated into the National Environment Act. So you realize maybe I should ask, where does it come from? We know that the extended producer responsibility, it stems from the fact that there's been extended period of practices that has been observed, say, by the scholars. So it has not been explicitly stated, but in terms of practice, operatively, we make use of it. We make use of this understanding, really. So when you look at it from our perspective, we've not really made full use of this knowledge yet, but but there is effort to try and get there. And in terms of research, this being a new area, it hasn't been interrogated as much. And the part of research and innovation is more in the part of review at the moment. But also when you look at the law that is currently in place, because initially we had the National Environment Act of 1995, which was recently repealed and replaced by the more current version of the National Environment Act number 5 of 2019, which only came in force around July 2019. And in there, that is when the concept of extended producer responsibility is actually taken into account. So I had one of the panelists pointed out earlier that in Kenya it only came into existence in Tulu around 2017. So you can see that it is apparently new in both countries. However, in Uganda, much as the regulations are not yet in place, even the policy, but we have the section within the Act that actually talks to this. And that section specifically talks about circular economy, it talks about green development and green growth, it talks about cleaner production. So these things are provided for in our law, but currently the subordinate regulations to operationalize are not yet in place.
All right. Thank you for creating that context. And I just want to make something very light at the moment. I don't know how many of us have younger siblings. Younger siblings. Or how many have older siblings? All right. Who experienced our parents with older siblings buying a little bit larger clothes so that our younger siblings would have to wear them when they no longer fit the older siblings, right? So sometimes our parents used to say, there's no need to reinvent the wheel, we just need to make small adjustments. And I remember earlier this year, I visited Rwanda and I was having a conversation with a representative from the Ministry of Environment in Rwanda, and they say, Kenya is a trailblazer when it comes to creating policies. And for us as Rwandans, sometimes we don't see the need to reinvent the wheel. We can borrow your policies and we adjust what is happening at the local context in Rwanda. And it works well because we are all siblings in East Africa. And I'm glad that you mentioned what is happening in Uganda as well. And now Kenya is at the point where we are starting to implement through what Dr. Ayub said is supported compliance. And if we're already making those steps, then we are glad to share those good practices of what is happening in Kenya, and you see what can work in other countries as well. But I would also want to emphasize the role of the private sector, and especially private companies and producers, in terms of making sure that we are also doing this the right way. And one of the biggest challenges that we're having is that we have to rethink and we have to sensitize private companies and producers to redesign and to start rethinking how they design their products so that they have more recyclability and reusability, because currently we have less than 10% recycling rate in Kenya, and that is specifically for plastic. But we have other organic waste streams, including organic waste, and I'm glad to hear trailblazers like Taka Solutions doing that into compost. So allow me to come back to you, Marco, and just give us a perspective of how Dow is, supporting EPR, and especially when it comes to designing.
Sure, thanks. First of all, when you think about EPR, we believe that the EPR is probably one of the best tools to really catalyze and create plastic circularity. And one of the reasons for that is that when you think about some of the core principles, the funding mechanism, which is incredibly important to be able to build out the waste collection, sorting, and ultimately the circularity, should come from that and should be then earmarked for those type of investments. The other element which is really important is that you do it by sector, like packaging, automotive, and many other type of sectors, and you really work together. Now, what we particularly do as the private sector, and this week there is a lot going on here in Kenya with the INC, the international conference with respect to the plastics treaty, which is ongoing. we are putting a lot of effort into advocating for EPR schemes and the type of EPR schemes we think are important, because there is no one solution globally which would fit all of us. What fits in Europe may not work here, but there are some common principles which we could apply everywhere. So that's one of the things we're working hard on, and we're with a team here on the ground as well as everywhere else in the world to try and advocate for that. But we're also investing heavily in the actual process itself. So what are we doing? We're investing here in Kenya through several ways. In Mr. Green Africa was one of our investments here through a business impact fund which we had to kind of help and de-risk the early phases and the startup of businesses like Mr. Green Africa, and then later on help scale them. And we'll continue to do that both here as well as in other parts of the world where we put that investment to bear, whether it comes to mechanical recycling or actually setting up MRFs. And it doesn't always have to be in emerging geographies. We also do this and looking at Europe as well as the United States, because the problem there is still that particularly flexibles are not recycled either. So they're collected, but not recycled. Here it's the other way around. Well, not the other way around. They're not even collected and not recycled. So you start at the beginning of it. So we're really trying to play our part. And we believe that without the support of the private industry, really providing this, I would say, essential need to build up the infrastructure, ultimately the industry itself, not us, only at the top end, so to speak, of providing the resins, but the whole chain is at risk because this cannot continue. Plastics need to really come out of the environment.
Thank you very much. And, you know, through the Kenya Plastics Pact, an initiative which I've been part of since inception and which is the second in Africa after South Africa, we have had several initiatives, one of which is developing design for recyclability, starting with PET and HDP bottles and jars, for instance. And through that, we have been pushing for the private sector to start investing in redesigning their products, even if it starts with eliminating the problematic additives that make recycling quite impossible, or if it's, for instance, transitioning from colored PET to clear PET, which is more recyclable, or removing the sleeves and creating campaigns like if it clicks, it's safe, yeah? But one of the main challenges that has come up during our implementation period is that there is little investment when it comes to innovations, and especially right from the ground. And EPR has pushed a lot from what we call the bottom-up approach, where we are also saying we must include the informal sector, but also looking at the upward approach, or the up and then to the bottom approach. We need a lot of partnerships, and it is a multi-stakeholder approach, from multinational corporations, from the private sector to the government to the civil society, but also to the younger generation, which is no surprise. I convinced my 10-year-old to join me today. I am not sure how much she's going to learn, but at least hopefully she gets one or two things. So it is, you know, our responsibility to make sure that this message passes even from the very younger generation. But allow me to bring in now the role of, you know, partnerships. And I remember JICA, even when I was a baby, especially from schools, we used to see sponsored by JICA. This classroom was sponsored by JICA. I think that is when I first encountered the word JICA. And what allow me to ask you, even as we, you know, move towards realization of net zero, how is JICA, you know, contributing to sustainable cities, especially in Kenya?
Thank you, Josephine, and once again, nice to meet you. I'm Hota from JICA, and I'm happy to share Japanese and JICA works with you, and I'm honored to be here. I'm always only one Asian person to be invited to this kind of event. I can't see any face from Asia, maybe. So today I am representative of not only Japan, maybe Asia. I'm happy to share this perspective. And then as for JICA's work, thank you for introduction of the school things. I'm working as a waste management advisor, but as you may know, JICA doing many variety support in Kenya for 60 years for education or hospital medication, and also doing waste management. And then as for net zero society, this is a hot topic even in Japan too. And then based on our experience, Japanese experience, maybe past 50, 60, 70 years, what happened in Japan, we are sharing our knowledge and experience with our partner countries. Back to 50 years ago, Japan totally was not clean. Actually, I was not born, but my parents and other residents suffered from water pollution, air pollution, on the other side effect of rapid economic growth. So our government maintained a system to proper waste management. In those days, we didn't have recycling system, just focusing on how we keep sanitation in the community. But after around 2000, around 20 years ago, we came to more recycling perspective, 3R, reduce, reuse, recycling perspective. So my government prepares recycling laws, for example, like a end-of-life vehicle or package waste, and also the electronics, waste electronics, or something like that. And then, but even 20 years ago, we just focused on the recycling things. So prevention or to reduce the waste is a little bit behind. We just focused on how we maintain recycling system, because it would be too much focusing on prevention or things like what EU did, our economy, because Japanese main industry is manufacturing. So maybe our government a bit worried about that. So we focus on recycling stage. But now, actually last year, Japanese government implemented a new law for circularity, promoting circularity. So now people more aware that more manufacturing stage. For example, if we go some shopping, we can get some one-way use spoon or fork or other chopsticks. But it totally, it turned into biodegradable plastics. It is kinds of responsibility for manufacturer side. So we have some history based on our experience. So by using these things, we are happy to share our partner countries.
Amazing. And I'll come back to you later. And we have just finished the first round of questions, and I was given 1 hour. So the second round will probably be a little faster. But I don't know whether you have some giveaways, because I have 2 very important questions. Who can tell me the full name of JICA, the abbreviation? JICA is an abbreviation. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, at the back. The full. Correct. Please note him down. And one more person, the full abbreviation meaning of KEPRO. 1, 2, first one. Lady, why you're cheating? Sorry? Very good. Thank you very much. That's the second one. If there are any giveaways, the lady and the gentleman, please clap for them. Now, I hope you're engaging on social media, and if there are any questions coming through the Mentimeter, we shall take a few of them towards the end. But Klaus, back to you, and I would like you to share some of the lessons that we can learn as Kenya in integrating smooth implementation, and especially when we talk about just transition in as far as achieving circularity for packaging is concerned.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think the Danish journey towards circularity and green transition, there's always been a focus on it has to make business sense. You cannot operate only on the basis of compliance. We can have a situation where Dr. Machara can come and crack the whip. Okay, that's fine, but the companies, they also need to adapt and innovate, right? So we've always had that approach to say that it has to make business sense when we think about product design, design innovation. And I think our chef in the kitchen from the Packaging Institute said it well this morning that it has to be a system thinking. Because when you design a new product, you have a consumer in mind. And the consumer can either like it or dislike it. But especially young consumers, they respond very well to a product that is designed for multiple life cycles, for example, because they are way ahead of us old people. They demand that, the young consumers. So Danish companies are very aware of what the consumer mindset is, what is the consumer preference when they buy a product. And they will demand to see a product where you can trace its origin, and also if it has a societal impact, etc. So you see a lot of product design innovation going into that approach, saying, but hang on, if we're changing the product, we're changing our business model. So even the management in companies have to accept, if they agree to work towards circularity, the business model itself has to be changed often. So that's really been the paradigm shift in Denmark we've seen lately.
And eventually we do see that it makes business sense to start incorporating sustainable models in business strategies from the very early stages. And we are all aware of the term private-public partnership, but so many of us forget the fourth component, which is the community. And for me, I like saying the public-private community partnerships. And back to you, Anna, allow me to ask you from a regional perspective, how do these partnerships help us in terms of transitioning without leaving the community behind?
Thank you. Actually, we need to know, like, from today we are learning that's what Kenya has done. I think it's a takeaway for us, Tanzania. We already have the policy, we have the regulation, but we are still behind in implementation. So we have the platform. If we have the platform that every EAC member can learn from each other, that's a good starting, and that can help us implementing this extended producer responsibility. But as we know our nature of our countries, a community is something very important to take off or to take down. Changing the packaging and everything, if you don't involve the community, then the failure of the business and the failure of the waste management. So we feel that the awareness creation, it has to start from the community, get the feeling of what we are doing as a producer, get the feeling of what government is saying, and what's the feeling that what the African country mean when they say that we are protecting the environment. So if we have one say as the East Africa, it will help. As we remember when we start the banning of the single use of the plastic, when they started with the Kenya, Tanzania will get the problem because all the carrier bags, they're passing through the, we call Panya roads, and then they come to Tanzania. So you want to resolve the issues as one. But when you say we are banning, Kenya they ban, Tanzania we ban, Rwanda they ban, then we get the feeling of the movement. So collaborative efforts is a key for everything. And we are talking about the resource sharing. Yeah. Now we hear about Kenya, they are starting having the data on what they do. It's good if Tanzania we can have, and if Rwanda and Uganda and the other they have. So when the investor come, have all the data on the situation in the ground, then looking for the facilitation or support, it can be easy. But when we look at one side, it becomes a problem. So we resolve on one side and creating a problem with another side. But we have the government initiative in supporting the infrastructure. So there are some of the companies or East African, they are able to produce like shared system for waste management, but they can collaborate with the private and see if they can have the sharing facility to ensure that the waste is managed. So that's the little that I can share with you.
Thank you very much. And you brought up a very critical issue of panya route. In other words, we are calling the porous borders. And let us make use of the East African Assembly to put in place and implement what we can approach as regional policies that all bring together the policies from the different countries and make one regional policy that will help us achieve environmental sustainability together. And allow me to come to you, Timothy. On Friday, I hosted a workshop with marketers from brands that are trying to design for recyclability. But one very key issue came up. Even as I'm doing this, there's still the consumer perception. You know, the consumer can dictate what I want the packaging to look like. And if you try to change that, then it becomes an issue because they tend to rebel against your product. So Timothy, allow us to understand how, even as we design for recyclability, we can also try to make this packaging a little attractive, but removing as many components that are unnecessary as possible.
EPR, essentially EPR is waste management. And when you look at it, it basically applies the polluter pays principle. So much as governments have their place in managing, in ensuring waste management, you do realize that EPR is in a way compounding the responsibility of waste management on the producers, consumers, and all of us here really. That is what it does, everyone. So ideally, when you are going to look, in looking at the producers or the manufacturers, there are certain elements you're supposed to look at. For instance, first of all, we know that if you do not comply, because in most of the dealings with government, you realize that it's about compliance. But away from that, you realize that it also has benefits that the producers will gain. For instance, when you look at size of the packaging material, recently I bought a cologne, a perfume, and it had very big packaging, but I was really disappointed when what was inside was something very tiny. So it becomes frustrating. So you must look at reducing the size of the packaging. And then there are also instances where, for instance, I have come to Kenya and I want to go back with a piece of something, but you might find that the packaging is rather too big to fit into my suitcase, something like that. So if you reduce this packaging, then you create space. So for consumers, we would like things that occupy less space, but also on top of that, things that are really attractive. So when you look at, in terms of size, you're looking at reducing the packaging, but when you reduce this packaging, you are also reducing the amount of product that you're using. So in a way, you are actually saving the product. When you save on the amount of rather the raw material that you're using to manufacture the packaging material, you can in a way use it somewhere else to produce something more. But on top of that, you are also using less energy. So basically, you're using less energy to produce more. And then the other thing would be, in Uganda, one thing that has become, for those who drink beer, initially the beer bottles in Uganda were quite big, but the content was actually small. But now you find that the beer bottles have become smaller, but they contain the same quantity of beer in them. So you realize that they're actually attractive, but also the consumer gets this kind of satisfaction that, oh, actually, this bottle is full. It's better than getting a big one that is half full. So, apart from reducing the amount of raw materials, it takes up less space, increases attractiveness, but it also generates less waste. So if you generate, less, that means you are more likely to be able to handle it, other than generating too much that you actually find it difficult to handle. There is the element of recyclability. Yes, less waste is still waste, that is a fact. But also, the other fact is that much as it is waste, we need to try and extend, should I call it extending the
life
lifespan
cycle
of these products. For instance, if I bought a product and instead of right away throwing its contents into the trash, but I utilize it somewhere else, I could, for instance, use still a beer bottle or soda bottles, the glass ones. For us in Uganda, you find that if it's a plastic bottle, a person gets it, they use it, and as soon as they're done, say maybe drinking it, thrown out the window. But if it's a glass bottle, what happens is that they get it, and the locals, some will want to, for instance, use them for buying liquid products such as cooking oil.
Yeah.
So that way, it's kept instead of going into the trash. Then some of these companies back at home in Uganda, for instance, Coca-Cola, they've set up recycling plants that buy PET bottles, PET plastics. So you find that in that regard, they're already recycling. But also maybe another important element to look at is the type of packaging material. Now we are talking about the technology. One of the panelists from the packaging entity earlier indicated the importance of packaging, of rather technology. And I would like to refer to that. When you look at the type of packaging, it would be better to consider, for instance, biodegradable packaging, because you know that is going to be recycled, or it will be reused somewhere. For instance, we've heard of entities here that actually producing compost, and maybe all of us here hold phones. You realize that initially the way phones were packaged, they were in plastic, plastic material, but currently, for instance, Samsung, most of their products are currently paper products. So you realize that they're taking this into consideration.
And please allow me to ask you to make that the last comment, so that we go to the others.
Recently, back at home, I have realized that there is a company, there is a private sector engagement with academia, and there is some bit of research where they are getting products of cassava peelings, for instance, and they are attempting to recycle this and make packaging material out of it. So you realize that in the end, it benefits everyone. So all in all, we are saying that at the point of designing packaging material, it would be a very good thing to consider green chemistry to further this whole movement. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you very much. And I'll come back to you after Marco on the issue of technology and what technologies we need to apply. But Timothy did bring out a few issues. Number one, Timothy, we call that in Kenya a scam. Please, Priyan, make sure that Timothy gets a bottle of beer before he goes back to, and a full one for that matter, okay. He also brought up the issue of resource efficiency. I think that was the key takeaway in his message. Let us make sure that we are resource efficient in our packaging. And also something else in terms of the take back, Daktari likes to call it the return to sender. So make sure that your packaging goes back to the producer in the return to sender mechanism. To you, Marco, allow us or give us an idea of what is required in terms of investments and collaborations when we talk about multi-stakeholder approach. What investments are required? How can we put the resources that we have together in terms of financial resources to make sure that we have it right?
That's a very broad question, Jocelyn, but let me try. So first of all, I think each of the players upstream, the resin producers, they need to play their part with respect to innovation and be able to innovate into resins, which ultimately enable you to produce your packaging or any other plastics material in a way which promotes the recyclability at the beginning of it, and taking into account three key elements, which is the actual protection, which obviously with many of the plastic benefits in terms of food preservation, you don't want to design something which isn't now doing that element or functionality anymore. The other functional element is the promotion. And it's very important for the brand owners to be able to stand out on the package or the shelf. And the other element is the packing of that package as well, when it goes to a packing line and still being able to be filled in the same speed without making too much changes. So we're innovating in that aspect. We are putting together, or we have put together, we call it a pack studio, which was over $25 million, which we put in place, which can be utilized in a network of pack studios globally, and it can be done digitally. So people here who would like to innovate with us, whether you're a converter, whether you're a brand owner, we work throughout the value chain with you to design these packages to enable the recyclability. And we have resins which enable that. We have the I would say also the sealing layers to be able to do that when you get to the actual sealing properties at lower temperatures. So there's a lot of innovation which has taken place to enable this. But then to your question, how do you actually then go to the next step and also put that into practice by putting, for example, recycling infrastructure in place? And we are investing through, I would say, very innovative business models which we've put together with startups. We're investing in Europe in a company called Mura for advanced recycling, where you really need virgin grade product back for example, sensitive applications like food packaging or medical, but also investments in mechanical recycling, as well as we're investing in funds, because we realize that we don't reach all of you or many innovative concepts and startups, and we do want to innovate and catalyze these startups, and through that we've set up funds through which we, with partners, enable the build out of recycling systems as well.
Thank you very much. And as we go to the last question, I would like to take only 2 questions from the audience. I realize there are some questions coming in through the Mentimeter. However, we may not be able to take all of them because of time, but I will assume and believe that the KEPRO team will make sure to respond to all of them or direct them to the respective panelists if possible. Finally, to you, Hota, in terms of the technologies that we need to apply or that you have seen from the experience of Japan, in ensuring that we fast track the transition to a circular economy in packaging.
Thank you. As for Japanese technology for waste management and circularity, first of all, some people know that our population size is 120 million, and then we still have more than 1,000 waste. In Japan, we still have more than 1,000 waste-to-energy facility. This came from historically and geographically condition. But in Kenya, I'm aware from past 2 years experience in here. Everybody aware waste has value. So personally, bringing waste to energy facility here is not best option. Go to another maybe technology or waste management facility, landfill, dump site is always, even we go circularity, but we always have residual waste. So we need always dump site, sanitary landfill in the final disposal site. And then actually sanitary landfill is saying easy, but achieving this is very, very difficult from financial perspective. Past 2 years, I was dispatched as waste management advisor to county government. And then in Tika, Kiam County, 7 years ago, Japanese team constructed one model sanitary landfill by using Japanese, actually not high technology, low technology, environmentally and economically friendly, semi-aerobic structure. We call it the Fukuoka method. But unfortunately, due to some political and also the financial issue, county government couldn't start operation this. But finally, last month, they started operation this. Now we are happy. But from these lessons, even we Japanese supported these dump site things, are always very difficult. So what I want to say is technology is very important, but on the other hand, the legal system and the good governance is more important when we create a healthy environment for circular recycling business.
There has to be goodwill from all the stakeholders. Thank you very much, Ota. And question one, and then one more. Yes?
Thank you. Eric Gonte is my name. I come from Tabomabo, Takabora, Maishabora. In the morning, one of the panelists used the analogy of the kitchen. And I will still pick that analogy of the kitchen, because in the kitchen, there is a lot of cooking that is happening there, policy that covers a lot of things. What is coming out of the kitchen is causing constipation, blockage in our digestive system to some of the central critical players. The cooking has to be participatory, holistic, anchored on clear, measurable guidelines and targets, abiding in nature. The voice of the informal circular enterprise, entrepreneurs, and those also in the service industry need to be included in this cooking, because what is coming out of the kitchen, some of the policies are discriminatory in nature and are predatory in nature. So they also need to be felt and their voice heard, so that at least everybody will enjoy the cooking that is coming out of the kitchen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I take that as a commentary rather than a question, but I can take that also with a comment that I have seen on the screen in regards to the involvement and incorporation of the informal waste sector. And Anna, you can take that one after we take this.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to address this question to Dow Chemicals. In the kitchen, we're having a serious challenge of transiting laminates to circular economy. Most products in this country, in sugar, tea, detergents, are packed in laminates. And as you are aware, we can't easily recycle that. So we are burning the midnight oil, getting burned to find out if we can get structures, monostructures. I know they exist somewhere, and I'm sure as a chemical company, you must have some kind of experience to try and get these monostructures which can function through the supply chain to achieve functionality and performance. Now on the circular design, the issue from where we sit is not a technology issue but a business issue. Sorry, it's a business issue. Technology is there. If you want me to design a pack, I'll design it. I'll develop it. But it has to go through the system. So it is more of a business issue. I think if we approach it from that perspective, then we shall reduce the storytelling, get to the story doing, story changing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was for Dao. So we will go first and then we come. Please, as you give that response, also conclude with your closing remarks. Yes.
No, thank you for the question. And in essence, the technology is there to make, I would say, 99% of the packaging which is available or in the market circular. It is available. The resins are available, the technology is available, the willingness throughout the chain needs to be there as well. So this is where the development with the brand owners, and this is happening. That's why we invested in this Pack Studio with all the digital tools to enable that with converters and brand owners to make that a reality. Because once you do that, you also address your second point. You actually make waste valuable, and there becomes a business case behind it. Because you're right, laminates, multi-material laminates, packaging is not valuable at the moment, and that's the key issue. So we need to start with the circularity in mind, and for us, we are 100% recyclable. So we're really pushing towards what you're actually stating there. But thanks for the question.
Thank you very much. You have any other closing remarks, or you're good? So that we finish once. All right. To you, Anna, on the issue of the informal sector involvement and how we can make sure that this message also reaches to the very ground people.
Yeah, I think if we look at it, I think more than 80% on the implement of the environmental issues or waste management are comprised of informal sector. And I can give the example in Tanzania and what we do as CTI, Confederation of Tanzania Industry. We now try to put the actors together, like the government, the informal sectors, the manufacturer, and the recyclers. Because the government speak about the revenue, so they want even a tax from the informal sector. But for us as a manufacturer, we feel that they take a responsibility of our actions, that they clean up the environment. So what we do, we want all the circular, the government, the producer, the actors, to speak one language and to see it as something that need to be implemented by any person. So we wish, and our advocation is on if they can reduce all the costs, all the taxes that are related to the environmental protection and environmental waste management, and make it as it's a part of the revenue already generated, so to reduce the double tax. So we feel implementation of the waste management is kind of a double taxing. So if the actor implement it, they increase the range of those who will be willing to work on the waste management. So we really wish even the partner state to look at it in that way and see the best way we can collaborate and have the more achievement than now.
Thank you very much. And I know, Klaus, you also want to add to the informal sector issue as you also give your closing remarks.
Thank you. Yeah, just to comment on Anna, I mean, I think the biggest difference between EPR systems in Europe and in Africa is the job creation potential as we see it. Because in Europe, okay, the bulk of the workforce is formalized. But here in East Africa, we're actually creating a brand new industry around packaging waste. So we are putting a huge emphasis in our partnership with KEPRO on the job creation aspects of this. And later today, KEPRO is launching a toolkit for waste pickers exactly with this purpose of engaging the CBOs around Kenya in this, so we can bring informal workers into the formal space, get a proper contract, proper pay. This is a huge potential and opportunity we have right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Timothy?
Well, what I would like to say is I like the cooking analogy that has been used here. And whatever we are cooking, I think we should be able to take into consideration life cycle assessment, cleaner production, and circularity. Let us not act as if these things, okay, that the cooking is happening out of the blue, as if it's happening by mistake. No. I think there is an organized planning, all the way from planning up to the point of implementation. So ideally, it is proactive that we start thinking environmentally even before we start. That is what I would want us to take from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Hota, closing remarks.
Closing remarks.
Yes.
From me.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Again, thank you for inviting me this opportunity. Then, still, I'm in Kenya. I mean, I'm been working as waste management advisor. So I'm happy to see all of you as a stakeholder of JICA today. So I'm happy to talk with you after this session. Anyway, thank you very much. Asante sana.
Asante sana. Thank you for being great participants. I hope that we've been able to unravel some of the complexities when it coming to designing with recyclability in mind. It's been an honor to host you, and I wish you the very best in the next of the conversations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists. Another wonderful conversation. Let's have you stand up and take a group photo while we bring on the next.
Yeah. Thank you, Priyan. Thank you, panelists. So the next session is for pitching session. So I'm going to call names and kindly come forward for the pitching. So Caroline Ojuku from Kara. Benson Abila, Mtaka. Wekesa Zablon from Circular Design, Nairobi. And then there's also Carol Ojijo from Rafiki Peps. Carol Ojukwu, kindly step forward. Thank you.
So another session of 1 minute rapid fire. We've had a lot of talk about the kitchen, and lunch will be served shortly from the kitchen. Everything else is packaging, I think, is what I'm understanding. So bear with us, because we need to kill another 20 minutes, okay? But we will make it interactive, I promise you that. Anybody have a joke or want to come up and dance, you're welcome to do that too. And I will be picking on people if you don't volunteer. So we'll start with some pitches.
From Lady, right? Carol? Round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Ojijo, a co-founder from Rafiki Peps, a waste management company based in the informal settlements of Mombasa County. What we actually advocate for is waste segregation from the source. And from the talks I've been hearing is that it's a major challenge. For us, we've managed to onboard 40 households, and it's a practical thing. So I'd urge all of you to visit our stand so that you can get more insights on how we actually do it from the source. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Zablon Wekesa, and I'm from Circular Design, Nairobi. Well, consumption is life, and thinking is to human as swimming is to cats. We can, but we just don't. So when it comes to design, it's a matter of getting it right. So Circular Design Nairobi is here to help you do that. So we focus within that space of circular consumption behavior. And we help actors, ecosystem actors, both in the upstream and in the downstream to get this right. Yeah, we look at how we define community. For us, we work at that level of abstraction of between 1 to 10 people for us is scale enough. So how we do it is we look at a solution for 10 people, then we replicate that. So we scale the mechanics. We can replicate that within other communities. And community is key. You know, I shouldn't even pitch because I feel I've been spoken for. No, they have been, you've already heard what we do. So please, if you have a design problem, come and talk to us. We have cutthroat tools right now to get you onto the startup mindset. We have this tool, it's called Heuristic. It walks you through the 10 steps of how to do, 13 steps of how to do a startup. And it all starts with you, with your own cash. No, you don't need any external cash to do a startup fast. You need to put in your hard-earned labor. So please, come work with us. Let's prepare you.
During the break, while we were interacting, you know, oh, by the way, we do have an online community following this conference. So while we were showcasing what was happening at the Circular Design, there was a game that was going on. Would you tell us about it for those who maybe haven't?
Well, no, some of us here might know where plastic comes from, but I have a game that helps you just figure out, you know, map out the plastic value chain and figure it out for yourself and see the steps that it takes for you to make your bottle, then take it to landfill and just find, so it will help you unlock opportunities, you know, reflect on your life. Just think about that moment when you're littering, when you eat a chocolate and you throw that wrapper, and so that when you get that moment, then you know that you're doing that because of design and you need to change. Yeah, so please find me over lunch. We can have the game and, you know, just think about it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Colonel Ojuku. I come from, I work at KARA. KARA is the Kenya Alliance of Resident Associations. And ideally, we are the umbrella body for all resident associations across the country. And what we aim to do, ultimately, is to provide a dignified way of living, a dignified place to live for everybody that lives in the country, because ideally, everyone here came from somewhere this morning. And we do this through advocating for service delivery and also through policy advocacy. And the most relevant to this conversation is we contributed to the development of the Sustainable Waste Management Act of 22, together with the Danish Embassy and a variety of other sponsors. And we intend to not just leave it there. We intend to scale it towards actual implementation. Because there is a difference between passing a law and putting it on paper and putting it on a shelf in a ministry somewhere and seeing it work. And to this effect, to this end, we are doing a model estate waste management pilot project, and it's being done in Nakuru, Mombasa, and Nairobi. Now, the purpose of the project is to identify what exactly works. Is it 3 bins? Is it 2 bins? Does color coding work, so does it make no difference? And the purpose of this is ultimately, we'll develop guidelines that can be adapted and implemented in other neighborhoods across the country. To figure out how you can work with us on this, the online community can check out our website, and if you're here, meet me behind the tent.
Behind the tent, where things happen. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Benson Abila. I am the founder and CEO of MTACA. So MTACA is a tech integrated recycling company located in the Western region. So our headquarters is in Kisumu, and we're big on leveraging technology, data analytics, and community engagement to build a circular zero waste, a sustainable zero waste circular economy. And we have 3 key objectives. The first one is, our goal is to increase the recycling culture. So we do this through influencing behavior change. And we've run a big campaign on separation of waste at source. And we've engaged over 3,000 people in Kisumu, onboarded over 2,000 online and offline users, and aggregated over 350 tons of recyclables that would have ended up in the lake. And we are also partnering with the county and the city to run the first county-established material recovery facility in Kisumu. So we are putting up the value addition facility, and the goal is that we want to increase the amount of earnings that waste workers can get locally. So then the second thing is that we are big on improving livelihoods of waste actors. So the ethos is dignifying waste work. So 4 things, of course: safety, gears and checkups, inclusion, the role of women in the sector. Can they leverage our technology to become agents and come to your doorstep just collect plastics as opposed to going to the landfills. Also the aspect of trainings, upskilling, and finally advocacy, so working closely with the government. And we've trained over 200 agents in Kisumu right now, and we're looking to really grow the network of the people that are leveraging our platform. And finally, data. So of course, data to influence the design and implementation of policy. And relevant to this conversation, we are big on if we can leverage the data to strengthen PROs, and we can also open up the sector for financing and see if the key actors who are doing a lot of work in the ground can get better compensation. So we are currently developing a data and waste management system, and we are open to collaborating with everyone. It's a system that we want. We're looking forward to building it for stakeholders and ventures. And if you're keen to be a part of that, we want to open the sector and transition towards the circular economy agenda. If you're keen to be a part of that, visit our booth right at the far end, Mtaka, and then we can build this conversation forward. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, I promised you a joke, and I will not disappoint. Yesterday, what happened yesterday in Kenya? Anybody? Tree planting. All right, that's a hint. What kind of plants go to the bathroom? Anybody? Drum roll? Toiletries. Okay. You got one clap. Thank you. All right, all right. On a serious note, we've been talking about EPR all day. And I want to ask 2 questions before we go for lunch. The first question, Momo, pull it up. Let's see which question you pulled up, and then I'll ask that question. Mentimeter again. Pull out your phones. 2 questions, and then we go for lunch. The first one, we asked earlier. Okay? On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you now about the implementation of EPR in Kenya? In the morning, we had a certain profile. It was about 70% and 30%. I just want to see if things have changed. Are we more confident going into lunch or less confident? I'm seeing a head nodding. You're not confident? And if anybody wants to comment, I'm happy to pass the mic on. But otherwise, the poll is actually, wow, now we're seeing a higher confidence rate. That's interesting. That's interesting. So we seem to have learned more, and we seem to be either hungry with all this talk about the kitchen, or we're actually more confident. So that's good. My next question, 85 to 14, with 26 respondents. That's pretty good. Okay, my next question. Momo, next question. The next question, let me put this into context. We've been talking about EPR and funding. So we need to pay for this, isn't it? My question to you all is, as a consumer, ultimately the brands are charged. Mokwano Industries, you are a brand owner. You will be charged to pay for EPR, to manage waste. Ultimately, you might pass that cost on to the consumer, being all of us in this room. My question to each one of you is, as a Kenyan citizen, how much do you expect to pay on a yearly basis, to fund what we've been talking about today? And your options are $0 to $10. And I'm putting it in dollars because I'm going to bring a European perspective in a little bit. Option 1 is $0 to $10 a year. Option 2, Momo, are you putting these down? Option 2 is $10 to $100 a year. And option 3 is $100 or more. Let's cap it off at $200 a year.
So again, 0 to 10, 10 to 100, and 100 to 200. Those are your three options. Can we see? Are we using Mentimeter or are we going to go old school? Oh, we're using technology. Okay. Does everybody understand the question? Yeah, pick 1, 2, or 3. Is it 0 to 10, 10 to 100, or 100 to 200? Per citizen per year. Dollars. Okay, let's do a show of hands. Let's go old school here. Who thinks it's $0 to $10 per citizen per year? Hands up. Joseph says 1, 2. We've got 2. 3 maybe. Okay.
I think, Priyan, just if I may interrupt, maybe you could want to further explain it. Is it per individual, per household, or
per
citizen?
Per citizen.
Per year.
Per year.
Okay.
So are we going to pay 0 to 100 shillings, let's just say? 0 to 100 shillings per year. Sorry, $10 is 1,000. 0 to 1,000 shillings. 0 to 1,000 shillings a year.
Remember,
per citizen.
You also need to clarify Kenyan shilling, Tanzanian shilling, Ugandan
Kenyan shilling. Good one. We have them all here, right? Kenyan shilling. 0 to 1,000 shillings a year per citizen. We have about 10 hands. Okay, the next category is 1,000 to 10,000. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think this category is winning so far. The last category is 10,000 to 20,000 shillings a year. Nobody. So I think the overwhelming response was the second category, wasn't it? Right? Okay, before I give you the answer, right? Before we give you the answer, this is KEPRO doing its math and saying, this is what it's going to cost each citizen. In Europe, it's 44. This is in France. There was an individual from France here earlier in the morning. He's left. 44 euros per person per year. What is that? It's about 5,000, 6,000 shillings. In Kenya, the numbers we have in front of us right now, with the pricing that we have, it's coming to 66 shillings. 66 shillings per person per year. Is this expensive? Who wants to donate? Okay, so it is not expensive.
We can do a harambe.
We do harambe.
Shillings just to see how
James wants to do a harambe.
Yes.
So in all honesty, 66 shillings is very low. It's to do with what Dr. Macharya talked about. We have 2 competing PROs, and we have both been competing to get members, and we've been driving the price down. Realistically, James, the number should be at least double to triple that. Even if you call it triple, even if you call it 200 shillings a year. Are we all okay with 200 shillings a year? Nobody's saying no, right? Nobody's saying no. Sorry, Mike?
My question is, are you doing it the Ruto way?
The Ruto way?
Yes.
I don't know the Ruto way.
Pay for the rest.
No. So this is completely private sector driven. This is coming to private sector. It does not go to government. We manage it ourselves. James, give us some headline figures of what we've done with 100 million shillings. You mentioned it earlier.
Okay, and maybe just to also clarify, I think the question is she's asking, the assumption was that we are trying to assume that the producers cascade down the APR compliance cost to the end consumer. And that is what we are saying. If every individual citizen is to take up the cost of EPR, it's around 66 to 70 shillings per year. Now, in terms of just to help you appreciate what we've done with the 100 million, over 9,000 metric tons of flexible plastic have been converted. Quite a number of jobs have been created, well over 1,000. And then this year alone, we've spent over 4 million Kenya shillings, just directly in impacting individuals at household level, trying to empower them and encourage them to not only, of course, trying to demystify the narrative of waste and making them appreciate that it has a business case to it. And of course, now further cascading down the information on sustainable waste management practices. So proper disposal as well as segregation of waste at source. Yes. That is with 100 million. Less than 250 members.
Yep.
So you can imagine the impact we'd have if every other Kenyan citizen decides to pay EPR fees.
So that we did over about a year and a half to 2 years. We expect that kind of budget on almost a monthly basis going forward. If every citizen complies, if every company complies, not citizen, okay?
75%.
75%, thank you. So we're expecting some leakage in the system. The point is there's a lot of money to go back into the market to create jobs, to create MRFs, to create collection points, to create investments in infrastructure and everything that's been discussed today. It's a bright future ahead of us, is what we're trying to say, okay? On that note, lunch is ready. Enjoy lunch. And we will be back at 3 o'clock at the very latest. If possible, let's try and come back early so we can finish early. And we have only one panel session left, and then we're done. And the exhibition, please do go by and see the exhibition booths out there, okay? Thank you very much. Enjoy lunch. It's free for all of you because you've participated.
you're watching the Daily Report. It is 50 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for staying with us. Time for that important conversation I did inform you earlier on redefining responsibility towards circularity. This, in essence, is matters, recycling and reducing or rather our responsibility towards circularity and designing packaging materials that are to be recyclable and to help Kenya realize a circular economy. My two guests are already here. The gentleman I told you about on my right is James Odongo. He is the Chief Administrative Officer at KEPRO, and James currently holds the position of Chief Administrative Officer at the Kenya Extended Producer Responsibility Organization, that is KEPRO. And prior to his role, he served as the CEO of the Nairobi chapter of the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and he's an alumnus of the University of Nairobi and also currently pursuing an MSc in Urban Management from the same institution, that is the University of Nairobi. On my left is Klaus Len Christensen. I got that right? He's the DI East Africa Manager, and he has varied experience within both public and private sector and has worked on 3 continents, that is Europe, North America, and Africa. And since 2021, East Africa Manager for one of the largest employer and business member organizations in Europe, the Confederation of Danish Industry, DI. And before that, Klaus, of course, was heading DI's office in New York between 2015 and 2020, with a focus on clean tech trade between the US and Denmark. And he has also worked with the British Embassy and the Spanish Embassy in Copenhagen, Denmark, respectively. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on the program. Quite an important conversation to have right here in the country, especially on matters recycling. But at this point, I mean, Kenyans and the viewers have been curious to find out what exactly it is that you do. And I think I'll begin with you, James. What exactly is it that you do in your organization?
Okay, thank you, and maybe just to set context for today's conversation and what KEPRO fundamentally does, and take you back to 2017 when we had the ban of the single-use plastic bags in Kenya, and that set the conversation for management of other material fractions that cause pollution to the environment, and more particularly the plastic menace that we had during that period of time. But then the idea was, and then more fundamentally for the private sector was, even if you'd want to ban packaging or certain material fractions from polluting the environment, until when will you can't ban products into perpetuity. So the idea was we'd want to manage the products that we'd want to call stubborn material as far as environmental conservation is concerned. And so between 2017 through to 2019, there was a conversation, of course, supported by the Confederation of Danish Industries, largely private sector driven. So the Confederation of Danish Industry coming together with the Kenya Association of Manufacturers and other private sector players. They came together and gave a solution to the government that we'd rather manage these material fractions that you're talking about banning as opposed to banning, because of course they're also the environmental, beyond the environmental consequences, the economic consequences might also be challenging. So what better way would we be able to ensure that we are balancing the environmental impact as well as the beneficial aspects of the economy? So between 2017 and 2019, through, of course, deliberations and continuous engagement with the various actors, there was something we're calling the Kenya Plastic Action Plan. So of course, through the support of the Danish industries. And that paved the way for the Sustainable Waste Management Act. So the Kenya Plastic Action Plan was introducing what you're calling the Extended Producer Responsibility policy approach. Yes,
and you'll get to the details of that.
Yes.
But Glenn, Klaus, Glenn, thank you so much for joining us. Your organization is also these issues and the matters at heart. What exactly would you say would be at the heart of your organization?
Africa for 20 years now. And one of the big topics for us is sustainability. For us as a nation, we've been on this path since the 70s, basically, where we said no to nuclear power and adopted wind. So for us, even at the consumers and the citizens, sustainability is really becoming a creed, right? So we feel by now we've got a lot of knowledge to offer to African partners such as KM and KEPRO and other good partners in the region.
And how is the reception of that?
I think it's very good. I think there's a brand around Denmark as a global front runner. So people, they say, okay, you got something to offer. It's valuable, and what we do are knowledge partnerships. So we transfer knowledge to local partners. In this case, it's been a lot about the circularity and waste management. How can you really design products from the get-go so they get a second life, a third life? You don't design for this being wasted right after you empty the juice can, right?
Absolutely. Yes. And James, I see you're wearing the SDG goals theme, and it's sort of also is in line with the Sustainable Waste Management Act of 2022, which you spoke about in passing. Yes. But you can talk to us about what it basically depicts.
Okay. And that essentially speaks to what we do as KEPRO, where we are trying to support Kenya's realization of a circular economy. And you have to go through the process of coming from a linear economy through to a recycling economy before you realize the true north, which is a circular economy. So the Sustainable Waste Management Act under Section 13, and more particularly 13.1 and 13.2, is introducing what we are calling the extended producer responsibility policy approach and making it mandatory for all producers introducing any product into the Kenyan market to comply with the EPR obligations. So EPR in itself, you can comply either as an individual entity or through a compliance scheme, a collective compliance scheme such as the Kenya Extended Producer.
The extended producer responsibility is one of the course that the EU has been keen about. And talk to us about what Kenya can borrow, especially from the EU context in regarding
I mean, in a nutshell, EPR is about shifting responsibility for waste management to the producers. So the producers have to take that responsibility upon them to control their waste and track where it's going, right? So it doesn't end up in landfills or waterways. And I think in the EU, so the EU is basically an internal market of 27 countries. So now we have directives for waste management for all manufacturers and producers in the Union. There are variations from country to country, but what it does is that you cannot, as a manufacturer, not track, let's say, your PET bottles. So in Denmark, we introduced a take-back system. So now you can drink your Coca-Cola bottle, return it to the store, and you get some M-Pesa in return. And that's a good incentive for the consumer. So we actually had, I think, 90% of a rate of people returning used PET bottles to the supermarket, for example. So that's one of the initiatives we introduced maybe 15 years ago.
And yesterday, I attended a briefing by the Nordic Council of Ministers regarding the INC, that is the summit that is going on, this week. And he mentioned something, regarding something basic such as, earbuds, that they're the ones that have the cotton at the end. In between that stick is, recyclable nowadays in Europe. Do you think that as Africa, as Kenya specifically, we are headed to a place where not only are we discussing the plastic bags, but also, adopting such technologies?
I think it's a lot in Taka Nimali, right? That the minute we start saying there's a value in this waste, there's also a job creation potential. If it gets collected, recycled in a proper way. So a lot of what we're doing with KEPRO now is also reaching all the CBOs of Kenya, so we can start the awareness and education of the youth, so we can transform them from informal waste pickers that basically don't earn anything into formal workers with a contract where they can get paid maybe through the M-Pesa system in the future.
James, looking at the country, our GDP, of course, and how our economy has been behaving, it's not been very favorable to Kenyans. And even as we speak about matters, sustainable waste management practices, some see it as too much jargon. They see it as, too much work. How then can Kenya enhance public awareness to say then, fine, we are in this situation as Kenya, but again, these, waste management, the sustainable waste management practices are issues and things that we should adopt?
Yeah, and I think that's a very valid question, and we understand, of course, in the Kenyan context, you're coming from quite a lower platform as far as awareness and issues of behavior change are concerned. And so I think the idea is requiring that all particular stakeholders coming together, and of course now you're looking at even the platform we'll be having tomorrow, where we are bringing all stakeholders just to try and create a common platform as far as conversations on sustainable waste management is concerned. And of course, you also need to understand that while we still need to create awareness, there's also quite a growing population within our country that is very woke to the reality that poor disposal of waste is contributing directly to the issues of climate change.
Yes.
And of course also speaking to other fundamental issues that are being discussed during the INC. So in terms of awareness, it's going to take quite a lot in terms of what is required and instigate behavior change. But the immediate strategy that is going to be taken, and we're encouraging, of course, working with government, is that all stakeholders come together, speaking with one common voice, that there is need for proper disposal of waste. And of course, now we also have the backing of the law. Right from the household level, now the law requires that you have to separate your waste. And so despite the aspect of it being an individual effort, the law is also now coming into place and ensuring that you now, at household level, you have to first properly dispose of your waste, and then there's a second requirement to it that you segregate your waste to ensure that you're supporting the recycling ecosystem in the country.
And absolutely, and one of the questions and concerns I saw is, how then do Kenyans sustainably say, separating of waste? I mean, by the time you're telling someone to separate their waste, is it even affordable to buy these bins to be able to separate that waste? And, that's a conversation that we'll be picking up. But right now, we want to take a short break. When we come back, we still continue this conversation on redefining responsibility towards circularity. Remember, we are in this world, and it is ours to take care of. You're watching the Daily Report. We are back in a few minutes. Klaus Len Christensen, he's the manager of DI East Africa, as well as James Odongo, Chief Administrative Officer at KEPRO. Gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. And in case you're wondering, we're not speaking jargon tonight. Basically, today we're talking about sustainability and how to recycle materials from household level to national level. We invite you, of course, to join the conversation online. I'm already seeing your questions and your feedback. Please, if you're using our SMS portal, start with your name and where you're watching us from, and your feedback, your question, or your review about the show. Before into the break, Klaus, James was talking about the separation of waste and such, ideas that, as a country and in our societies that Kenyans at a personal level need to emulate. I wonder what is the future of packaging, because in Europe, we've seen what is happening over there, but what are some of the packaging trends that we've seen in the EU in this context of speaking on matter sustainability, and what can we borrow?
I think we're moving towards a lot of nature-based products. So products that can be degraded and used for compost, for example. Bamboo is a good example for food trays, for example. So I think we'll see, not that we'll always have plastic, which is still a good product if it's handled in the right way. But we're seeing more and more nature-based products come in as substitutes, which is good to see. Yeah.
When you look even at the industry of plastics, starting all the way in 1907 when the innovations were made, trillions of dollars have been made out of the plastic industry. And when we start talking about and management, sustainability, in this 21st century, do you foresee that perhaps at some point we will get to an area where we say, fine, we are almost halfway towards what we want to achieve?
In this country?
In this country.
In general?
In this country and also globally.
Okay. I mean, we have the SDGs for a reason, the Sustainable Development Goals. Right now, we know we're not going to make these targets by 2030, but it sets a direction and it creates a vision. And I think that's what we need as a society. We need a vision where the consumers and the youth are getting educated according to a green vision in this case. So I don't think we'll ever achieve 100%.
Okay.
But it's a moving target, right?
It's working.
But if you as a country set a vision and a direction, because we're talking about awareness. This is fairly new concepts in Kenya. So that's why you're working with KEPRO a lot around this, the youth engagement, bringing it into primary schools. Could this be part of a curriculum for the primary schools? We've already done a few in Nairobi this year, because those are the future consumers that will run the show. They will say yes or no to a given product based on, is it sustainable? Can you trace its origin, etc.
Absolutely. And great insight over there. James, there is this whole conversation on extended producer responsibility, the PEPR, and it is pretty much goes down to the producers of these materials. And it's been quite heated over the years. Do you think the legal frameworks that exist, if any, Kenyans are not pretty much conversant with them to even begin with, the producers specifically?
Okay, so I do want to respond in two ways.
Yes.
One is It's a case of the act or the law coming into place very recently. So you are aware that the Sustainable Waste Management Act was assented into law in 2022. It might be a case of we've not adequately conveyed the information to all other actors and relevant entities. But then there's also another crop of producers or relevant stakeholders who've, quote unquote, deliberately chosen to ignore the information and waiting for the authorities to use the stick as far as enforcement is concerned.
Yeah.
So as I've said, it's really a two-way conversation.
How are you making it, palatable? And, is there a word out there for general knowledge, especially for Kenyans?
Yes, by and large. And so when NEMA put out the notice in terms of moving towards the enforcement and compliance of EPR, one of the conditions we gave to NEMA, and of course as private sector, was that we're introducing what we are calling the assisted compliance, where NEMA is not moving directly into direct enforcement, but supporting producers and bringing them on board to be able to understand what is required of them as far as EPR is concerned, and ensuring that everybody is aware of their responsibilities before we move to the actual enforcement, where you're imposing fines or prosecuting individuals as far as the regulatory provisions are concerned. So by and large, I think there will be continuous engagement. In the initial phase that NEMA has shared, you're looking at between 6 months to 1 year of assisted compliance, just trying to bring on board producers, helping them understand that what is this whole EPR conversation about. After they've understood, now they either institute individual EPR compliance schemes or join collective EPR compliance schemes such as KEPRO, and then from there is when we move towards the next phase of enforcement and ensuring full compliance. Yes.
Klaus, you mentioned earlier on incorporation of this behavior for basic learning. Does that also encompass collaborations between government, private sector, NGOs, and communities to be able to improve waste management and recycling efforts in Kenya?
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about this public-private partnership approach, right? And you can always discuss where is the push or pull? Is it the government pushing or is it the private sector pulling, right? So that you need to strike this balance, right? Yeah. So you can say the youth are both the consumers and they're also the future employees, right? So they have to be a part as a key ingredient in this. So that's why we're trying to, the advocacy we're trying to do together is targeting, yes, NEMA, they're the authority, but the private sector are the producers. At the same time, you need the youth because they're the future employees and consumers. So you need different language for different groups. So that's sort of also why how we are messaging to the different groups. It depends on who we're targeting. So when we do a curriculum for primary school kids, it's quite different than the conversation we're having tonight, where it's much more about what is plastic and stuff like that, right?
We have seen what public-private partnerships have done before. Is it coming with gusto? Is it coming with oomph on matter sustainability and sustainable waste strategies?
Because we're learning that this cannot be done by government only, for example, because there's a financing gap. That's why the private sector comes in to cover the gap, right? So that's why it becomes the parties have to listen to each other. It has to be a bipartite discussion. I mean, we had the African Climate Summit in Nairobi a month ago or something, and the biggest topic by far was financing. And if we had to do a green transition, financing will always be the main problem, challenge, but also solution, right? And for that, you need the private sector also in the mix.
Sure. Absolutely. Close. And James, Ali, when these conversations are held, we know very well, Nairobi is the most developed city in the country. And most of these solutions, when they are talked about, most of these problems, when you talk about them, most industries are in Nairobi. When you talk about solutions, Kenyans could think, this is more of a Nairobi problem. But this also extends so far in reaching other areas of the country. Do you think they are well informed? How is that conversation and discourse happening outside Nairobi?
Okay. So we've, of course, throughout between 2022 and just also give you a brief, is that KEPRO has been in existence between 2021 to date. And yes, the predominant focus was in Nairobi. But now, through our partnership with other partners, of course, more particularly DI, we are moving outside Nairobi. Understandably, because first, initially, KEPRO was working within a voluntary ecosystem. And we could only stretch our mandate to the breadth and width within which our finances would be able to support. But now with the law coming into place and us getting a bit more support, I think for next year, for instance, we are supposed to be covering all the 47 counties and just trying to cascade down the information to the granular levels. And beyond that, I think we've also now been targeting specific areas just to try and focus our efforts to the rural areas. I think this year we are very particular on trying to increase our efforts in Kisii County and Mombasa County, just to also demystify the conversation on waste being a Nairobi problem.
Yes.
If you go to Kisii, in 2022, they had their official dump site being shut down and they had to get a solution. So that really necessitated us going there and trying to curate a solution for them. But in terms of information sharing and awareness creation, I think it will be, and more particularly, emphasizing the role of the citizen, because as interesting as it may sound, we've worked with recyclers, and one of the challenges is the volumes. So you'd be surprised that if you have a problem of volumes for recycling, but we have it shows that there is KEPRO is a PRO committed to accelerating Kenya's realization of a circular economy through implementation of proven EPR models and driving consumer change through awareness creation and capacity building for our waste management operators.
KEPRO is a new type of business. It's a non-profit. It has been created to help ensure that people who are using packaging to introduce their products into the market are taking a responsibility to channel capital through KEPRO to the people who are going to collect, sort and recycle that waste.
The Sustainable Waste Management Act was signed into law last year, and it is important to know that this is now a legal requirement by all producers. As producers, all producers, you bring in a product into the market, you are required to pay for its end of life, the recovery of the waste after consumption, the refilling, the reusing, the recycling, and possibly the end of life of that product or packaging. It is a devolved function, and counties are required to manage the waste within borders. As citizens, we are required to make sure that we are segregating at source. KEPRO's key role in the Sustainable Waste Management Act is to act as what we call the PRO, the Producer Responsibility Organization. As a producer, you are legally obliged to affiliate yourself to a PRO, and by doing that, you transfer your legal obligation from an individual to a collective through a membership organization.
KEPRO's vision for sustainable waste management is embedded in its true note, which is a win for the environment and a win for the economy. So circular economy is what we're really after. And there are steps to get there, but it's very important to understand that everything that we do at KEPRO is essentially a stepping stone towards making Kenya truly a circular economy.
The DI's partnership with KEPRO goes way back before the creation of KEPRO. So back in 2017, the Kenyan government wanted to ban plastic altogether. And at that time, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, that DI also partnered with, approached us to say, what are you doing in Denmark against this? Because we don't think it's the right thing to ban plastic. And so we brought a delegation of Kenyan stakeholders to Denmark to look into what we are doing around sustainable waste management and circular economy. And upon returning to Kenya, the stakeholders, they quite quickly got together, spearheaded by CAN, and produced an action plan for plastics for Kenya, together with NEMA. And that, in a way, created the inception for creating KEPRO as the first PRO in Kenya.
Our partnership with DI was premised on the concepts of sustainability and green transition as per the recommendations of the International Labour Organization's Recommendation 204. And through our partnership, we are not only keen on driving consumer change and behavior change for that matter, but also empowering and capacity building our waste management operators, not only to help them realize a business case for waste collection and conversion, but also to ensure that we are creating more opportunities for them, even as we move from informal ecosystems of waste management to more formalized ecosystem waste management structures, given the new regulatory frameworks provided for by the Sustainable Waste Management Act.
Sika Green tumeweza kufight na maneno ya waste, tukiangalia tumeweza kutransform area mingi. So unapata kama hii mali tuko hapo palikuwa ni waste, tukaweza kuitransform ikakuwa ni kama green space. Alafu pia ile takataka pia tunatoa kwa mto, tunaweza ku-recycle.
Back in 2022, we met with KEPRO through NMS, and you were trained on the importance of circular economy. And that's when we saw the need and the interest of starting the process and maybe to collaborate with them so that we can get to learn more about waste and the importance of circular economy. Through having them on board, we've been able to be, our members have been capacity built on the importance of waste segregation at the source, and they've also supported us.
Our primary objective is to make sure that we minimize waste going to the dump site, because we realize that there's a lot that can be recovered from waste that can generate income.
The environmental and economic benefits that have so far happened, I mean, first of all, there's been over 80 million shillings that has been paid into the waste service provider economy from the packaging users. And so there's clear, measurable monetary value that has gone into those entrepreneurs who are engaged in waste collection, sorting and recycling. The second thing is the development of material recovery facilities. These are in itself another type of industry that has an opportunity to be created in every single county. KEPRO has an amazing model which helps counties to start with an MRF in a public-private partnership, create jobs in every single county, and replace landfills and dump sites.
The current situation in Kenya, where waste management and recycling is concerned, has a gap in terms of our members being able to afford compliance.
We partnered with KEPRO last 2 or 3 years ago, and through some contract that we signed, we were able to get some subsidy services, some finances that have really helped December Waste to grow a big way. By partnership with the KEPRO, as an institution, we've been able to grow in a big scale. Through the systems that we are set with the KEPRO, we're able to improve on our record work, bookkeeping, and general report that has been of great achievement to us.
The impact we are creating together with KEPRO is to a large degree due to the expert knowledge we bring in from Denmark and the journey we've been through with circular economy for the past 20 years. So we have the luxury of inviting experts, for example, from the Danish Plastics Federation down to come and share what they've been going through and how they've created a PRO in Denmark. So it's very rich, the dialogues we've had. And in a way, it's always nice to learn from other people that have walked the path before.
Our partnership with DI has been quite instrumental over the past 1 year. And more particularly, as far as our consumer awareness campaigns are concerned, we've directly impacted over 1,000 individuals just to be able to encourage them to segregate their waste at source and properly dispose of their waste as per the requirements of the law. In terms of our commitment to ensure green transition, we are working with DI to capacity build our waste management operators, working more specifically with community-based organizations in Nairobi, Kisii and Mombasa, just to empower them to take up more roles within the waste ecosystem. And understandably, the EPR ecosystem is also creating more jobs, and we want to support them on that front.
First and foremost, really education tulia kutoka kwa KEPRO ya segregation where waste inafaa ikuwe inatoka mara mbili ya dry waste na wet waste, na in that design tumeweza kuona umuhimu wake kwa sababu at least hii imepunguza uzito wa ile takataka, na pia tumeona takataka mingi ni takataka inafaa inakuwa pesa badala ya kutupwa, na pia katika hiyo harakati watu kwa zile manyumba tukiongelesha pia wameweza kuona umuhimu ya kutofautisha hizi takataka na kuziweka pamoja.
In underserved areas, and for instance, we are working in refugee settlement camps, that is in Turkana, just to also empower these communities to see waste not only as a resource, but also as a potential area for employment. And in other underserved areas, we are working with the residential associations. We recently signed a partnership with the Kenya Alliance of Residents Association, just to be able to also extend our reach to the respective residential areas. We understand that, especially in urban areas, some of these residential entities would not have access to proper infrastructure necessary for waste management.
KEPRO and DRC, Danish Refugee Council, is working together in trying to ensure that the most important sector of sustainable waste management, those being the waste pickers or waste recyclers, is working with them to enhance their capacity to respond or do their work in a better way.
Through KEPRO, we are going to have a very strategic and intensive awareness creation program where we educate the people on what EPR means in the first place, what the law provides for, and the role they have to play to make sure that this actually is taken up at different levels.
The potential of job creation is massive in an economy that transitions from linear to circular. All of these things essentially do not need mass manufacturing. They need small entrepreneurs to create businesses that are able to customize products, that are able to repair products, that are able to bring these products back into reuse or refill. And to me, this is an ideal space for SMEs and marginalized people who can create this entirely new generation of businesses.
It's crucial when we talk waste management that we also start where the problem is and where it can also lead to growth. Because when we put a value on waste, it becomes a commodity for the local community where they can engage with this economy, they can collect the waste, they can get properly paid by an aggregator or a collection center.
Tumeweza pia kumake do katika hizi takataka. Unapata mostly unapata tuko na maplastic na tunapata KEPRO inatusaidia na market, na ambayo pia imekuwa ni sustainable pia kidogo kwa group.
We have a lot of challenges. For instance, material that we recover from waste, you will find that there's no company that can buy them. You know, it become a little bit challenge because when we find them and we don't have a place where we can take them, it will end up in a landfill or a dump site.
Tumekuwa na inadequate resources kuweza kuimplement hii process, na pia financial stability yetu ijakuwa poa. Before ile members of community to accept, ili tuchukua time sana juu ilikuwa kidogo vita, mnasumbuana hapa na wanakijiji, mara nyingi waizi kushikwa ovyo.
Sasa yenye tunaenda kulipisha pia pesa ya takataka, unapata si wote wana cooperate. Challenge nyingine unapata tunafanya hii kazi by passion, na kuna wengine pia wa appreciate pia kazi yetu. Unapata mahali labda tumesafisha pia pasha kuja pametupa takataka, na pia kwa market pia tukipata vitu zetu hatuna direct market. Sasa yenye hata tumepata hizo maplastic manini, lazima pia saa nyingine unapata tupitia kwa mabroker, na saa nyingine unapata KEPRO at least inajaribu kutusaidia.
We've also, through the support of DI, developed a waste curriculum toolkit targeting informal waste collectors, because the Sustainable Waste Management Act now requires that informal waste collectors will have to join formalized groups to be able to be recognized and incorporated into the ecosystem as far as waste management is concerned.
With KEPRO, we see the first producer responsibility in Kenya, which is quite unique, also the first in Africa. And the long-term impact we're talking about is, one, to deal with waste in a sustainable fashion in Kenya, to put a value on waste so it also becomes a new industry for all stakeholders, and that goes for the waste pickers in the counties and at village level, all the way to the aggregators, and then to the material resource facilities where the waste ends up in the end, and a new life cycle can start by which the recyclers, they reuse and upcycle the waste material into new products for the industry. KEPRO really is spearheading this process in East Africa, so that KEPRO also becomes a lighthouse of knowledge for similar initiatives for PROs in Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, etc.
In terms of our commitment in the long run, the idea is to invest in material recovery facilities to spur up collection rates and ensure that we are also getting quality and adequate quantities for our recyclers.
In our entire service, KEPRO is the only entity that we have seen that has acted positively in encouraging and subsidizing recyclers. I would encourage EPR that is all on board to consider genuine
in collaboration with the KEPRO, we've done again so much. Last year, we met and they sensitized us about conserving the environment and, most importantly, recycling the waste. And what we've done is using those bottles, because you realize the bottles are all over. So we normally use those bottles to plant trees, to plant flowers, to plant kales.
The KEPRO organization, when they came in, they helped the Mazingira students understand the key importance of managing the resources or waste management strategies, and also they helped us understand how to conserve the environment.
We are a membership-based organization, and individuals within those organizations are very welcome to help guide us professionally, and you're very welcome to sit on our board, to sit within the individual committees and the individual councils and voice your concerns and help direct and steer us into the right direction where KEPRO needs to go.
KEWL has been in the board of KEPRO for, this is the second session, and one of the very main sustainable activity that we are doing is supporting recycling, collection of waste.
So members of KEPRO can benefit in multiple ways. Number one is they are contributing as a packaging user a small fraction of the selling price of their product, the end product to the consumer, but that amount of money is going to help make sure that that packaging material is not lying in the environment. That packaging material becomes value as part of the circular economy. It creates jobs, and it also eventually becomes raw material for your packaging in the future to be made out of that. The second benefit is going to come to the manufacturers or the converters of the packaging. They no longer will have to be importing this packaging and having to get the dollars to import all that. They'll be able to start accessing the raw material from local recyclers locally and buy it in Kenyan shillings. I think that's going to be a major benefit for manufacturers because their entire supply chain will be fully optimized. Besides this, members of KEPRO can also start participating in the role of shaping what KEPRO's EPR policy, EPR subsidy, how we are governed, how we operate, how we audit the recyclers, how we build this organization that is going to transfer Kenya into a circular economy for generations to come.
We are also looking forward to establish a buyback center whereby this waste, after being separated at the source, it can be now taken to the buyback center where youths can now turn the waste into cash.
Tukikuwa na kampuni yetu pia hizi area, watu wengi watakuwa wamekuwa employed, watakuwa change future yao.
We are all called by law to join the recycling movement. And regardless of where we are, we usually say that as long as we are alive, we are generating waste.
If you're a consumer, you have a lot of power. If you refuse to buy a product because it's not produced in a sustainable fashion, you can help change industries. So for us, it's really about empowering the residents and the consumers to say no to products that we know are not produced in a sustainable fashion, and where the companies, they don't care about what happens post-consumer. So for us, it's about building a capacity at local level among consumers and residents so they understand what is the value chain they're operating in when they buy a product off the shelf.
My call to action to you is to join KEPRO, to have a voice in this extremely important topic of sustainable waste management and ultimately creating a circular economy for Kenya.
We are looking at leveraging on more partnerships such as what we are having with DI, just to also piggy bank on each other's strengths to entrench the principles of sustainable waste management. We are looking at behavior change, green transition and creation of more formalized jobs and demystifying the narrative we've had about waste management from time immemorial.
As a leader of a business membership organization who is representing entire sectors which are made up of multiple businesses, what are you doing as a sector leader? Is your sector having a sustainable and a circular value chain? Are the actors within your sector connecting and talking to each other to figure out how do we make the sector sustainable?
Sustainable waste management and collaboration is not only important for just protecting the environment, but it's also important for health, it is important for food security, and it's important for social justice.
It's fun, recycling, and it supports jobs, and it's also very sustainable when we support the circular economy. We don't have to generate waste, but we can generate jobs when we do this in the right way.
To have hizo many dialogues ambazo zinaweza kuambia watu about the importance of the environment na importance of reducing waste and recycling the waste.
I would also love to advise the government that they should also recognize the youth that are taking these jobs and also try to build their capacities and connect them with the right partners that will help them undertake the mission. All in all, it's a collective responsibility, so let's make sure that we are handling our waste and managing our waste properly.
I want to thank KEPRO so much for agree and willing to work with us, the people who are on the ground, and again to support us, because whenever we have activity, they normally come in and support, you know.
KEPRO is a PRO committed to accelerating Kenya's realization of a circular economy through implementation of proven EPR models and driving consumer change through awareness creation and capacity building for our waste management operators.
KEPRO is a new type of business. It's a non-profit. It has been created to help ensure that people who are using packaging to introduce their products into the market are taking a responsibility to channel capital through KEPRO to the people who are going to collect, sort, and recycle that waste.
The Sustainable Waste Management Act was signed into law last year, and it is important to know that this is now a a legal requirement by all producers. As producers, all producers, you bring in a product into the market, you are required to pay for its end of life, the recovery of the waste after consumption, the refilling, the reusing, the recycling, and possibly the end of life of that product or packaging. It is a devolved function, and counties are required to manage the waste within borders. As citizens, we are required to make sure that we are segregating at source. KEPRO's key role in the Sustainable Waste Management Act is to act as what we call the PRO, the Producer Responsibility Organization. As a producer, you are legally obliged to affiliate yourself to a PRO, and by doing that, you transfer your legal obligation from an individual to a collective through a membership organization.
KEPRO's vision for sustainable waste management is embedded in its true north, which is a win for the environment and a win for the economy. So circular economy is what we're really after. And there are steps to get there, but it's very important to understand that everything that we do at KEPRO is essentially a stepping stone towards making Kenya truly a circular economy.
The GIS partnership with KEPRO goes way back before the creation of KEPRO. So back in 2017, the Kenyan government wanted to ban plastic altogether. At that time, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, the GIS, also partnered with approached us to say, what are you doing in Denmark against this, because we don't think it's the right thing to ban plastic. And so we brought a delegation of Kenyan stakeholders to Denmark to look into what we're doing around sustainable waste management and circular economy. And upon returning to Kenya, the stakeholders, they quite quickly got together, spearheaded by CAM, and produced an action plan for plastics for Kenya together with NEMA. And that in a way created the inception for creating KEPRO as the first PRO in Kenya.
Our partnership with DI was premised on the concepts of sustainability and green transition as per the recommendations of the International Labour Organization, Recommendation 204. And through our partnership, we are not only keen on driving consumer change and behavior change for that matter, but also empowering and capacity building our waste management operators, not only to help them realize a business case for waste collection and conversion, but also to ensure that we are creating more opportunities for them even as we move from informal ecosystems of waste management to more formalized ecosystem waste management structures, given the new regulatory frameworks provided by the Sustainable Waste Management Act.
Sika Green tumeweza kufight na maneno ya waste, tukiangalia tumeweza kutransform area mingi. So unapata kama hii mali tu hapo palikuwa waste, tukaweza kutransform kama green space. Alafu pia ile takataka pia tunatoa mto, tunaweza ku-recycle.
Back in 2022, we met with KEPRO through NMS, and you were trained on the importance of circular economy. And that's when we saw the need and the interest of starting the process and made to collaborate with them so that we can get learn more about waste and the importance of circular economy. Through having them on board, we've been able to be, our members have been capacity built on the importance of waste segregation at the source. And they've also supported us by providing us with the PPEs.
Our primary objective is to make sure that we minimize waste going to the dump site, because we realize that there's a lot that can be recovered from waste that can generate income.
The environmental and economic benefits that have so far happened, I mean, first of all, there's been over 80 million shillings that has been paid into the waste service provider economy from the packaging users And so there's clear, measurable monetary value that has gone into those entrepreneurs who are engaged in waste collection, sorting, and recycling. The second thing is the development of material recovery facilities. These are in itself another type of industry that has an opportunity to be created in every single county. KEPRO has an amazing model which helps counties to start with an MRF in a public-private partnership, create jobs in every single county, and replace landfills and dump sites.
The current situation in Kenya, where waste management and recycling is concerned, has a gap in terms of our members being able to afford compliance.
We partnered with KEPRO last 2-3 years ago, and through some contract that we signed, we were able to get some subsidy services, some finances that have really helped December Waste to grow a big way. By partnership with the KEPRO, as an institution, we've been able to grow in a big scale. Through the systems that we are set with the KEPRO, we're able to improve on our record work, bookkeeping, and general report that has been of great achievement to us.
The impact we are creating together with KEPRO is to a large degree due to the expert knowledge we bring in from Denmark and the journey we've been through with circular economy for the past 20 years. So we have the luxury of inviting experts, for example, from the Danish Plastics Federation down to come and share what they've been going through and how they've created a PRO in Denmark. So it's very rich, the dialogues we've had. And in a way, it's always nice to learn from other people that have walked the path before.
Our partnership with DI has been quite instrumental over the past 1 year. And more particularly, as far as our consumer awareness campaigns are concerned, we've directly impacted over 1,000 individuals just to be able to encourage them to segregate their waste at source and properly dispose of their waste as per the requirements of the law. In terms of our commitment to ensure green transition, we are working with DI to capacity build our waste management operators, working more specifically
exhibitors, with the tents, and every other person. You can continue the conversation on circularity online using the hashtag KEPRO conference. We are on our Twitter, formerly, on X, formerly Twitter, at KEPRO_KE, on Instagram at KEPRO_KE, on Facebook, KEPRO Kenya, on LinkedIn at KEPRO Kenya. Also, on our tags, we do have a QR code in which you can get more information about the conference, the program, bios of every panelist who was up here, and also to just continue further. Send in your questions, you know, comments, etc. So without much further ado, we'll go into our pitch session before we go up to our last but not least panel, in which I'm so sure they'll have rich knowledge, you know, to inform us further in matters circularity. So I'll call upon Mark Mwenda for Hand in Hand. Kindly come forward. We have Edgar Kioko. Kindly come forward. We have Privya Shah of King Plastic. Come forward. Beryl Opombe, Teresia Mwangi, and Dr. Taiba Hatimi. I hope I've pronounced that correctly. I mean, before we even, you know, bring up the conversation, or rather pitching, I'd like you to tell us, have your expectations been met? You know, you've been here since morning. It's now 3. Tell us about it.
Well, my expectations have been over-exceeded. I think everything is great. I think you all agree with me, right? Right? This is how you say yes, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I believe you'll start, right? Oh, he'll start. You're not ready? Why, lady? Okay. Okay, cool.
Hi, my name is Edgar, mechanical engineer and group consultant at Seal Africa. Seal Africa is the leading FMCG packaging manufacturing in East Africa. In terms of market cap and innovation, I've seen the CEO, managing director of Tech Park. I know you may want to protest that. But yeah, we are one of the sponsors for this event, very big on circular economy. First company in Africa to join the Ellen MacArthur Global Commitment to Circular Economy. One of our core pillars is circular economy. So a lot about us is innovation around circularity to have products that are going to do good for the environment. Yeah, we achieved that through technology. Probably the first company in Kenya to deploy IoT to achieve both direct and innovative eliminations for products. Our numbers have been through the roof, reporting from 38% recyclability to, I think, 63, 2023 data, which is really high. We are hoping to get 100% recyclability at 2025. My colleague here is going to give you a practical example of a value chain in plastic, something we are doing in partnership with KWFT, something cooking, should be done by Q2. So she's going to show you exactly how we are using our products, end of life, to create new products. Seal Africa is your packaging manufacturing partner. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Koki John. I'm in business development, commercial department. So I'll just dive in direct to what my colleague has just mentioned. Basically, Seal Africa is into innovation. Innovation in which sense? In circular economy. So we make yogurt cups, IML, and we get reject in the process. And also we get some clients who return their cups. So we don't throw them. We recycle this to make material that makes the crates. This crate is purposely made for harvesting, so it goes direct to the farmer. And we are also going to work with Kenya women to make sure we have collection points for the farmers direct, so that whenever the consumers, when you are done with the yogurt, you return to your collection point, and then we can get them to our factory to continue making crates that will bring value both to customer and also to us as a company. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Dr. Teresia Njora. I'm the director of Baraka Women Centers. Baraka Women Centers is an organization for the women's, the most vulnerable, the women who are coming up in business. We have all branches. We have in Nairobi, Kiambu, Laikipia, and also a part in Turkana. We are 11 years of empowerment. Now, we have been doing empowerment on hair, dressmaking, and when we have been doing dressmaking, we realize that we are having a lot of waste, especially the materials that are being left after we do the dresses. Then we just decided that we are going to do a kind of recycling to make, this is a mat. Yes. Yes, this is a very smart mat made by bottle tops and some of the remaining materials from the dresses. And we normally sell them. So they are not for free, but we normally sell to sustain the project. The same with the materials that has been remaining. You can see these are the patches of the materials. They are not the same, but from different materials. We make very nice backpack bags. And also, take here. Still, these are very nice bag for the remaining material. And this is a plastic. So you use the used materials from plastic to make these nice bags. We do this to empower more women and also to sustain the project because sometimes there is no money from donor fund. Our booth is there outside Baraka Women Center. So kindly before you leave, pass there, you do something, take something, and then you are going to empower. We are going to empower more after you pass there. Thank you so much.
So I know Dr. Teresia is trying to play humble and everything, but first she's a doctor, PhD doctor, not dentist like Dr. But just also give us a bit of context. How many people are you working with, the women you're working with?
Okay, in Nairobi we are 3,000. In Kiambu we are 500. In Laikipia or the Maasai, the nomadic communities, we are 1,200, and Lodwar, we have 20 women who are doing weaving.
And just to further add that beyond the creation of employment, they're also supporting the community, the women within their communities on financial literacy programs. So beyond employing them, they're also bringing them into groups where you call them cooperatives or shamas. Table banking, exactly. So they're really doing a good job. And of course, we'll continue engaging and seeing how we'll also be able to support them and actually actively create more impact than probably what KEPRO is already doing, right? Maybe a round of applause again for her. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Mark Kenywa. I work with Andinand Eastern Africa. Andinand is an NGO. We implement project. Among the project we implement purpose of this occasion is two projects focusing on waste management. We have one project called Women in Waste, funded by Coca-Cola Foundation. The other project called Waves of Change at Mombasa. So what we do is a capacity building of the waste collectors. We empower them from waste pickers or waste handlers to entrepreneurs. So for us, we implement project along the waste value chain and we empower more so women in waste handling. Thank you. We'll pass through a booth there to learn more about Andinand. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Beryl Mulwale. I'm from Thai Frontier Marketing Executive. Thai Frontier is a waste management company that has been there for the past 7 years. We work closely with 5 industries, 20 to 25 hotels and schools, and also close to 30 residential areas as well. We're also looking into doing waste audits specifically for industries, basically. So we're having 2 pilot projects, basically in Isuzu East Africa and Ibera Africa as well. We're also working into making sure that all our clients and potential clients are in line with the new Sustainable Management Act. We don't want them to be caught off guard and being caught for no apparent reason as well. So you can pass by our booth as well, and you can get more information from there. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Taiba Hatimi. I am the co-founder and executive director of Baustaka Enterprise. I'm actually a dentist by profession and a social entrepreneur. How I found myself in the waste management sector is I almost got involved in an accident in Mombasa because somebody dumped waste along the road. One of the major challenges in Mombasa County is the illegal dumping of mixed plastic waste onto roads, pavement, open spaces, and unfortunately directly into the ocean, causing marine plastic pollution. So our solution is actually that we leverage on technology, which is the Baustaka app, and we have 4 main objectives. 1 is streamlining of the waste from source all the way to recycling centers. 2, you're able to book a waste management service from an authorized waste manager. 3, you're able to trade your plastic or donate your plastics, like how the high-income households donate their plastic so that it can actually be streamlined for recycling. And 4, we engage communities, the local communities, to be able to report illegal dumping of waste. We partner with Mombasa County Department of Environment and Solid Waste Management so that we can go and clear out the illegally dumped waste, and it's sent to the landfill. What makes us unique in Mombasa is that we have a program that is known as the Baus EcoChamp program. We target young girls in schools and women in the households so that we sensitize and train them on sustainable waste management practices with a focus on plastic waste segregation at source. So we empower these women through trainings also of entrepreneurship, and also they are able to trade their plastic for cash incentives. And for everyone who uses our USSD code that is actually integrated onto the app, or you use the app, you are able to redeem points that you accumulate points that can be redeemed for health services in partner health clinics. That's where my dentistry profession comes in. And then another thing that we do is that we have repurposed shipping containers, 20 foot and 40 foot, at the heart of the coastal communities that is right next to the ocean, in a UNESCO heritage site, that is Old Town. What happens is the local communities, the women, they take ownership of sustainable waste management. They segregate their plastics using the reusable gunias, which are sacks that we give them because their households are very small. Majority are low-income communities. So we donate the gunias, they segregate their plastic waste, and then we have a mkokoteni, which is a hand cart, first of its kind in Kenya, that is made in collaboration with Flip Floppy Foundation in Lamu County. It's made out of 100% recycled waste. In fact, today, Al Jazeera featured it on Al Jazeera today, earlier on today. We have the hand cart that goes around the community, which is more than 2,000 households, low-income community, collects the segregated waste, and it's sent to the collection center. Some of the women prefer going to the collection center themselves so that they're sensitized on plastic waste segregation, and they also gain the cash incentives. At Baustaka, we are at the forefront in Mombasa County, ensuring that we are integrating the principles of circular economy by coming up and providing local solutions to local problems. So I'm here today. We are actually having a booth next to Kara. We're inviting all of you to pass by there so that you can know of our work. We recently, in March 2023, were selected as one of the winners of the AfriPlastics Challenge. It was a one-year challenge that was run in sub-Saharan Africa. They were looking for innovative solutions from companies that are reducing marine plastic pollution. And as our enterprise, we are seeking for partners to join with us so that together we can create a sustainable future where environmental responsibility and innovation go hand in hand. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Priyav Shah. I'm from King Plastic Industries. King Plastic Industries was founded in '95 as a plastic company who used to make the plastic bags for one-use, single-use plastics. Since 2017, the ban came in. The company took a different direction and pivoted to eco-friendly packaging, which is recyclable and biodegradable. So we moved from, in 2017, we had 500 employees. We went to 48 employees, 45 employees, and now we're back to 410. And we moved to paper packaging. we made possible to move goods that were traditionally packed in plastic into paper. So we moved for sugar into paper bags. So we have paper bags that make sugar, flour bags that were traditionally packed, and secondary packaging as well that can carry 24 kilos in a single plastic paper bag, 24 kilos of weight into secondary packaging. All of this is 100% recyclable. We only work with FSC companies, so FSC certified paper mills who normally would reproduce 3 trees every time they cut one. They plant 3 more trees, so it's always sustainable. At the start of it, Kenya's market was pure virgin paper for just the regular bags that we use in the market. We introduced recycled paper in 2018. Now the market of 600 tons of paper in brown paper and khaki paper was purely virgin. Now 500 tons is recycled paper. So all this paper that we use is recycled and we remake it into these bags. So we've made a circular economy inside, and at the end of the day, the last of it is biodegradable. So it does not harm the environment. And our pitch and our vision is with the president right now, who yesterday mentioned that we want to move towards non-plastic alternatives as much as possible, and whichever plastics we do have should be recyclable and be reused. So that's our vision, and that's what we've done in the last 5 years. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much to everyone who has pitched here. Remember, after the next session, we'll have an interactive session again outside, to just find out more on what's happening and what our other colleagues are doing in the space to keep the environment, livable, quote unquote. Thank you, Priyan.
So they say we save the best for last. That's me. So I hope to deliver. Moderator is me. Alphonse, come on up. Tony, come on up. Nicholas and Wangui. Did I pronounce that correctly? Close? Okay, good. Welcome up. As they come up, Mumo, slide. I want to give a bit of perspective to this discussion. So we've talked about challenges right at the beginning of the conversation, the first session in the morning. We then went into a conversation with government about policy and the changes that are coming. We had a very interesting session with a lot of the international community on where we need to go. And this is going to be a little bit more of a regional discussion. We have members from Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania up here. And as I start, Momo, can I get the slide? I want to put a bit of perspective behind the problem that we have. So we have a bunch of graphics here. And on the very top left-hand side, we can see a global map of the consumption of plastics. As much as this is not a plastics problem we're talking about, this is a map of the plastics consumption in the world. And you can see that the developed countries have a lot of consumption. Whereas the developing countries, if we look at Africa and Asia, they're lighter colored, which means they have less consumption. On the flip side, if we talk about the management of waste, we look at the middle graph, we see that Africa and Asia have been lit up completely. This is the mismanagement of the packaging that we have. So as much as we're using very little, we're definitely abusing a lot of it, and this is why we're having these conversations. We're also seeing down here that we have, since 1950, we have a massive trajectory of consumption and it doesn't seem to be slowing down globally. So now we know we have a problem. There's two ways to manage this, and this is going to lead into the discussion we have.
Recording in progress.
Okay. At the top, we have a map that now shows countries that have introduced EPR and PROs. And again, you can see a lot of European, North American, Australia. So a lot of the countries that are dark over there are also dark over here. These are the countries that are managing their waste, and therefore they don't have the problem in the middle. And we see that Africa and Asia do not have these systems that we are now talking about here today. These are systems that have been developed for over 20 to 30 years. So what we're talking about here is not reinventing the wheel. The question we have before us today and before the panel, which we're going to get into, is do we plan to manage the problem, which is the top graph, or do we plan to ban the problem, which is the bottom map? Because in Africa and Asia, as we heard earlier today, we have the whip and the stick. So do we want to ban the product, or do we want to manage it? And that is the question that we must answer. And that leads us into the panel that we have in front of us today. So that's just context. Let's just do a quick introduction of each one of you, and then we'll go through the questions. Start with Nicholas.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, right? Why are you not smiling? You're still hungry. Okay, my name is Nicolaus Jackson Ambwene. I'm the country coordinator from KEPRO Tanzania. So KEPRO Tanzania is the same as here KEPRO Kenya. So we are a producer responsibility organization implementing extended producer responsibility in Tanzania. So far we are the only PRO. We don't have a competitor. But also due to the number of members we are having, most of them are beverage company. So we have started with PET. So we are looking forward maybe in the coming year to engage other producers so we can cover other kind of packages. So KEPRO is a backbone. Okay, it came from CTI, Confederation Tanzania Industry. So with the support of DI, that's why we are here, and we appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone. Thanks, Priyesh. My name is Wangui Kanyaru. I am a lawyer. I work with Anjawala and Kana LLP, or ALN Kenya. The main reason I'm on this panel is because of the work we've been doing as an organization in the context of single-use plastic legislation and regulation in the region. And I'm excited to be here, so thank you so much.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you to KEPRO for inviting us here and all the other associated stakeholders. We are very, very pleased to be here from Uganda. I'm here with two hats. First of all, my name is Tony Gadhoke. One hat, I'm the CEO of Mukwano Industries. We are in the FMCG space. We manufacture edible oils, soaps, detergents, plastics, and we bottle water. And the non-vegetarians here will probably be used to eating chicken that's probably being raised eating our protein meal, because Uganda exports protein meal to Kenya, and we've got over 100,000 farmers who grow sunflower and soybean for Mukwano. We've empowered them, and that's our way of import substitution, so that we don't import palm, but we use sunflower and soybean to manufacture our edible oils, and the meal comes to Kenya to feed your cuckoos and your dairy cattle and your beef cattle. So, great. So Mukwano Industries, another part of Mukwano Industries is, and here I'd like to ask young Ali to stand up, is we're into plastics, but we've gone into recycling in a big way. And Ali is heading up that project called Dunya Recycling Innovators. We've got a huge investment in that program, and we are working right across the country in terms of plastic collection, empowering local people, including our farmers. Our farmers, most of our farmers are women, and they do all the work. They go, they till the land, they grow, they do they're responsible for the harvesting, and then when it's off season, we wanted to empower them, so we would encourage them to start collecting plastic. And we've got collection centers around the north of Uganda where this plastic is collected, and we are baling. We've installed balers. We are also flaking, and we are using our huge fleet of logistics. We distribute to all our customers in Uganda, so the trucks bring back these bales. So that's what we're doing as Mukwano. My second hat is that we have just started a PRO in Uganda. It's called GASP, G-A-S-P. We couldn't use the word Uganda in our registration, so we had to be innovative. So GASP stands for Green Action for Sustainable Production Limited. We started the company just recently. We got registered on November the 3rd. So absolutely brand new. We've got 6 founding members. Mukwano Industries is one of them, and I'm the chair for the start of this exercise. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Alphonse Kwizera. I'm from the Republic of Rwanda. I am the Executive Secretary of Rwanda Association of Manufacturers and also the head of industry cluster within the Private Sector Federation, which is like KEPSA in Kenya. So for us, on comes to, I'm just going straight to the question, if do we manage or ban? For us, we started in 2008 when we started with a ban of 14 bags. So since I know we banned 14 bags and you saw change of the law, there's this challenge, because when you use a ban, you need to find an alternative. What can you use again? Because let's say we are not using PET, what can we use instead of PET? So that becomes a bit complicated. So we had to look for alternatives, but there's grass. But the grass was quite expensive. So when you look in terms of industries, it was not an affordable approach. So they established a single-use plastics management project, which in principle, every company which is importing single-use plastics need to pay a fee per kilogram, so that they contribute to that fund, and then the fund is used to collect that plastics after use, because with the EPR, the polluter is the one who pays. So the companies as the producers, they are the one who are contributing. So they pay the fee, and then there's a company who are doing the collection, the sorting, the recycling, and everything. So that was a different introduction. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you for that round of introductions. I think I'll start with Wangui, if that's okay. You mentioned you're from Anjarwala and Kana, which are a big law firm in Kenya, correct? And one of the things you're working on, from my understanding, is a recommended enforcement of a single-use plastic ban across EAC. Can you give us a little bit more insight into what that is and why you're doing that?
Oh, wow, surprise. Excellent. Yes, so thanks, Priyesh. Anjarwala & Kana is a large law firm, and we have been looking at the question of regulation of plastics in the context of sustainability and ESG related issues. So just to contextualize, I guess, what is happening and why, I think when you think about challenges, and complex challenges at that, there's a couple of ways of thinking about the state of play. So from a regulatory perspective, prior to 2008, probably, one could argue that the regulation of waste generally, and plastics in particular, was somewhat chaotic. In other words, regulation was happening purely at a municipal level. There was no real coherent sort of structure or practice, and so it was sort of like the wild, wild west, if you want to call it that. Starting in 2008 within the region, with Rwanda, and then subsequently a decade later in Kenya and in other countries, you started to see attempts to ban plastics or to regulate plastics as a specific category of waste. And in some ways, it was going from chaotic to simple from a regulatory perspective, meaning here's a gazette notice, here's an order, here's a sort of piece of regulation or legislation that sets out a couple of do's and don'ts. And from an enforcement or an implementation perspective, it was simple in the sense that because it imposed purely criminal penalties, it was almost never going to be enforceable, right? For you to prove beyond a reasonable doubt certain elements, for you to actively fine, perpetrators, the link between the polluter in the context of the person who's producing the plastic and the waste disposal just was not there. So then we got into a space where it got complicated, right? Each country is coming up with its own bans. They're regulating different elements of the plastic value chain. There are efforts at draconian measures that are being pushed back by industry. And so we were in a state of flux. And it was a question of trying to sell the proposition that, look, this is a problem, something needs to be done. And then a process of trying to get to a landing on what is the solution. So in Kenya, for example, there are efforts at imposing duties on certain types of plastic that was coming into the market, attempts at regulating, the microns and the plastic weight and so on. But really, no one was owning the problem. There was an effort to have voluntary PROs, but all of these were just kind of, hand-waving, sort of hope for the best kind of approaches. And so now we've gotten to the position where it's actually complex. And the reason it's complex is that the world has moved on. So in 2016, there was an attempt at an EAC plastics bill. It failed largely because in Kenya and in Uganda, there was a real sort of concern that for manufacturers, it was infeasible to implement. And there would be an impact on jobs, there'd be an impact on tax revenue, there was an impact on investments already made. So there wasn't enough stakeholder engagement and buy-in at that level. So it didn't go anywhere. In 2022, we had this push now at a global level to look at a global plastics treaty. Between 2016 and 2022, we've also had climate change legislation enacted. As at now, there's over 2,000 pieces of climate change legislation globally and counting, attempting to regulate greenhouse gas emissions, attempting to create sort of a level of ambition on emissions that was much higher than had been before, and waste management is a particular sort of area where greenhouse gas emissions and climate-related risks are in focus in many different parts of the world. So African countries, and by extension, countries that are represented on this panel, find themselves in a position where the tides are just changing. The conversation is different. It's not an if, it's a when. It's not a when, and it's not just when, it's how. And in that context, having a regional framework really matters, because if you don't, then for a company like Mukwano, for example, or any other number of players that are represented by industry associations that are trying to expand regionally, your cost of compliance is just exponential. Because each country is doing a little bit of something that's slightly different, that doesn't quite add up. The standards that are in place are not harmonized. The requirements for recycling are not consistent. There's no sort of alignment on sector-based approaches that is actually cross-border, so that sectors have a common view of the same problem, because it's the same problem, just a different geography. And this bill then represents like a real opportunity to make sure that the conversation is coherent. So it shifts from not if, but when, and not when, but how, into how do we do this together? How do we co-create a sustainable kind of intervention on plastics that then results in the big ambitions that were being mentioned by the gentleman from NEMA with regard to circular economy and innovation.
Ban on specific products, or is it just to bring some order to the chaos that you described?
It's a bit of both, actually. So the bill looks at two particular categories of plastics. Single-use plastics, which are defined as disposable plastic items made wholly or partly from plastic that are designed to be used once before either being discarded or recycled. So that's a single-use plastic. The second category of regulated products is problematic plastics. And a problematic plastic is a packaged item or component or material whose consumption could be avoided through either elimination, reuse, or replacement, and that is not recyclable or compostable. So there are two sort of problem categories that were identified in the bill.
Now, for those problem categories, there are a couple of things that are intended to happen. One is, and just to get to this punchline so that we sort of, preempt the howls of protest in a way, that if you're going to have to either use manufacture, use, or sell single-use plastics or problematic plastics, you need to apply for permission. So the idea of the ban isn't a sort of total blanket shutdown. It's that, look, if you're going to do it, you need to ask for permission to do it. And you need to explain why this is necessary. You need to explain how much your volumes are going to be. And you also need to have a framework for what you're going to do for disposal or for reuse or recycling of those categories. And then the second thing is just in the broad context, and we'll obviously get into this in the rest of the discussion, from an implementation perspective, from the time the bill comes in, there's obligations on the states and on the producers. Between the bill coming into effect, if it is adopted, and actual sort of full implementation, there's a period of 3 years. And in those 3 years, a couple of things are happening. On the state side, the states are providing sectoral-based approaches for how to regulate and phase out single-use plastics in these problematic categories permanently. They're providing incentives to encourage this transition within 6 months of the bill coming into effect, and timelines for how those incentives will be applied. They're also providing sustainable reduction of SUPs and problematic plastics by having reporting and measures that are engaging in, essentially what's the plan and how is it going, and promoting anti-dumping measures, because I think it was mentioned that dumping is a big deal. For producers, you have 3 years to evaluate, implement, and report collection, segregation, recycling, circularity-based initiatives, and also to inform your consumers regarding waste management options and sort of transition for single-use plastics or problematic plastics. So it's timed, it's structured, and it's intended to generate that space for co-creation and conversation.
Okay, interesting. And I think for the sake of audience and those that are online, as per the previous sessions, questions, comments, let's start putting them up on Mentimeter so that we can have some feedback in response to this topic that was just brought up. And I'll circle back to you later on in the topic or the conversation. Tony, you and I have known each other for almost a year. We did some work together in Uganda, trying to set up policy and incubate a PRO. You said you wear 2 hats. One is for the PRO, and the other one is Mukwano Industries, which I'm sure a lot of people have heard of. One thing that struck me, which I want you to dig into a bit, is the corporate social responsibility that Mukwano truly wears on its chest, right? It's a part of the DNA that you guys have. Being big industry, you really truly do care about what's happening, and you pioneer the way forward. And as such, you were elected as chair for the PRO. How did you, as Mukwano Industries, inculcate that within yourselves? And what's the message to industry that is resisting?
Thank you, Priyan. Yes, we've known each other a year. It's been an interesting journey. I mean, somebody mentioned earlier on that Kenya is the big brother and we've got to learn from Kenya. So this is happening, and we're quite pleased that Kenya is there, that we can lean on. Thank you very much. If anybody's been to Kampala, you'll see that Mukwano Industries is right in the heart of the city. And across from us is my brother from Nema, right in the heart of the city. So we have always had this obligation as a manufacturer in the city to take care of society, environment, etc. And Mukwano has been in the recycling space ever since we started production of plastics. Okay, we were not doing it in a big way, but we were involved. And then we decided, let's do it properly, and let's invest, and let's leverage some of our strengths. Yes, it's corporate social responsibility, it's ESG, all the good stuff. At the end of the day, we are a commercial entity, so it's got to make sense for us. Yeah. So recycling made sense. We've got our trucks traveling all over the country, delivering products that we manufacture. We've got our farmers in 47, 48 districts around Uganda who grow sunflower and soybeans for us 2 seasons a year, and we had an opportunity to empower them. And through that, one good deed rubs off against another good deed, and you're building communities, you're developing financial inclusion, and you're giving those kids, we've got a very large community of IDPs, displaced people who came back after the civil war that we had. So we gave them a livelihood. So that livelihood started with agriculture, and it's now passed on to also, getting them involved with recycling of plastics. So we see corporate social responsibility as an integral part of our DNA. We work towards it. Our people, our employees, our suppliers, our stakeholders discuss that with us on an ongoing basis. And we're proud to be there. We're proud to be there.
Excellent. We look forward to a lot of the change that you bring to the country through the PRO that you've started and lead. Coming to Nicholas, Tanzania. Tanzania is my second home. My in-laws are there. And over the past 5 years, having visited Tanzania several times a year, I think one of the striking things that I see is the change in the cleanliness that is there in Dar es Salaam. It's actually amazing what you guys have done in the water, on the roads, and everywhere. What triggered that change, and what are some of the lessons you can give to us in the neighboring countries to adopt some of those was it the PRO, was it industry, was it leadership, what was it?
Okay, thank you for appreciating Tanzania be your second home. And basically, for 5 years, as you mentioned, a lot of things happened. So first I can say it's because of the management, or I can say the government. I've tried to adapt various strategies, like copying from what other country can adapt from other, or can learn from other countries' experience, but also within internal strategies. But the government was trying to strengthen its operation in various angles, as you can see, infrastructure, but also environment, through NEMKI, National Environment Management Council. So they've been doing amazing job, but in collaborations with all partners. And as you can find from the initiatives, now we're having PRO in Tanzania. So that's one of the biggest steps. I can say that. As you can find before, people didn't understand how the things goes. And even on the awareness, for example, consumers, they're not aware about what the end product or where the plastic goes after the use. So last year is where a few of the companies came together and decided from the guidelines from CTI, as I mentioned, and NEMKI. So they decided to come up with PRO, so to bring change in Tanzania on the perspective of environment. So from there is where KEPRO came in place, and we started to implement. And from the research we did in the community, we realized a lot of people were not aware about PRO, and not aware about EPR, and it's something new to them. So we had a biggest task to ensure we raise awareness to the community by approaching private sector, by engaging them, direct or indirect, but also government engagement in all levels, NEMKI themselves, but apart from that, municipals, district, and even local government in general can say that. But out of that, we also found means to engage consumers to ensure they understand their role and responsibility, and how we can connect producer and consumer to ensure producer, after they take their product to the market, the relationship with their consumers goes on by ensuring the recycling is taking place. So in the perspective of environment, that's what we are. But out of that, we keep on learning from other countries. Maybe probably there's some other country learning from us, as we first came up with this PRO, which was from South Africa. Then we go learning from Kenya. There was Petco Kenya, then KEPRO here. And still we're helping other countries learning from us to ensure they're coping with strategies and the model, and even the whole scheme to bring about change in their countries. But out of that, there's a lot of challenges we are facing. Nothing goes smooth. Then we can find still from the initiative that we try to come up with and strategies, but still some producers, they don't have a willingness to buy in about EPR's idea. So others are thinking like there's someone behind it, thinking like, okay, you're having 8 big members in KEPRO, and one among is South Africa. I see them here, so they're very supportive. So other thinking there's some people who are behind it, but they don't want to take it as part of the responsibility as producers. But out of that, there's some producers thinking like this, they're going to incur extra cost, determining or understanding that this is part of their processes in terms of producing and then take to the market, but what next is supposed to take responsibility. But for the community or consumer in general, most of them, they don't being the value of the one who are collecting, especially for the PT. You can say that because there's something that we started with. So you can find they don't see the importance of them being around or for the service that they're providing toward our environment. So most of them, they feel inferior, especially for the informal pickers, because people are not appreciating, people are not giving support, and even that are thinking they are just poor people, just don't have anything to do, they decided to collect or to just go around and get those plastic, and they even don't know where they're taking them. But now people have an understanding, and we managed to reach more than 700,000 people within various outreach. So we are going somewhere, I can say that. We're having 1 year and 4 months now, but we have seen some changes, as you mentioned, and we're still hoping with a collaboration with other key stakeholders and partners, we might go somewhere further, and even in the future coming up with a policy as one of the biggest challenges we're having in Tanzania. Thank you.
That's amazing. I think some of the progress you guys have made is quite commendable and well done. Alphonse, coming to you, Rwanda. I think many look up to Kenya, but certainly many globally look up to Rwanda. It's the Switzerland of Africa, I've heard, and having been there, it's gorgeous. Beautiful city. Small country, right? Relatively easier to manage. How does Rwanda plan on scaling up in businesses that require millions of dollars of investment? You don't have the population base. A lot of the products you guys have, you're shifting away from, various to various alternatives. How does Rwanda plan on managing building a circular economy with such a small population base? And is there a plan to tap in and leverage into your neighboring countries to export some of it?
Thank you. In terms of geographical area, I can say yes, Rwanda is small because 26 square kilometers, 26,000 square kilometers, but with a population of like more than 13 million. So it means by density, it's more than 500 population per 1 square kilometers. So it means we have numbers if we compare with Rwanda. Yes, I want to come back. If we talk into the circularity, it is not the thing that we say one country do it alone. Because they say you're in a neighborhood, and then one house chooses to be clean, to do things in order, and then the other houses around that neighborhood are not doing the same. So that will not have an impact on the neighborhood because there's only one who is doing it. So I think for the circular plastics to be able to be implemented, we need to do it collectively. Let's take the example at the ESC. ESC is a customs union. We've managed to harmonize our taxes. So let's say import duty are harmonized through the ESC Common External Tariff. We have managed to harmonize standards. Not all the standards have been harmonized, but some of them have been harmonized. So why can't we even harmonize our environmental laws so that we are able to move together? Because if everyone is doing it his own way, and then the other one is doing it the other way, it will be very difficult to have a tangible impact. You said that when you come to Kigali, you see how wrong we've come from, how far. Let's say if you look back in 2008, when we put the law banning polythene bags. Since then, we walked the journey from 2008 until 2019 when we said we do not have to limit on only polythene. we need also to go to the single-use plastics, because we find like the sectors, beverage, dairy, and cosmetics are the one who are using more of single-use plastics. And then we find they are retiring around, so they said we need also to ban this. But then we found that it is very difficult to find an alternative. So there is an article in the law which said that there is a need for an exceptional authorization. So through that article, when there is no alternative, we are allowed to use the plastics. But we need to make sure how are you going to manage it. So that's when they came, the sustainable management of single-use plastic project. It came as a pilot. Before we were thinking about the PRO, but we said, why can't we then do the piloting to see if it really works? So I don't know if anyone has ever been to Rwanda, but it's very difficult to get a PET bottle. Because even after meetings, people are collecting it, because it is, the price it is selling at the market is quite high. So some people are saying, I'm going to stand when a meeting is being held. After the meeting, I collect all the bottles. So you find that is an impact we're seeing. And now we are moving to see how can we extend to other plastics. Because we do not limit it to PET, we need to go to HDP, we need to go to other plastics so that it is very manageable. But what now we are imploring, even requesting, I think I saw a representative of EABC, even other people, other development partners who are here, is how can we take it to the ESC? Because I remember back in 2016, we had a meeting through the East African Manufacturing Association Network, in which there was a regulation which was looking to ban the single-use plastic at ESC. We were very happy about it, and then we had a meeting with the association. We said, why can't we support it? Why can't we really integrate it, talking to our government, so that they put in a regulation like that? I think Kenya for the suit. Then they said we need to ban the plastics. I think now Uganda, even Tanzania. But now the challenge remains is the implementation. Because find that we have very good laws, which are very well crafted, very well written. But when it comes to implementing what the law is requiring, that becomes challenging. Let's say, for example, for us, like in 2008, we have given like in 2 years to start banning the polythene bags, and after then we did, and then in 2019 for the single-use plastics, also there was also a grace period for 2 years. And then I think in 2021, that's where we started. Even that project for sustainable management that is being implemented, because with the law coming into effect, said we need also to then start using the article which apply for the exceptional authorization. So that's where also we stand using. So I think, that based on our, I'm going to, it's an example. Rwanda is a very mountainous country. So it means littering for the plastics, because the rivers below them, downstream. So it means the plastics will pollute, even because like the river Nyabarongo we have, it comes to Uganda, it continues through Ethiopia and goes up to Egypt. So it means we are littering because for us we are to the source. It means also we are affecting you. So that means it is not the thing that you can do alone. We need to do it collectively. Thank you.
Very good point. Thank you for that perspective. I think circling back to Tony, we started the conversation with the context of a looming ban. And globally, we always talk about packaging being abused, plastic specifically, and a ban. And you mentioned that you've incubated and started GASP, Green Action for Sustainable Packaging, PRO. Having listened to what we've talked about through the day today, and the prospects of a looming ban, if we don't do anything, what are the key takeaways that you have from today and learnings, and possibly the asks from the neighboring community, being us, to take the right steps moving forward so that we have the free choice as business to do what you need to do as enterprise?
We got to start running. We have to start running, because today we're thinking of recycling. Yes, there is talk of looking at the circular economy, looking at how we can redesign and repackage our products. I'm not talking about just ourselves, but people within the industries in Uganda. But the talk hasn't been held with commitment and dedication. I think we need to work towards that. Therefore, this PRO is very, very important. We have to get everybody engaged. We've got to get everybody talking around a table, not individually and not in small groups. Because the problem is affecting everybody. It's not just the bread manufacturers or the soda manufacturers, but it's everything, oil manufacturers, you name it, you know. We wrap our soap bars. We need to think about that, yeah. So it's a big question. It needs action. Yes, we've got to rely on Kenya, Tanzania. You've got 1.5 years experience. See what we can do. We've got to listen to global actors. We've got to listen to the examples there. You know, you've gone through the journey around Europe. I was looking at those maps. Interesting. So, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just need to understand, learn, and implement. We've got to look at the cost factor for sure. Because at the end of the day, do we absorb the cost? Do government and the industry players absorb the cost, or do we pass it on to the consumer? We've got to look at that. It's a reality, right? We've got to look at that. But there are alternatives. We know it. We've got to, somebody mentioned cassava earlier on. Somebody mentioned grass. So there are alternatives, but are they applicable? We've got to understand that. We've got to work with, we saw Dow Industries here earlier on today. We've got to work with the plastics manufacturers, i.e. the producers of the granules, the main raw materials. See what they are doing to assist us. At the end of the day, they're creating the problem. It's not us. They're creating the problem. So they've got to help us overcome that problem. Thank you.
Interesting perspective. And coming back to Wangui and the conversation around an EAC-wide possible ban on single-use plastics, as you described earlier. Have you, two things, have you looked at the business impact to the EAC? And has there been a collaborative conversation with the BMOs, the business management organizations, the likes that are sitting here and have been here today, to talk about, do we need this, or are there other ways to work around it with these things we call PROs? So it seems to be a bit of a conflicting conversation we're having today, but we understand the perspective, but have we had an alternative conversation around, can we manage it versus ban it? Coming back to the graphs that I showed earlier.
Thanks for the questions. I guess I'd say maybe three things in that regard. The projections with regard to plastic pollution in sub-Saharan Africa, so plastic pollution in total, not just single-use plastics or problematic plastics, but just as a whole, the expectation is that there's going to be an 197% increase in plastic pollution in sub-Saharan Africa in just over a decade and a half. So, and these are World Bank projections, these are various kind of evaluations of circularity and pollution and plastic that have been happening at a global and a regional level, at a policy implementation sort of forum, if you will, for a while. So it's one of those sort of scenarios that we're facing here where the idea of managing plastic pollution is in a way experimenting with the PRO approach and other kinds of optionality is really like being the boy with his finger in the dike. It's great to put something there, great to stop, great to just kind of hold the gap, but there is a wave and it is coming, and this dike, just the landscape is going to change. So that, for me, I think, sometimes that whole idea of the conversations around what needs to happen is not a bad thing, but, there's comment earlier with the analogy of the kitchen and the whole idea that we need to go from stories into implementation. We need to shift from thinking about this as a product issue and look at it as a system issue. We really don't have a choice. And by we, I mean African stakeholders in particular, right? There's actually no choice. And so the benefit of having a legislative framework is because it kind of forces everyone to start at the same place in terms of thinking about how to address this problem in a leapfrogging kind of a way. Because in a way, by tying your own hands on the issue of single-use plastics and what happens next, you're forced to exercise a social imagination. You're forced to think in an ecosystem way. You're forced to engage with other stakeholders. And that, to me, is one of the biggest benefits of this legislation. It stops being something that's being driven by political will at country level, depending on where the wind is blowing and what current emergency or current headline is in place. And it actually creates a predictable framework for businesses to begin to recognize and implement sort of strategies that can be long-term sustainable. We talked about the CapEx implications of this and some of the OpEx implications on businesses. If you don't have a legislative framework that's stable, if you don't have a time-bound sort of set of processes and commitments that are being made by member states and obligations that are being framed for you as producers, then you're constantly reacting. And the cost of compliance in a highly reactive state is it's paralyzing. So I think the other quite important thing is, the question of the fact that this is a global conversation. Now, from a sustainability perspective, there's a narrative that's quite common, particularly in the business community in African countries. We didn't cause climate change, it's not our fault, all this stuff is happening, we shouldn't be penalized, what's going on? And it's very easy for us to put ourselves on the side of the conversation, right? We put ourselves outside that conversation, and meanwhile you have the EU and the sustainability directives and regulations that are coming in. Meanwhile, you have the international standards boards that are reframing climate risk disclosures and sustainability risk disclosures that are coming in. So, you can sit on the sideline and say, give us time, let us figure it out, why are we here, etc. But you'd have to recognize that in a very short time, your ability to borrow, your ability to insure, your ability to attract investors, all of those things are contingent on the choices you're making now. And the impact conversation around plastics is only going to get more granular, only going to get more focused. And this is exactly the right time to be starting to take big steps framed by a predictable and a stable framework that enable you to demonstrate movement in the right direction. Because in a very short time, when the sort of global frameworks and international frameworks have crystallized, then now you're in a state of, you've run out of time. You're going to have to be able. Yeah, it's sort of symbolic of closing the point. You're gonna, in a very short time, you're gonna have to demonstrate compliance, and in a very short time, the room for forgiveness and for explanation is no longer going to be available to you as organizations. So yeah, honestly, it's kind of a take your medicine and eat your vegetables moment. It doesn't feel good going down. It may not look appetizing on the plate, but in the long run, it's going to be absolutely the best thing that could have happened at this time.
Okay, I'd be very interested to hear comments from the audience on a lot of the feedback that the panel is giving us, so please keep them coming. I'm not seeing much up there, but have them come so we can go back to them. Coming to Nicholas, Petco, or the equivalent of Petco, what do you call it? Is it Petco? KEPRO in Tanzania. Talk to us about your single PRO coming. Is it going to help you? How are you setting price? All of these sort of things.
Okay. In the next 2 years to come, probably one of the challenge might be having another competitor in Tanzania. Probably, not sure. But when it comes to on implementation level, having EPR policy might be one of the solution. We think that in 100%. As now we are having EPR guideline, but hasn't been released yet. So that's one of the challenge. You can find other producers are taking it as voluntary, and you can find others are using being a member of PRO as an umbrella, but deep down are not directly responsible or not 100% responsible, but they want as a shared. So that's one of the challenge. But we do hope in 2 years to come, with the speed we are having, with the experience we are getting from these kind of platforms, we'll be able to push and coming up with, if not guideline to be released, but we'll be having EPR policy that will change into voluntary to have a mandatory. And we do hope other producers that they thought it's not one of the responsibilities, or they're just thinking, even you can find that some other producers, you're approaching them, they're saying, we can't be active, maybe if we can get a policy. So that's one of the challenge that we are facing. See, like, people don't want to feel responsible, and they're making a lot of money from what they're producing, but they don't want to feel obligation that we are obligated to do this, and this is part of our responsibilities as we are taking, or the way we are doing business and taking to the consumers. So in next 2 years also, we do see our expansion. As this year, we try to do expansion assessment to see the possibility to move to other kind of package, because that's one of the learning we got from Kenya. And we thought this can be possible in Tanzania too, not concentrating on PET only, because there are a lot of producers that are not within PET scheme, and they are willing to join. So we try to have conversation with our board of directors or board members, and they accepted. So we did expansion assessment to learn and to see what's behind other kind of packages and what will be a scheme or a model that will work. So we do hope within 2 years to come, we might be covering package in large comparing to now. But also in 2 years to come, we do see a massive partnership and engagement with the government as we prioritize having government engagement out of NEMKI, but in all level, as I've mentioned earlier. But also we really see the transition we're having, because now we are trying to formulate various environmental projects that will target everyone, and we aim to leave no one behind. So we do hope from the consumers to be benefiting from recycling or circular economy as a whole. But we do hope also from producers, we see the value of them being a member of PRO, especially for PETPRO, but also they will feel responsibility as one of the key people that we are aiming or we are discussing to support this, the recycling value chain. But out of that also, we do see from those projects, for example, installation of eco bins, installation of various segregation bins will help on behavior change of the consumers or community as well. As we have seen now, people start to understand and even start to adapt some behavior. So you can find that some others giving themselves like, saying like, before I didn't know where this bottle is going, but now I even take responsibility not to throw away or even to burn the plastic. I store at my place, and then I give to those who are coming to pick, informal pickers. So that's one of the stage, but others saying, I didn't know if I can get money from PET or from the bottle that I normally use. And that's how we see the adaptation and support that we'll be having from producers or member we're having. But we see the number of producers adding as the time goes, because even them, they see the important, they see some learning. And even for the Kenya having an EPL policy is one of the biggest lessons. I do hope it will add up or to speed up our momentum to adapt or to come up with something that will bring about change in Tanzania.
Very good. Coming to the last round of questions. It's one question for all of you. Same question. We are here as an EAC, each from different countries. Tony, you're big business supplying into probably all of the countries that are sitting on this panel here, including Kenya. How do we work together collaboratively as one voice so that we can multiply what we do, copy, not reinvent the wheel? From a legal perspective, maybe we look at EPR policy across the region? As a BMO, what is your ask? As business, what is your ask? As a legal entity, what is your ask? And as a PRO, what is your ask? 30 seconds to 1 minute max. Let's start with Alphonse.
Thank you. My ask would be that we need to expand, not saying that the regulation be based on one country, but because all of us we are saying we are speaking the same language, all the countries. But what is missing is the harmonization and also coming together of the countries. So what I would ask is that, as we are the ESC, we are customs union, we have a very we're doing many things together. So let's also not skip the plastic issue. Let's not skip the single-use plastic management. So that would be my ask.
I agree with Alphonse. This is a big task. We need to work together. Industry, government, all the stakeholders. And if we can do it under the ESC umbrella, it'll be fantastic. But the question is, what is the architecture of that team? How do we put that team together? How can we devote time? Yeah, the milestones are easy to, I think, depict. It's a question of formulation of the team and commitment. Commitment is very, very important. If we can get the parties, the players to commit, I think we've got an easy way to success. So private sector, government, development partners, other stakeholders, create a high-level team, and then in country, you get the PROs and other stakeholders work contributing to that. Okay.
Indeed. The legislative framework is critical. That really is what enables this race to begin, and to begin in the right kind of way for the countries in the region, as well as, frankly, for the continent. I just say two things with regard to the framework and looking ahead. One is standardization. So standardization of the sort of the ban or the areas of focus, or how the phasing out is going to happen, has the benefit of leveling the playing field. So you won't have the regulatory arbitrage we've had, where some producers, frankly, don't pay, and then everyone else takes the blame. But the second is, medium to long term, what we've seen in the context of circular economy initiatives is this idea of requiring plastics producers to incorporate recycled plastics into their subsequent produced products, if to overuse the word produce. But so the point is harmonization of standards, even with regard to the uses of recycled plastics, and the ability to generate scale, so that the capex that's required to invest in sustainable and scalable recycling initiatives enables there to be off-takers at the end, because there's a harmonized standard that's being applied. That's a real opportunity, and I think by looking at this primarily as a glass half empty of costs, compliance, short-term pain, we're losing out on seeing some of the long-term gains. So harmonization of standards to avoid regulatory arbitrage and people not paying for what the impact that they're having on the environment, as well as harmonization of standards so that you can scale up the recycling and turn it into a significant economic opportunity.
Okay, for the perspective of PRO, what I'm thinking, or what I can say as a final, is regardless we're having various PRO, for example, in Kenya, maybe in future in other countries, but at the end of the day, we are building the same house. Or if you've been given an assignment to cook, we've been told to cook the same kind of food. So it's not a matter of competing to each other, but see how we can join our hand together and even support each other, because we are solving, or we are trying to save our environment or our world together. So probably what I look forward maybe in a few years to come, even we can have this kind of platform as PRO, having East Africa PRO conference that can join or can make all other PRO to meet and discuss on the perspective in each country and what are the challenges others are facing and what are the solutions they can offer. So that's what I'm thinking, and on the matter of impact can help as a PRO joint ventures approach. Thank you.
What a wonderful way to close on a positive note from everyone. We've heard about architecture of the team, the commitment from BMOs and businesses, standardization of policy, target setting, scaling, one recipe for success, and a continued conversation at a forum like this to continue the ideas, right, and the conversations towards a collaborative approach towards this thing we call circular economy. And I think on that, I would like to end this panel discussion. Thank you for the contribution. Are there any questions from the audience? Why did you choose to self-incubate the PRO in Uganda? I'm guessing that's for you, Tony. Any other questions? We'll take hands up in a second.
Self-incubate. Yeah, we're the industry players. We didn't want anybody else involved. We were guided by the experts. So we said to get total commitment, the manufacturers need to get involved. Not associations, not pseudo-government entities, it's the manufacturers. We run businesses, we know what to do and how to do it. So we can tackle this. We don't want external involvement where there are vested interests. Simple.
Very good. And we have a question over here. Let me walk around and.
I wanted to inquire from our brother from Rwanda. It seems in Rwanda, if you go to Rwanda, truly Kigali, the town is clean. So I wanted to know the methodology that you have used to integrate this CPR between the government, the stakeholder, the private sector, the informal sector, and the community, and all the sectors that are involved. Is it the fear of the government in terms of repercussions? Is it behavior change? Is it stakeholder management with the community? You can share with us so that we know what's happening in Rwanda there.
Thank you for a very good question. For us, what we did mostly, there is this consumer behavior change, because there's this type of sensitization. Because culturally, even in Rwanda, cleanliness was part of the culture, but sometimes it was in the way. What was necessary was to revive it. So there are this partnership between the private sector, the civil society, there's even the local government, because the local government goes down to the smaller entity. So those one was used to sensitize the population. And also, in Rwanda, we have what we call umuganda. Umuganda is like community works. So it is done twice in a month. So the second Saturday and also the last Saturday of the month. So during that period, we also do cleaning. So we collect plastics, we collect all other rubbish that may be around. So that's how it was done. And also there's the involvement of the private sector. Because when the private sector goes down to a small retailer, so everyone was sensitized. So everyone have a dustbin in his shop. So all the plastics is collected. And then there is this sorting, because we have also companies who do the collection of garbage at home. So each household has to pay a fee. Let's say, for example, for me, we pay $3 per month. So there is a weekly pass around of those garbage collectors, so they take all the garbage which are around. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for an insightful session. Anyone else? Oh, good. Thank you so much. Maybe you can pause for a photo before. Meanwhile, as our panelists pose for a photo, we'll have Mbruya come up. A round of applause for them as they... hivi kwanza. Yeah, photo. Yes. Yeah. Smile. Yeah. Thank you so much, gentlemen. You may have your seats. So on to next, we'll have Anthony Muya, who will pitch. He's from Creative Environment Artists. Please.
Thank you. Habari zenu. Good evening. God is good. My names are Anthony Moya, or Amoya, from Amoya Creative Art. I'm an environmental visual artist, a Kenyan environmental visual artist, where I have got goals and passion of combating environmental pollution. This means I showcase the transformation of trash, e-waste, electronic waste, and plastic pollution through that transformation of innovation and functional art. I also do community outreach program to show them how they can utilize and manage the environment by innovative things, and not the youth becoming so much idle and becoming initiated with drugs and also bad behavior. So I do a lot because it does not cost too much. It only requires skill for one to transform waste into something useful. For example, as you can see here, maybe if you may not be told the meaning of this, you may wonder, because I hope you know this. Yes, but you find in the law settlement, we normally fight them. People normally throw them and they become harm to the environment. Me, I try to teach people how they can transform instead of burning them. So me, I make this, as you can see, from that mosquito net. And also, there are some others here, which I collect from local market, where people normally carry goods to go and sell, but after selling, they throw away. They don't have the good meaning of it, how they can put it in a good manner. So what I do, I try to capture and collect them and show them how to utilize them by making this. This is something I think it can be very much useful and it can last long. And also, I use this material, which you can see. Everyone of you normally read the newspaper, but I don't know where it ended up. When the newspaper become old, I normally utilize them to make such kind of thing. I don't know how you can see. You can have something. So this is now. Every one of you normally use this. When you wake up or some other time when you need to use this, you brush your teeth, but I don't know where you take them. So I make this from the Colgate waste. I don't know how you can see. Is it impressive? You should. So there is some more here which you can come to my Amoya booth. And you see, because I couldn't be able to carry this. And some more about e-waste. I have them there before I close the booth because of the time. You can see more about what I do about this. Because I know not many people can be able to collect this. And also, I don't know what happened, because in the morning I was being shown here in the TV. I don't know whether any one of you was already arrived when my YouTube channel was running, because it constitutes all what I collected. In fact, people normally called me a mad person. Whenever I come, I'm clean and I am smart maybe, but if I can come something like this, I don't leave it. I collect it and preserve it in a nice way. So I don't have much to say. I'm very much grateful for you, for your listening, and thank you very much. Thank you.
I have a request for the gentleman here. The beads that everybody is wearing, they're made of recycled paper. James, next year, let's give the contract to this gentleman and ask him to make the beads that can be made out of recycled product. Right?
Oh, I'm sorry, I forget about the shoes, the flip-flops, slippers which you wear. Where do you take them after becoming an adult? Where? Can one of you tell me where you burn them? You should not burn them because these things are the ones which are making people to become sick. Especially when you discard them or you burn them, it creates that carbon which people you inhale. It brings about the asthmatic, e-waste, and other things. Plastic, people normally burn them, you know, and we should try to control this. I don't know how we can collaborate so that we can minimize this. So this one, the flip-flops, I make this. Is it beautiful? Is it nice when you find it somewhere? You put it as a souvenir. This is from slippers, eh? Are you wondering? I'm asking you, young lady. Thank you very much. Have a good time.
Thank you so much, Anthony. You know, you never know. Rihanna, I've already given you something new to look forward to next year, so contact James in that matter. We are coming to the end of our session. Bittersweet moments, but then again, whatever has a beginning has to have an end. But before that, in case you don't know, currently there is an intergovernmental negotiation committee that's ongoing on ending plastic pollution. And on Monday, President William Ruto, you know, during his opening speech, weighed in on packaging. And on that note, in case you missed it, you know, I know we are all stakeholders in that field, but in case you missed it, we are here, you know, to again bring up his speech. So I'm gonna bring Mumo to, you know, bring us on that speech for us to just, you know, have a sense of trust and collaboration in that the president is also with us in ending plastic pollution. So, yeah, it's coming up. Just a moment. It's ready?
It is now time for investors, multinational corporations, and technology companies to shift strategic investment to reduce their plastic waste footprint. We call upon producers and innovators to rethink plastic products and packaging to reflect the principles of reuse, refill, repair, and repurpose for exploring alternative options such as non-plastic substitutes, alternative plastics, and plastic products that do not have negative environmental, health, and social impacts. I invite innovators to come and invest in Africa because the continent has natural resources that can be used for planet-friendly alternatives. This is an opportunity for African plastic alternative industries to become market leaders and drive economic growth and transformation on our continent, create jobs, create opportunities, and unleash the huge potential that exists in our continent. Innovation has moved humanity forward for centuries, helping people overcome numerous threats and challenges. The elimination of plastic pollution is a threat that demands innovation. This is the reality and challenge that industry and private sector must accept and look for opportunities in other alternatives. The world is in need of alternatives and ways of making plastic circular. This calls for investment in mechanisms to make technology transfer and transformation easy and possible. As we begin this third session of the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee, I urge all the negotiators to recall that 2024 is only 6 weeks away and only 2 other meetings to go. I reiterate my confidence in your ability to get this done, to repay the faith humanity has placed on you to deliver this moment in history. to chart a path forward for the planet and people against one of the biggest threats we have ever faced. To deal with plastic pollution, humanity must change. We must change the way we consume, the way we produce, and how we dispose our waste. This is the reality of our world. Change is inevitable. This treaty, this entrenchment that we are working on is the first domino in this change. Let us bring it home, because in any case we are at home. Let the change begin. Thank you very much.
The change begin. A round of applause to all of our panelists. What a way to end the conference. I'll invite James Odongo, KEPRO's CEO, to give us a closing remarks. My name is Mani Anyango. I've been your MC for the day. It's been a pleasure to learn and relearn from each and every one of you, not only from the panelists, but also from the exhibitors outside. Thank you so much and have a good evening. James.
Thank you very much, Mani. So I know we've had a lot, but my watch tells me we need to stand. So kindly, we could stand for a minute. So if you're predominantly left-footed, kindly lift your right leg. And if you're predominantly right-footed, lift your. Is that okay? So I'm counting on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that okay? So we start now. The people are not lifting their legs. So 1. Anyone drops, we start again. So 1. Okay, he's dropped. 1. He's dropped. 1. 2. He's dropped. So 1. He's dropping. But anyway, thank you very much. Let's have a seat. So just, sorry to say, but I was lying to you. My watch is analog. I just wanted to feel important. But anyway, you guys had fun? So just in summary, we've had that the idea is the time for change is now, right? And I think I'll try and summarize today's conversation, which was essentially quite critical, helping us understand what we need to do, even as we try to be ambassadors of change. And I'll try and summarize the key conference takeaways for today. In terms of the challenges, that is session 1, there was the issue of inadequate infrastructure that was identified as one of the critical challenges that would be a key hindrance to realization of a sustainable waste management ecosystem. There was also the bit on the limited awareness around sustainable waste management, insufficient green funding, of course, to support recyclers and waste investors in the waste ecosystem. From a recycling point of view, there was the aspect of expensive machinery, as well as an availability of technical know-how. There is also the bit on resistance to change, more specifically referring to the informal sector actors who are not willing to adopt the new changes, requiring them to formalize their operations. There is also the bit on the lack of fair wages to waste collectors. So understandably, there is no formal way to earn a living as far as the current ecosystem is concerned, and that is where we are trying to encourage transition to a more formalized approach. So of course in Tanzania, there's also, and regrettably, the producers are not necessarily taking responsibility for the life of their products. There was also the bit of the lack of markets as far as demarcation on which waste is virgin and which is recycled material. In terms of solutions from that session that were identified, of course, promoting community education to encourage awareness on segregation of waste at source, increased investment in recycling facilities, implementation of effective policies, as well as fostering partnerships to encourage business, and of course, actions are concerned within the East African community. And finally, harmonize the ESC legislative provisions. Tanzania also proposing to implement EPR as a mandatory requirement. There was session 2 Okay, there's session 3 where we are talking about change. So we are looking at the way forward. Of course, there is a bit of PROs being encouraged to adopt the negotiated compliance approach to improve implementation and adoption of EPR in Kenya, establishment of collection centers, segregation of waste at source, as well as installation of a multifaceted approach involving harmonized frameworks within the ESC ecosystem. Of course, adoption of technology and elimination of joyriders has also been cited as key solutions that can be adopted. I'm sort of just skimming through. We'll be sharing a detailed key takeaway from this session later on in our subsequent communication. In terms of circularity and of course, more particularly designed for circularity or rather recyclability, key takeaways is that there is need to involve the informal waste collectors in the decision making for the design of products. There's also need to prioritize materials that are easily recyclable. The standardization of materials and labeling for better sorting and recycling has also been proposed as a key solution to encourage circularity. There's also need for creation of materials with fewer components to simplify recycling. And then there's also need to consider end-of-life scenarios during the design phase to facilitate recycling. Finally, of course, this is in principle to the issues of circularity, to minimize packaging sizes and conserve raw packaging materials. So thank you very much. I personally believe this was an interesting session, a learning platform for all of us. We started with the cold weather. Isn't it interesting that now we are, it's quite, the sun is quite intense, right? So I think in summary, just to mention that our electric bus is still waiting for us, for those who would be wanting, or rather who will be intending to go back to Westland. For those who are headed towards Gigiri, there's also a bus that will be ferrying people to that side. So mine is to now wrap it up. Just to remind us there is still tea and we also want to allow us to network before we leave. But in terms of our vote of thanks, I'd want to first acknowledge and appreciate our partners and sponsors, more specifically DAO. We also have DI East Africa as well as SEAL Africa. I hope I pronounced this correctly. We also had our exhibitors, more particularly PIL, Thai Frontiers, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, as well as other notable exhibitors who I believe you'll also still be interacting with before you leave. I also want to recognize our key partners who've also been very critical in terms of preparation of this event. Those are our regional PROs, so you're looking at the EABC, our participants from Rwanda, Uganda, and Tanzania. I also want to, and this is now me urging you to give me a round of applause first. Okay, that was for you guys. So I don't know whether you are satisfied with the clap. So once again, we want to thank you. So a round of applause for yourselves. We also want to recognize the tireless efforts of our suppliers. I think as late as yesterday, some of us were leaving here at midnight. So you can imagine the intensity that we had to go through to put this together. So a round of applause even for our suppliers and those who supported us in organizing the event. We had 2 MCs. So there's one MC who is a KEPRO staff. We'll recognize him later. But we also had Mani, our MC. I'd also want us to appreciate her. Our support team, the audiovisual guys, the photographers and videographers, we also recognize your effort. Now, I know in the interest of time, but anyone who could point us to one unique thing that they would say they've enjoyed today? From a venue perspective. Yes, please.
Good evening, everyone. For me, I loved the pitching sessions. It was very practical.
What I was looking for, but a round of applause. Anyone with an idea of what I'm looking for? Yes.
Good evening, everyone. I don't know if I have what you're looking for, but what stood out the most for me was seeing all these youths with the most innovative of ideas, and not even youths, but also like older people, but with such innovative ideas. It just inspires me a lot because it shows you that possibilities are endless and that we all have something to contribute in the discussion. Thank you.
Awesome. Jana Way. Any, just a round of applause for her? There's still something I'm looking for. Oh.
What stood out for me is the fact that Shamba Cafe, we've not used any plastic water bottles. Lunch and tea has been served using glass bottles, and it has been refillable.
Now, don't you think she deserves an applause? So that is exactly what I was looking for, our host. I think for all of us, don't you think this is quite a unique venue for a conference? Wasn't it exciting? I am sure quite a number of us were wondering, James, what are you guys doing? But when they got here, their minds were changed. I believe it was quite a nice experience. From no mechanical ACs to no, we were using natural lighting and the likes, and even the ambience outside. So we are trying to walk the talk as far as the conversation on sustainability is concerned. Don't you think they achieved it? They achieved it, right? Yes, yes. And now to one critical team that I would have wished to have them all coming up. The KEPRO team, kindly. Any KEPRO team who can hear me? Priyan, you're wearing KEPRO. Any KEPRO team out there who can hear me? Joanne, Mumo, Lynn, they're still working. But just to help you appreciate the effort that went, and of course the effort that went into preparing this, the KEPRO team just comprises of, we are barely 8, right? And we had to work tirelessly to try and put this together. So I think we also deserve a round of applause. So thank you very much. Ours is to really thank you and of course appreciate your support. We'll continue engaging on different fronts. I know for next year we really planned on going out to the community-based organization and individual innovative solutions towards sustainable waste management practices. And so ours is a sustained conversation beyond this. We'll also continue engaging on different fronts as far as circular packaging is concerned. We are aware IOPPK will be having their annual ProPack conference, packaging conference next year. So we'll also be hoping to see all of us and looking at more innovative solutions coming on board. So thank you very much. And it is at this moment that I'm glad to say guests can leave at their own pleasure. Is that okay? Thank you very much. Please remember to serve, there's a lot of tea out here. Kindly, we probably overbooked. So you can do 3 rounds before you leave. Ensure you network as much as possible. So minimum 3 rounds, right? Is that okay? Thank you very much. Enjoy your evening. KEPRO is a committed to accelerating organizational economy, implementation of behaviour model, and driving consumer change through awareness creation and capacity building for our waste management operator.
KEPRO is a new type of business. It's a non-profit. It has been created to help ensure that people who are using packaging to introduce their products into the market are taking a responsibility to channel capital through KEPRO to the people who are going to collect, sort, and recycle that waste.
The Sustainable Waste Management Act was signed into law last year,
And it is important to know that this is now a legal requirement by all producers. As producers, all producers, you bring in a product into the market, you are required to pay for its end of life, the recovery of the waste after consumption, the refilling, the reusing, the recycling, and possibly the end of life of that product or packaging. It is a devolved function, and counties are required to manage the waste within borders. As citizens, we are required to make sure that we are segregating at source. KEPRO's key role in the Sustainable Waste Management Act is to act as what we call the PRO, the Producer Responsibility Organization. As a producer, you are legally obliged to affiliate yourself to a PRO, and by doing that, you transfer your legal obligation from an individual to a collective through a membership organization.
KEPRO's vision for sustainable waste management is embedded in its true north, which is a win for the environment and a win for the economy. So circular economy is what we're really after. And there are steps to get there, but it's very important to understand that everything that we do at KEPRO is essentially a stepping stone towards making Kenya truly a circular economy.
The DI's partnership with KEPRO goes way back before the creation of KEPRO. So back in 2017, the Kenyan government wanted to ban plastic altogether. And at that time, the Kenya Association Manufacturers, that DI also partnered with, approached us to say, what are you doing in Denmark against this? Because we don't think it's the right thing to ban plastic. And so we brought a delegation of Kenyan stakeholders to Denmark to look into what we are doing around sustainable waste management and circular economy. And upon returning to Kenya, the stakeholders, they quite quickly got together, spearheaded by CAM, and then produced an action plan for plastics for Kenya together with NEMA. And that in a way created the inception for creating KEPRO as the first PRO in Kenya.
Our partnership with DI was premised on the concepts of sustainability and green transition as per the recommendations of the International Labour Organization's Recommendation 204. And through our partnership, we are not only keen on driving consumer change and behavior change for that matter, but also empowering and capacity building our waste management operators, not only to help them realize a business case for waste collection and conversion, but also to ensure that we are creating more opportunities for them, even as we move from informal ecosystems of waste management to more formalized ecosystem waste management structures, given the new regulatory frameworks provided for by the Sustainable Waste Management Act.
Sika Com Green tumeweza kufight na maneno ya waste, tukiangalia tumeweza kutransform area mingi. So unapata kama hii mahali tuko hapa palikuwa ni waste, tukaweza kuitransform ikakuwa ni kama green space. Alafu pia ile takataka pia tunatoa kwa mto, tunaweza ku-recycle.
Back in 2022, we met with KEPRO through NMS, and we were trained on the importance of circular economy. And that's when we saw the need and the interest of starting the process and maybe to collaborate with them so that we can get to learn more about waste and the importance of circular economy. Through having them on board, we've been able to be, our members have been capacity built on the importance of waste segregation at the source. And they've also supported us by providing us with the PPEs.
Our primary objective is to make sure that we minimize waste going to the dump site, because we realize that there's a lot that can be recovered from waste that can generate income.
The environmental and economic benefits that have so far happened, I mean, first of all, there's been over 80 million shillings that has been paid into the waste service provider economy from the packaging users. And so there's clear, measurable, monetary value that has gone into those entrepreneurs who are engaged in waste collection, sorting, and recycling. The second thing is the development of material recovery facilities. These are in itself another type of industry that has an opportunity to be created in every single county.